In 1990, the Godfather's shoulder was bleeding from the slash. He thought that if he held power in his hands, life would be easier. But in the end, it's no different from anyone else. After everything, he had no other choice. But even the Godfather was slashed everywhere. The juniors standing around the Godfather were so seriously injured that they could not survive. Scene changed to a dining table. The guy in the brown shirt spoke up, "You are. On an important day like today, you have to eat something a bit expensive. Why are you eating black noodles?" Seeing him stand up, everyone showed respect. "Hold on, sit down, let's talk a little more." But he still left. Because of this, they talked for 5 hours, and before leaving, he raised his hand as if ordering to send some to the children too. Everyone seems to be waiting for this old guy's birthday, ha. This old man with an extremely high status is the godfather of the Taesung Gang named Kang Deokbae. Mr. Ta turned around and thanked everyone for coming. "See you next time." Godfather Deokbae got in the car, and there was already his younger brother sitting in the car waiting for him. "Our business expansion is still very favorable." The Godfather's face relaxed. "Okay, let's go there." The car immediately changed direction as he requested. The people at the table earlier also left one by one. There was a guy in black who asked his boss to apologize. "Sir, do you know other tycoons?" Suddenly, the guy in the brown shirt just stepped in and said, "Whoa, whoa. Do the others know about this yet?" After that, he put his arm around the shoulder of the junior next to him and replied, "I also know this, you guys. We all met earlier from Deokbae's organization." He raised his hand, "Look here, both of my hands. Never lost a finger, okay? For Mr. Deokbae, this organization is his family. He is not the type of person who will abandon all relationships just because you are new to the organization, but instead, he will provide support to help everyone become independent." All 3 people walked down the stairs. On both sides were long rows of other juniors, waiting in long lines to welcome other big brothers to arrive. On this side, Taesung Group is the Godfather's passion and family. He cares about each and every member, even the youngest members of the gang. The Godfather thanked everyone for being here on this old man's birthday. "No matter who points or criticizes me, I will never feel ashamed of you. Although we live as gangsters, we don't do anything to harm gentle citizens." Even the proud look on Deokbae's face is clear. While speaking, his eyes saw a new person that he had never met before, which was right because he had only been here a week. Godfather told him to come forward. Deokbae hugged the boy and laughed loudly. "Today is an even happier day than your own birthday, because there is a new member in your family." He wanted this Taesung family to take care of the youngest brother who had just arrived. When he was about to ask the boy's name, then his sinister face appeared. He used a knife to stab Deokbae straight in the stomach. At the same time, from outside, a masked group opened the door and walked inside. Their goal is to target Godfather Deokbae. Doho worriedly pulled his godfather away. A fight broke out right there, but when he saw someone trying to stab his junior, in this increasingly dangerous situation, he could not leave the children there and cowardly run away alone. As long as you hold out for a while, reinforcements will arrive. So he will stay to protect his juniors. The recent injury is nothing to worry about. Godfather Deokbae puts on his gloves, preparing to teach those brats a lesson. Doho and the Godfather rushed into battle together. The performance of the second-ranked Taesung Gang is not ordinary. He alone weighed 5 guys. Even if the other party uses delivery, nor is it your opponent. Doho realized that these guys were very methodical in their attack, not just some street thugs in the market, rushing up to attack like moths. You must quickly deal with these guys to support the president. The other side. The Godfather also had to confront 5 to 7 guys at the same time. No one can stand it. His body is also extremely agile. Punch each shot at the opponent. But being surrounded from so many directions, could not avoid being beheaded. A guy rushed forward from somewhere and slashed the Godfather's back. Torn shirt. A tattoo of a fierce tiger appeared. The Godfather still calmly said, "Hey kid, you should stab me, instead of making a few shallow cuts like that." As soon as he finished speaking, someone rushed forward and stabbed Deokbae in the stomach. Yet he remained calm, laughed loudly and said, "This is right." They panicked and ran quickly to the president. But as soon as he entered, Godfather Deokbae was already lying on the ground. There were wounds on his body. Taesung rushed towards the president. He shouted at Doho, telling him to quickly call an ambulance and take the president to the hospital. "But what are you doing here with such a stupid face?" Taesung shouted, deliberately not understanding what the chairman said. Doho also had many injuries on his body. He agreed with his big brother's final denial. As soon as he finished speaking, the godfather of the Taesung Gang left. Ignoring the screams and cries of Doho and Taesung, at this moment he felt so peaceful. Finally, I can get some sleep. He has no regrets in this life anymore. Eyes just closed. Then the light appeared again. The godfather of the calf saw an image of a young blonde man fighting. The godfather looked around, not understanding why he was dead and still here. "You keep asking, where is this? Who are those people?" The blonde young man replied, "What do you mean by that? Those people are debtors. If they borrow money, they have the responsibility to repay it. Anyway, let it go. Anyway, hurry up, we still have a lot of work to do." Their destination was to deliver the money they demanded to the Taesung Gang. When it comes to Taesung, Deokbae recalls the images when he was a godfather. He thought to himself, "Taesung Gang, isn't that my family?" Meanwhile, Deokbae was still standing there dumbfounded, thinking. He didn't understand what this was all about. He himself is dead. Why stand here in another body? Was everything that happened a dream? Or are you dreaming right now? I've already given him the minimum amount of treatment. If it doesn't work anymore, then punch me already because you eat so much. The junior below said, "Do I eat shit?" Seeing the argument just now, Deokbae looked at his hand and then realized that this was not a dream. This is certainly not the next life. It's that the godfather has been reincarnated into another body. When the branch boss saw that the blonde guy kept begging for more money, he had no choice but to agree and told him, "Next time you guys work a little harder." The name of Taesung Gang is very important. Are all bands the same? Who doesn't steal money from the poor? Don't worry, go collect the money and bring it to the office. Deokbae's eyes became excited. The tattoo on that guy's hand cannot be confused with the Taesung Gang with the same name. He thought back to what he had built, what he had done. The first principle is not to harm gentle workers. Yet these Taesungs did such inhumane things. Deokbae picked up the big brother's collar and shouted loudly at him, "Who told you to do these things? Where are the two guys Doho and Taesung? How did the Taesung Gang go wrong and get lost like this?" At that moment, a group of people holding baseball bats came in, wanting to settle accounts with the crowd. Just now, they dared to steal money from their father. See, the situation is not good. The blonde guy stops Deokbae, laughing. Laughing healed the fire for his friend. This guy was probably injured in the head, so he hit the wrong pulse. Then he used the excuse that he wasn't good at getting into fights. "You should pull Deokbae away quickly or you'll be beaten like a dead man." Deokbae was extremely impatient, but the blonde stopped him. "Calm down a bit, you're rushing in. You can't solve anything. Get out. Then we'll talk." The blonde guy took Deokbae home. Instead of going out to talk. So I'm extremely curious about that. The blonde guy said it like he was cursing at Deokbae's impulsive actions. "Are you crazy? We've only earned a little money and you're going to cut off both of our meals, huh?" Blonde hair angry, continued, "You said you want to work for an organization. You have to at least be a little patient. Even if this is like a dog, you have to be patient. Otherwise, get the hell out of here. What shit do you put in your mouth?" Deokbae ton min, but doing that is clearly wrong. Beating weak people and stealing money from them. The blonde guy didn't understand what his friend was saying. Does this set of people think that gangsters work at a company and receive a salary? Then what do they put in their mouths? Deokbae knows that. But you still insist that stealing money or lending at high interest rates and then collecting debts in such a cruel way is wrong. Because from the beginning, when the West was built, it didn't go in that direction, right? Blonde hair patted Deokbae's face. He thought his friend took a hit in the head, and then he had a problem with his mind. Then he kept talking about random things he didn't know. He reminded next, please calm down and give me a glass of Taejun. You look even more like a murderer than me. But why are you acting so strangely? Deokbae saw someone patting his face. He immediately picked up the other guy's ear and shouted, you're the one who needs to stay awake. My name is Taesung Deokbae, he's only old enough to be my son, why are you talking like a father? Such a lie. The blonde guy used both hands to slap Deokbae's face. Then put his face in the mirror to see. Realizing that he was different, he touched his face, not believing this was true, from a godfather turned into a young man, then named Taejun. Deokbae took off his shirt, and the distinctive tiger tattoo on his back also disappeared, there was no doubt about it anymore. He was born and then became Lee Taejun. The blonde guy sat on one side, crossed his legs, and said, I'm Hwang Tae, 26 years old. And you are my junior, Lee Taejun, 23 years old. Taejun's face broke out in cold sweat when he heard those words. Tae continued to remind Taejun, it is now March 2022, we first met at the office 2 months ago, to join the Taesung Gang. You and I are both collecting debts and running errands for them, and now do you remember anything? Taejun? He looked down slightly, still not believing this was true. What's the year 2022? So more than 30 years have passed after my own death. It's really hard to believe with this new body, clearly I was stabbed to death. Tae took the phone out of Taejun's pocket and looked at it. It's true that as said before, Taejun has no relatives or anyone who can prove this identity. Seeing that, Tae told Taejun to go rest. And he will go to the other office alone to talk. Seeing that, Taejun also wanted to follow. Because even though I died 30 years ago, it's very possible that other members of Taesung's family from back then are still alive. You have to go find them. They were talking about going to Bang Taesung's office. Then there was a voice outside, are you guys still awake? Tae goes out and opens the door. He gave the old man in front of the door some money in an envelope, then shyly said, hello, I just collected this much for rent. Yet he was not angry. You give them debt, you can pay it back when you have money. The old man was extremely kind. Not only did he give them the money they owed, but he also brought potatoes to share with them for dinner, to ease their hunger. Tae felt deeply touched, thank you. And Taejun is still pensive, thinking about something. The next morning, he continued his work and went to collect debts. Tae asked his senior about the case he had to do today, and his senior replied, they said they had to solve a pretty big case today, you guys should just do it, don't make a mess. Tae answered his senior clearly, okay, big brother. Then, he turned to Taejun and said, did you hear that? If you make a mess again like yesterday, you'll definitely die. Taejun replied, yes, I know. Seeing that slightly sweaty face, Tae whispered loudly, don't worry, I will protect you until your memory recovers. As long as you are a little good, it's okay. Some debt collectors went to a house with a blue gate. He didn't bother to call the door, but punched straight into the door to make a loud noise. An old man opened the door to see what was going on. The senior got straight to the point. Are you Kim Chunbok? You have a son named Kim Gapchil, right? That guy owed us a huge amount of money and he ran away. Without saying much more, the big brother rushed straight into the house, with the motto, if you owe, Dad must pay. If you don't say much, you'll confiscate the house. Even though the old man stopped him, Taejun and Tae froze. Isn't that homeowner the old man from yesterday? Last night, they had a small talk. It is known that this is the house where the old man and his wife have lived together since they got married. But his wife is gone. The only son also went out on his own. He didn't know if the feelings that remained in him and this house were love or regret. But there are a few reasons he cannot leave this house. Besides, living alone is not a big problem. I still have a few people like you to sit and talk to, so it's less sad. Returning to reality, Dai Ca found the house papers. He forced him to sign to repay his son's debt. The old man begged the debt collectors not to do that, but these people are not so humane. Big Brother was annoyed by the ramblings. He immediately knocked the old man down to the floor. This was followed by merciless beatings, beating and cursing at the same time. When Taejun saw this, he couldn't just stand and watch this scene. But when I was about to rush into defeat with those debt collectors, then Taeha came to stop Big Brother. He advised him, brother, I think if this continues, there will be a murder. If so, if the police get involved in this, it will be a big problem. The other guy saw that Taeha was playing tricks again. He intended to hit both Taeha and the old man on the ground who was waving his hands. Taejun approached, grabbed his arm and stopped him. Taejun explained to this Big Brother for a while, but nothing comes to mind. He intended to withdraw his hand to teach that guy Taeha a lesson. But Taejun squeezed his arm tightly, with an extremely scary expression. Taejun faced Big Brother face to face and announced, what I just said was not to beg for forgiveness or anything. It was all in order. Do you understand? Scene changes to Taesung Gang's office. Fat Big Brother was mercilessly slapped in the face by the gang leader. He didn't understand why the Taesung branch he was holding was so afraid of some of the police in the area. You can't ask for money, which causes more problems. It's truly a shame. The leader asked who called the police. Taeha was about to answer. Then Taejun stepped forward to admit that he had done it. Big Brother's name was turned upside down by Taejun, in pain and screaming miserably. Taeha next to him tried to stop him, but failed. The other guy was still screaming, fuck you. What are you still standing there looking at? The end result was that he couldn't stand Taejun's punch and the other guy fell to the floor. Taeha saw this scene and opened her eyes in surprise. The younger brothers also hesitated and did not dare to rush forward anymore. Taejun said loudly, now you guys are protecting someone worse than a dog. You have to obey the rules in life. Having finished speaking, he took off his jacket and provoked her. Now, one at a time or all of us up here, I'm the one who accepts them all. Transition to a black car. In the woods in front of the building, Taejun and Taeha just fought. There were a few guys going up the stairs. These guys were the guys collecting weekly money from Taesung CU group. A guy just opened the door and was extremely surprised by the scene before him. Taejun and Taeha were still standing there calmly, while on the floor, all the thugs were beaten to the ground. The few luckier ones who surrendered were only exposed. All of them were handled by Taejun alone. They came today to get the book, but as soon as I arrived, I saw this scene. He couldn't ignore this and leave here. Taejun was still extremely calm and without any fear asked, are you also part of the Taesung Gang? The other guy replied, didn't you come here because you already know who we are? What do you really want? Taejun didn't want to waste any more time, so he asked him to take off his shirt, both to verify that they were from Taesung and to fight. If Taejun likes it, he will follow your wishes. Immediately, he ordered his juniors to attack. One of the most enthusiastic guys rushed to attack Phi and Taejun's body. But the ending was too bitter. His face was grabbed by Taejun and then slammed to the ground. The second guy wasn't much better than him. Just as he was about to attack, he was immediately punched in the face. The guy behind couldn't escape being beaten. One grab. He threw himself to the floor and immediately knocked this guy out. The last one left was only the big brother wearing a black shirt. He took off his black jacket and said, you have some bravery, don't you? But that's still not enough, Lip. In Taejun's eyes, these guys are too young in terms of strength, fighting ability, or experience. Simply put, he used to be the godfather of Taesung Ma's leader. The big brother threw a powerful punch. Taejun just bent down gently and dodged. Then he punched him straight in the side. It's true, everyone around this guy is full of flaws. With just a few basic attacks. This black-shirt big brother is no different from his juniors. The fat guy who went to collect the old man's debt before saw that and didn't dare to speak up. He only dared to think to himself, what is this monster planning to do now? Taejun lifted the guy's shirt and saw a tiger tattoo. This is a real tattoo, not a sticker. Hearing this, Taeha's soul left his body. He doesn't know what more trouble Taejun plans to cause. Taejun laughed, turned his head and said, "Didn't you say you also wanted to join the organization? This is the fastest way, right? Trust me." Not long after that, 2 black cars continued to come. This time, more people from the Taesung Gang arrived. Taejun leisurely sat on the chair, with the demeanor of a big brother, ordering the newcomers, "Sit down. Just look at their faces and you'll know that these guys are very spicy." They cursed at Taejun. "Damn, who do you think you are? Those 2 trash." The leader signaled to stop these juniors from going too far. Those who were defeated just now were tied up and kneeling on the ground. This big guy sat down on the chair. He appreciates Taejun. What an extraordinary character. Yet he could easily defeat the juniors under him. This guy gets straight to the point, asked Taejun what he wants. When Taejun saw this guy's appearance and behavior, he knew it was a real product and a real price. He introduced himself as Lee Taejun. The reason he called him here was because he wanted to join the organization. The big brother replied, "You beat my people out like this, but now you tell me you want to join the organization? Also, today is the first time I met you. How can I trust and agree to let you participate? The juniors came here today just to collect money. These guys don't look natural. They're causing trouble." Taejun apologized for hitting those juniors, but he really couldn't talk to these hot-tempered jerks. "And now if my brother is here," Taejun feels much better. Then, Taejun mentioned the name Cheon Doho. This name made the other guy freeze. Right away. Both had to sit in the car to talk privately. The other guy asked Taejun, "Where did you hear that name?" Taejun used a quite reasonable reason to step foot into this underground world. "The first thing you need is to have complete information. That guy is still your big brother." He was asked, but didn't answer. "That's it, straight to the point. He wants to make a deal with Taejun," he said. "To have this current position, it proves that your abilities are not too bad." Taejun heard that and immediately agreed. He was also kind enough to warn, "Once you step on this dark path, the people around you can be threatened, so be careful. For example, your family." Speaking of family, Taejun remained silent and did not say anything more. Taeha is trying to ask him about what he and that boss were talking about in the car. But Taejun was lying there absent-mindedly, looking at the ceiling. "I remember my old family." Suddenly Taejun jumped up. He asked Taeha, "Do you know where Bika-dong is located? Can you take me there?" Both went to Bika-dong area. Taeha's monologue continues. He kept asking, but Taejun didn't answer, because he was still thinking about a few things. If 30 years have passed, that person's face must have changed quite a lot. Now, he just needs to confirm whether the situation he is currently facing is true or not. Taejun's eyes suddenly opened wide. There was an old woman walking on the road. That face, that shape makes Taejun remember the memories of the past. Taejun realized it was his wife. He was about to reach out and call, but then I had to hold back and stop. At the same time, Taejun and Taeha did not realize that someone was secretly following them. This guy reported the situation to his big brother. Besides going out to eat, he didn't do anything unusual for 3 days. After the big brother answered the phone, he continued to give new instructions. "Okay, then you just keep watching for a while longer." The other guy put the phone down on the table and thought to himself, "I wonder if it's because I'm too suspicious, or if it's true." This guy is Cheon Seongjin. He is wondering whether to continue monitoring like this, or if he should go check the truth of everything himself. At the Taesung Gang office, those thugs from before looked extremely sneaky. Taeha saw this and spoke up. "Before, you were like a dragon and a tiger, rushing to punch Taejun, but now you want him to accept you." Taeha ignored these guys and turned to ask Taejun, "Hey Taejun. That guy entrusted these guys to us. Now what do you mean?" Taejun thought for a bit, then decided to pick up the phone and call Seongjin. The other end of the line asked, "Have you settled in the office yet? Do you have time to do some work?" Receiving the mission, Taejun stood up and said to the other thugs, "You guys said you want to work under me, right? It's going to be hard, but this time try to do your job well. Are you clear? Change the scene to another place." An uncle was holding a lump of money in one hand and talking on the phone in the other. How did you get this place? But this much is not enough. I know it's not easy to earn money, but this is still a bit lacking. Take extra care. While on the phone, a voice came from somewhere, Director Kim. Looking to the side, Taejun and his juniors were coming. Just entering the door, Taejun asked him for money, Director Kim. You still haven't paid us, have you? The bald uncle saw that the gangsters were not panicking at all, and even threatened Taejun, collecting money again. Where did you guys come from? Do you know that collecting money like this is illegal? Before I called police, please go away. The fat guy couldn't stand this uncle, and was about to punch him for his rude attitude, while they were already talking very politely. Taejun stood outside and said, calling the police won't help. On this side, a few juniors were about to destroy things and stopped to listen to Taejun. As long as you pay us, there's no need to use force. And you still dare to call the police? Are you shameless? Taejun held Uncle Kim's hand tightly, making him sweat. Taejun's words seemed to expose all of his sins. The money he earns comes mostly from casinos. Back to before. Seongjin wants to ask Taejun to do a big deal. There is a shopping center located in the alley on the corner of the street. The creditor is Mr. Kim, the debtor of Taesung Group. He has been borrowing money without paying interest for several months. Taejun heard it was too long and wanted Seongjin to get right to the point. Seongjin continued, he was immersed in gambling. He raised the price too high to collect more money. But because the building belongs to him, no one can do anything if he raises the price. I ran out of money so I mortgaged everything, from my children's college expenses, to the red book of the wife's parents. This guy is such a bastard, so we can't blame Taesung for lending. So Seongjin wants Taejun to get back the loan principal. The rest is up to you to handle. On the other side. The junior asked Seongjin about the name Taejun, is this new guy trustworthy or not, big brother? Seongjin replied, actually, whether you get your money back or not, it's not important. The other guy was startled when he heard the answer, he didn't know why. Seongjin continued to explain, it seems that not only us, but also Director Kim also borrowed from HYUNCHOL gang. More precisely, the HYUNCHOL gang had to come work with him first, and the HYUNCHOL gang had a grudge against Taesung's people. That's why this guy named Seongjin wants to find out if someone who suddenly appears like Taejun has anything to do with the rival gang. Seongjin wants to take a test with Taejun. Then someone spoke from the door, Director Kim. What are these dogs doing? A group of tall men dressed in black came over. One said contemptuously, big brother, these guys seem to be from the Taesung gang. Hearing that, the guy behind immediately called a few more juniors up here. As soon as he received the mission, he and everyone came here to collect the debt. Surely that Seongjin knew but didn't say anything. In the end, the best solution is still to resort to violence. This white-haired guy doesn't think so. He said, look again, who are the guests here? Even if you guys don't have professional ethics, don't come and disrupt other people's areas. Taejun realized that this Director Kim had debts from both sides. He asked again, so now you want to shed blood? Let's sit down together and calmly resolve it, okay? Seeing that, this guy couldn't calm down when he saw Taesung's people. He ordered his juniors to step forward and muzzled the moralizing guy in front of him. Juniors rushed forward. Taejun's juniors were speechless. Still the same old scenario. A person rushed towards him and was immediately punched in the face, knocking him down. Taejun grabbed his shirt. When he finished, he added another kick just to be sure. A person standing uses martial arts, but does not use his hands or feet. Taejun immediately grabbed the head of the guy next to him and made them bump their heads together. Finished dealing with the group that just rushed at me. Taejun looked back, you guys look so weak. Come on, pay attention and follow me. As if their pride had been touched, the cowardly juniors just now aggressively rushed to fight. This place became a chaotic battle. That white-haired guy looked extremely angry. Taejun looked at this guy with disdain in his eyes. Finally got rid of your despicable face, huh? You don't know what humiliation is, right? This guy got even more angry, he cursed. Okay, shut your mouth if you don't want this guy to be crushed like a rag, then kneel down for me. The two guys behind them started whispering loudly. Big Brother has accepted us, but that's just what happened this morning. Maybe Big Brother still has a grudge against us, so there would be no reason for him to do that. Yet Taejun knelt down to let the others beat him. That junior guy came over, holding a mop. Hit Taejun directly on the head, the mop broke in two. Taejun's face right now. It's truly extremely scary. The Big Brother was angry at his junior's stupidity. Why don't you hit him in the face? Why hit him in the head? The other junior went to get another mop to fight. Taejun's disciples are also boiling hot right now. But Taejun stopped him. If you don't let me up, tell me to just stand there. At that moment, a fire extinguisher hit him in the head from nowhere. The person who came was none other than Tae. This silver-haired Big Brother immediately called on his juniors to rush forward and continue fighting. But his mouth swears, damn it. It's not the same kind of despicable thing. Taejun walked up to him, that scary face. I'll probably dream about it later when I sleep. Taejun reminded, this guy seems like a kid like you will need some special education. It turns out that when entering this shopping center, Taejun has already taken precautions against everything. Tae wondered, why do you have to drag everyone away to collect debt from a shopping center? But Taejun didn't answer that question. He just wanted to ask Tae a favor, that you will stand down here and observe. If something happens, you'll know how to respond exactly like what Taejun said. Tae stood here for a while then saw another group of people from the rival clan arriving. Tae immediately called and reported to superiors, and asked for help to come immediately. The war is still very fierce. This white-haired boss has more blood on his brain than blood on his brain. He uses knives to fight, and even people in long-time gangster organizations sometimes feel hesitant about using them. Yet this jerk used it. It's true that I met a reckless guy. But Taejun realized that this guy didn't know how to use a knife, he just knew how to swing it instinctively. Taejun easily punched the other guy to the ground. Nosebleeds also began to appear, but that's just for Taejun to warm up. He took off his coat, preparing to beat this guy again, but the other guy was scared and backed away. Sitting in the car, the junior said to Seongjin, he thinks this guy named Taejun comes from somewhere else, and felt embarrassed saying it. But considering his strength, he himself couldn't do it. Taejun's opponent is. Seongjin asked him, is that strong? The other guy replied, it's not just a simple fight, bro. Even though it's not at full strength right now, when fighting that guy, you can see it. This was not the full display of his power, but he had already defeated that guy. Furthermore, Taejun looks like he's only over 20 years old, but his fighting experience is unbelievable. The punches must be said to penetrate deep into the heart. Is the final punch that kills the opponent. The fight just now, causing the junior and Seongjin to freeze in surprise, as if they couldn't believe their eyes. After finishing work at the convenience store, Seongjin and Taejun's conversation took place. He was told, Hyunchol gang, to be able to understand the internal situation of the organization. So Seongjin asked someone to investigate Taejun's background and abilities. Because of the recent incident, Seongjin apologized to Taejun. Tae shyly said it was okay, but sitting next to him, Taejun already knew everything. These things were all arranged by this guy Seongjin, and Taejun realized that he was still just a 20-year-old kid, so he needed to be more careful. The test completed, Seongjin went straight to the point, gang, we need your strength, become our sharp sword. Taejun immediately accepted the offer, but before that, he had two questions to ask Seongjin. Tae sat next to him and angrily cursed at his friend, you idiot, what kind of talk do you have with your seniors? Seongjin waved his hand and said it was nothing. Taejun wants to ask, first of all, this is not the organization I know. I can fight, but I never bully the weak. Why does the current organization operate in such a way? Yes. Seongjin mused, this story is difficult and lengthy to tell. Tae was reasonable and was about to go out so the two could talk privately, but Taejun asked him to stay. Because simply, Tae is his family. If that was the case, then Seongjin began to tell, Taesung Gang, we have started operating stably. With security as well as construction work, we target small businesses. But the truth is, the Taesung Gang is still the same gangster gang as always. So corporate protection is still top priority, and once you are a member of the organization, you can do anything you want, from protection, illegal gambling, to loan sharking. Seongjin continued, don't bully the weak. There is no such law here. If you don't have strength, it's better to become a customer to receive protection. I don't know what you're daydreaming about. But this is reality, young man. Taejun's face was stiff, he couldn't believe that this organization was once his family. He was completely alone, and must rely on strength to survive in this chaotic world. Those who dared to stand up against the Japanese Jakuta were admired and praised by the people. They are the symbol of strength. And then Taejun did it. Or rather, the godfathers in the past did that and gradually became like them. He fights against the cruel people and helps the weak who cannot protect themselves. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility. That's why Deokbae wants to build a family just for himself. Those first years were indeed not easy at all. But after all the difficulties, he had the family he wanted. Deokbae takes in homeless children who don't know who their parents are. They lived in an orphanage and were severely abused. But because their numbers were too large, the kids began to rebel within the gang. Since then, the Taesung Gang has developed according to its principles. Take strength as the foundation. Only against the strong. Don't bully the weak. And we will all be one family thanks to Doho's principles. Internal conflicts have disappeared, while the bonds between members have become stronger and stronger. Even before the godfather died, the organization had always operated like that. But now Taejun doesn't understand why. What happened during this period of more than 30 years? Taejun regained his composure and continued to ask the second question, what happened to Cheon Doho and Park Desun? Taejun thought to himself, if Doho was still in charge, there wouldn't be these troubles. I wonder if there is any conspiracy. Seongjin started telling the truth, I haven't had a chance to tell you my full name yet, have I? And the Taesung Gang. Already a rotten organization for a long time, now this family is just a remnant from my father's time. Hearing that, Taejun's face became stiff. At that time, in a factory, a junior ran in to report, Sir, the Taesung Gang has attacked us at Lao Kim's place. This big brother's name is Gang Boss Hyunchol. Oh Hyunchol. And the person lighting a cigarette is the lone representative Shim Kangdu. It turns out that this guy, along with the Hyunchol gang boss, joined hands to usurp Taesung. Back to Seongjin, he also really wanted to bring Taesung back, but couldn't do anything. Because he was alone, Seongjin wanted to borrow Taejun's strength. Fall into reminiscence again. Taejun remembers the days of eating, drinking and talking happily with Doho and Desun. Like a father in a family, he reminded his son, Desun, to hurry up and get married. But he had to hold his face and complain because of this son's personality. As for Doho, at this time he also got married and had children. Back to reality. Taejun wishes to meet Doho to talk. Seongjin said that speaking out, it was related to Taesung's internal affairs. I'll go into more detail if you make your decision. Taejun was silent, wondering what to decide. Taejun and Taeha sit in a hallway. He is still thinking about his decision. Because Cheon Seongjin doesn't seem like he's lying at all. Not to mention the name. Just looking at his face, he's definitely Doho's son. Fall into a deadlock. Taejun asked the guy next to him, Taeha, what would you do if right before your eyes, your family was going astray? Taeha without hesitation replied, what are you asking so foolishly? Of course I will stop them right away. The next sentence startled Taeha. Taejun said that even though 30 years have passed and now it's too late to appear in front of them. Taeha, I don't think so, because if it's family, it's never too late. He doesn't know what's going on with Taejun. But I'm willing to listen to Taejun and believe it's true. Hearing this, Taejun has already made his own decision. You will stand shoulder to shoulder with Seongjin. He asked Taeha if he would follow him. So of course we will accompany you on that dangerous and bloody path. From below came Dong Tan's voice, Big brother, we also followed you, the previous thugs. This time we are also reformed, we want to follow Taejun into the family. At the HYUNCHOL Gang Management Office, Taejun's juniors are causing trouble and destroying this place. Previously, according to the plan discussed, Taejun will be a new member of the family. So Seongjin wants to talk briefly about the gang's current situation. First, to get Taesung out of the current crisis, it is necessary to build a solid foundation. As he said last time, the Taesung Gang is unstable, also because the HYUNCHOL Gang always finds ways to conflict with Taesung. Taejun himself has experienced this himself. However, there are still many problems due to the debts between the two gangs overlapping each other, and war is only a matter of sooner or later. The head of the HYUNCHOL group consists of 3 people. The top boss is OHYUNCHOL. Next to them are the 2 Mindo twins. Their strength cannot be underestimated. Currently, in the organization, only Cheon Seongjin has the same strength as these guys. Even when adding Taejun into the mix, the difference in strength between the two sides is still too big. To defeat this HYUNCHOL group, Taesung needs more than that. Taejun gave his opinion to preemptively attack these guys, attack quickly, win quickly. This is the most effective way. Taesung is ready to kill 2 of the 3 men, leaving the remaining 1 to Seongjin to handle. Kim Seokdi did not agree with this plan, it was too dangerous. Those guys are also at the same level, which Taejun probably can't imagine. Not to mention HYUNCHOL's army, which is 3 times larger than Taesung's. Seeing that the situation was too tense, Taeha called for everyone to calm down. I think Taejun's plan is not bad. If they only have 3 strong people, then the rest are just a bunch of ordinary people. And of course it is very dangerous if a full-scale war between the 2 gangs occurs. However, if you fight in a guerrilla style, with a surprise attack, victory will definitely be in Taesung's hands. The plan was immediately implemented. Seongjin and Taeha on this side quickly took down a few guys at the HYUNCHOL gang's base. Seeing the scene just now, Taeha was also surprised because he was incredibly strong. Over here, Taejun successfully broke into their bar. Yet Taejun stepped in here, alone, without bringing any of his juniors. As soon as the guy told him to go away, he was immediately shot in the head. When he saw his juniors preparing to rush to the council, the named Choi Keelman immediately shouted, "Everyone stop." A punch was thrown, but Taejun easily dodged it. Then he responded with a fist straight to the face. A few juniors sat on the chairs and worried about their big brother. So not only was this guy okay, he also held Taejun's wrist. Taejun saw that and immediately threw a series of punches. But for him, those punches were just like scratching an itch. Taejun feels that this guy is quite good at counterattacking. Intended to grab Taejun, but unexpectedly Taejun also knew some judo wrestling moves. A few juniors saw their big brother being beaten, they were terrified and just stood there watching. And then after that, well, no more after that. All was handled neatly by Taejun. There was no loss on Taesung's side. The name Choi Keelman has disappeared forever. I just saw Taejun standing in the elevator and said, "Hey SOKDAE, throw me a pair of leather gloves, working without gloves is too tiring." Taejun was about to do something stupid again. He also told me to bring a coat, a hat and a Kwang Ko scarf. Hyuncheol gang boss. Oh Hyuncheol. HYUNCHOL side still doesn't know what's going on with their gang, still planning to cooperate with the name Shim Kangdu, an undercover person in Taesung. Suddenly there was a knock on the door, the junior walked in and reported the entire gang situation that had just happened. At the same time, Seongjin also picked up the phone to call HYUNCHOL. "We're ready," he said. "But I'm afraid we can't wait for you any longer. Get back to me when you're ready. Taejun is still looking for shirts and hats for the next battle. You have to look a little cool. The war between the 2 gangs is about to break out. All the brothers of the HYUNCHOL gang are arriving and waiting here in advance. Their big brother is standing in the middle, looking extremely cool. Taesung's battle squad is no less." Seongjin led his brothers without fear. "Put your hands in your pockets and walk over." Taeha saw the group of people in front of him and had to exclaim, "Wow, we've brought this many people, but compared to them, it doesn't seem like much, right?" Seongjin stood in front of the crowd and said, thanks to everyone's determination today, HYUNCHOL's military force has weakened a lot. I'm still here, with everyone. Whenever there are difficulties, I will always be behind you to support you all. I will give all my strength. We will win this battle. Indeed, no matter how difficult the situation, everyone's faith remains steadfast. Just thanks to the boss's presence, even though there aren't many chances to win, the pressure here is truly no joke. And the person who covers that pressure is none other than Doho's son, Cheon Seongjin. Seongjin was the first to speak. It's very unfortunate to have to face each other like this. Chairman Oh. He still calmly held a cigarette in his hand and replied, there's no need to say so much. You're the one who started this war, and it's not too late to stop, brat. Kneel down, crawl through my crotch, then it'll be like this never happened. Seongjin doesn't think so. For him, it was HYUNCHOL who first initiated the aggression against Taesung. Taeha seems a bit inferior to some of them, but the newly recruited juniors are very useful. Taeha it seems a bit odd with this fat guy's way of addressing himself. Because he keeps calling you this guy or that guy, while his face is twice as old as yours. These juniors along with Taeha form an attack formation, and can support each other. Taeha see, even though the other side has more numbers, it's not as bad as you think. It should be called as smooth as sunsicle. As soon as he finished speaking, the others started to joke around. From nowhere, a group of masked men holding iron rods rushed up to attack. At that moment, there was a guy holding an iron rod about to attack him. Solve the danger for Seokdi. Taejun feels that this body is more convenient than that Deokbae body. Now he feels very light and full of strength like he was in his 20s. So it's not difficult for Taejun to fertilize these guys. One by one, he was defeated by him. Even though he was holding an iron rod in his hand, he still couldn't land a single attack. Even though it was a pincer attack, Taejun still took care of a bunch of them. On this side, Seongjin was like a fierce tiger, not lacking in strength and beating the other guys to pieces, but the number of HYUNCHOL gang was too large. Seongjin realized that if they continued the war by wasting the enemy's vitality in small amounts like this, they would definitely have no chance of winning here. And of course, Taesung's people will fall first. Seongjin decided to fight quickly and win quickly. At the same time, Taejun also came. Seongjin said, Taejun, are you thinking the same as I am thinking? Taejun replied, just punch them in the face, come on. But Seongjin wants everything to end quickly, otherwise our army will be used like autumn leaves. In that situation, Taejun wanted to compete with Seongjin. He wanted to see who could defeat HYUNCHOL first. This made Seongjin twice as excited. But this is not so easy, the Mindo brothers have blocked the two of them. That's why, first get rid of these HYUNCHOL guys. He patted Seongjin on the shoulder, telling him to go first. Let's take down the ringleader HYUNCHOL first, leave the rest to the Mindo brothers. Also quite simple. The most important thing for a strength foundation is balance, what these two guys inherently cannot do. The base could not support the weight of dozens of them. A guy wants to block Seongjin's way, but Taejun kicked him straight in the face. Just leave these two fat and bald guys to me. Taejun laughed again and said, the general personally receives these rogue soldiers. What should I do? Just leave it to me. Before leaving, Seongjin also told him to be careful. Wait for him a bit, I'll be back to support you soon. Seongjin coldly replied, I know that now. On this side, Taejun will match the two Mindo brothers. Unlike what Taejun imagined, he thought about the prospect of punching both guys alone. Yet these two guys are standing here arguing about who will go first. Taejun stood to the side. Watching comedy is a bit tiring for these guys. He spoke up, causing the two who were arguing to look back. Hey, this is taking too much time. You two are shining. Hey, you can both go up at the same time. I don't pay much attention to this. My name decided to go to the yard first. You don't have to worry, brother. Just let me handle this little rat. Taejun thought to himself. He was much calmer than he imagined. Looks like this guy will be tougher than the guy who got beaten up in the bar. Seems like Seongjin is a bit outclassed. He was punched by Hyunchol and had to step back to defend. Then Hyunchol flew right into the corner of the wall, unable to withstand a single kick. Seongjin saw that and asked him to stand up. This is just the beginning of this confrontation. Even though he was in such a vulnerable position, this guy still calmly answered. You are a handsome and powerful person, and you also possess good morals. But you know what? Have you forgotten that we are in a battle to the death? Hyunchol said as he threw a pile of sand into Seongjin's eyes, causing him to temporarily be unable to see anything. Name Hyunchol. Like mad. It's foolish to speak loudly. The real fight is when we wrestle each other on the ground and do all kinds of dirty things just to defeat the other person. Seongjin took the opportunity to not be able to see. He pinned his neck to a nearby iron bar and it was true as he said. In this life and death battle, you must take advantage of everything and one of those things is the terrain here. As opposed to Seongjin. Taejun is still doing quite well with his battle. That guy. Taejun kicked him, but he dodged it, and then gave him a punch in the face. Yet to him, Taejun's fist was no different from a mosquito bite, so he didn't feel any pain. Just like what Taejun predicted before. This fat guy in front of me is very difficult to eat. If you want to win, you must create distance. The older brother outside saw his younger brother being beaten and reminded him, hey you idiot. How long are you planning to play with him? But all he got back was shut up. Now he'll let it all end here. He thought Taejun would be very good at dang, but if he only aimed at one place, it really wouldn't have any effect on him. Taejun also knows that, one punch cannot knock this guy out. But he was sure that he would be affected if he was repeatedly attacked in the same spot. If it weren't for a youthful body full of vitality like this, Taejun wouldn't be able to do this. But with Deokbae's body, he probably can't beat him. After a fierce fight, Taejun delivered a decisive blow. This guy was in so much pain that he fell to the ground. Although Seongjin had just been dealt a painful blow, he still had the strength to block the attack. It made Hyunchol extremely angry because he couldn't do anything to you. This guy is no different from a crazy dog saying, you're hanging your tail like a dog. You can't beat me, boy. Too angry, Seongjin rushed to attack him. Both continuously launched attacks on the opponent's body without any defense left. Seongjin threw the vest straight at Hyunchol's face. Then quickly ran to him. What if you haven't finished the match yet you run away? Actually, that's not true, Taejun stepped on an iron barrier. Seongjin did the same at the same time. A somersault followed by a kick was thrown straight at Hyunchol's head. The leaders have all been defeated. Seeing Seongjin panting and coughing in a corner, Taejun looked at the boy in front of him and silently assessed. It's true that the son of Swing Ho, he did very well, he's also very strong. And if he leads Taesung, you won't have to worry about anything anymore. But someone quickly kicked him away. He patted Seongjin's shoulder and reminded him, this battle is dramatic. But you have to be careful later, so you don't get stabbed in the back. Seeing Shim Kangde's appearance, Sungrin wondered, how did you get here? He replied, you ask how I got here, obviously I must know what my subordinates are doing. Taejun observed him and thought, this guy must be someone with status in the organization. But that Gang Do pushed Seongjin's hand away, he said loudly. Are you going to clean this place, you? I can't even stand up anymore. Let Seongjin say he's fine but this guy won't let you stay here. Kang Do picked up Seongjin's collar and said, you talk too much today, just leave this place to us. From nowhere Taejun rushed forward, knocked Kang Do's arm away and caught Seongjin. Sorry I'm late, are you okay, boss? Taejun said with an extremely strong face to Kang Do, these kids are also feeling guilty for coming here too late. Looking at his face, he just wanted to punch him a few times. He came closer and waved his hand in front of Taejun's face. Get away from me, you bastards who like to act cool always make me feel nauseous, kid. But he doesn't care. Anyway, just go home and rest. Don't bother staying here anymore. Seokdi said, our strategy is weaker than I thought. There were no serious casualties. The meeting is now official. Seongjin asked for a report on the Hyunchol gang. Seokdi said, it seems they are still cleaning up. Mr. Shim is managing that place, so I don't know the details. Seongjin, thank you for that report, and ask Seokdae to wait outside. I have something private to tell Taejun and Tiha. By the way, Tiha wants to ask, who is that guy who suddenly appeared the other day and interfered in their affairs? Seongjin told about his background. Is that the name Shim Kang-do? That guy is currently the director of our Taesung Gang's public loan representative office, and is also my superior at headquarters. From the first time we met, Taejun felt like he didn't like him. Seongjin's expression suddenly darkened. Question: have you two ever heard a story that I've never told you before? The story of life, about the son of a gangster. Since the days when little Seongjin was always shunned by his friends because their parents wouldn't let him play with a gangster boy. He was very sad, and asked his mother about his father's profession. What is a gangster? It is more than his existence. But every time his mother hugged him and comforted him and apologized. She held all that bitterness in her heart alone, and the first time Seongjin met his father was when he entered high school. At that time, there was a pair of boxing gloves on the table. He thought they were a congratulatory gift from him when he entered high school, too. But no. Soon he realized that he was wrong. But what Seongjin remembers about that time is only violence, violence, and violence, and that's it. Then he himself was left behind again, bowed to greet him and called him master. This made the children around Seongjin that day, just curious about him, about a world that they completely did not know. And at that time he also learned that this society has no place for crime, violence and injustice. Seongjin's resentment towards his father's bloodline makes Seongjin more and more lonely. He had absolutely no one by his side, because he knew his existence would be a burden to someone. At that time, Seongjin had a good relationship with entertainment companies, but before he could prepare to take advantage of the power of the media to start digging up the dirt in this gangster world, it was too late. It's gone. That's why from that day and even in the future, Seongjin wanted to personally end this rotten organization. That is also the reason why Seongjin is always looking for ways to reform the original Taesung Gang, but due to not having enough strength, Seongjin has recently stagnated. After hearing that story, Taejun was extremely angry. He couldn't believe it, it was the Duho he always knew. He realized that the problem here was not that 30 years had passed, but ever since Seongjin was little, Duho has been like that. Taejun originally didn't know anything about his family, Seongjin said correctly. No matter how powerful he is now, the fact that he is Duho's son still doesn't change anything. However, right now there is still someone we cannot touch casually. Seongjin felt that the name Shim Kang-do was indeed very dangerous. His intuition told him that he was not ordinary. Seongjin is insecure because of that. Taejun's hands clenched tightly. He knew that no matter what the truth was, whether or not he could meet Duho at this moment would not change anything. Therefore, he needed to penetrate deeper into the organization. Seongjin continued to inform the two of them that, as I said before, the main business purpose of Taechung was baoan and construction work. Meanwhile, loans with interest and illegal gambling will be managed by the representative company. One of them is the name Shim Kang-do, and their opponent this time is none other than this guy, the head of the loan department. If we compare strength, then the Hyunchol gang is truly a shrimp with the power under Kang-do. Seongjin agreed with this idea. The purpose of the last battle was to gather more power. The reason they had to fight so quickly was also because Seongjin felt insecure about that guy Shim Kang-do. But in the end, that bitch can still interrupt. Suddenly Taejun remembered something. He said to Seongjin and Tiha, "But we need to leave immediately, there can be no delay." On the construction site side, the battle between Taejun's group and the Hyunchol gang. That Hyunchol guy was being punched until he fainted in the air. The fat guy saw that he was extremely angry and thought to himself, "What the hell, even if you're angry, you shouldn't hit him like that." Kang-do clicked the lighter in his hand and said, "If I hadn't arrived on time, you would have eaten your fill of onions, right? You don't even know where you are standing. That's why you were defeated by a guy like him." He took a breath and exhaled. "Now it's a deal, you don't need to be the boss anymore." The junior next to him asked, "Can I kill them all, big brother?" But Kang-do refused. "How can a crowd like this kill everyone? Let's put that group aside for now." The gang member held a photo of Taejun in his hand and asked, "Is that guy here?" "Ah, you've already betrayed me once, surely you won't lie to me this time again. Where, right?" This statement made the junior standing next to him turn pale and scared. The other guy said as he sweated profusely. Yes, this bastard caused a disturbance in the manager's office." Kang Deokbae continued to ask about the name Taejun. "I heard that you guys were beaten until you were stupid. Is he that domineering?" The other guy looked down, feeling extremely embarrassed, and could only say, yes. That backstabbing scene was also staged. That guy was a member of Kang Deokbae. The gang member cursed at the other guy. "Idiot, what if you couldn't kill him at that time?" "Luckily, I came just in time. I still don't understand why my juniors are so stupid. Why don't I borrow the strength of the two pigs in Hyunchol's gang?" He was also quite surprised by this name. Kang Deokbae lit a cigarette on Taejun's face in the photo, and ordered his juniors to immediately call Hyun and tell him, "You can destroy Cheon Seongjin if you do well this time." Taejun and Taeha still wear masks and hats when going out. Taeha was curious why they had to do that, but Taejun just replied to avoid Kang Deokbae's eyes. A lot of things have happened to Taejun in the present, but he will still verify it himself. He felt happy because several decades had passed but that person still looked so lovely. They passed each other like two strangers. Taejun is happy that that person is still alive. He also hopes that Hyunyu, please continue to take care of our family like now. Suddenly, Hyunyu turned around because he saw something unusual. But then nothing. This is the second part of the video. The Godfather, the gangster, was assassinated, reincarnated 30 years later. Find the culprit, take revenge at Taesung Construction Headquarters. The voice came from the elevator. How could you create a place like this? The other person replied, it's just some sports equipment to ensure the welfare of the employees. Name Kang Deokbae smiled happily and continued, if you raise children and work at the same time, you call it folklore. We understand each other, right? A guy standing next to Kang Deokbae is Jang Woo-hyun, construction representative of Taesung Group. Holding the phone in his hand, Woo-hyun asked, stop talking nonsense, is that guy here? Kang Deokbae confirmed the information again. That's right. It's that guy. Before coming under Seongjin, he worked at the branch office. Since he joined, Seongjin has trusted him very much. Woo-hyun wondered, is he the reason behind that guy Seongjin wanting to reform Taesung? Sounds reasonable, because there's no reason why Seongjin would suddenly rebel like that. Kang Deokbae, I don't know, because nothing is certain. But the important thing is, Seongjin already has the power in his hands. If it were them, they would probably want to operate individually without being supervised by the organization. The two went to a room. Two juniors immediately opened the door. Kang Deokbae continued to say, even if you don't participate, it's okay, but isn't it a good thing for us to handle Seongjin's good dog early? Are you going to retire like that boring old man? Named Woo-hyun UHM. Once, Kang Deokbae laughed mockingly, you really are too indecisive. You just need to give the location, leave the rest to us. I will do my best. So, for the rest, do whatever you want. The two walked into the long line of juniors lining up to welcome them. Kang Deokbae's father asked Seongjin, that guy Lee Taejun next to you, you said he once caused chaos in one of our branches. And then, you took him in like that, isn't there something wrong? At this time, Taejun was stunned and knelt to the ground. Seongjin also quickly apologized and explained, just as he said, I investigated, and it seemed like he was up to something shady, so I took care of it in advance. Seongjin also quickly apologized and explained, just as he said, I investigated, and it seemed like he was up to something shady, so I took care of it in advance. Kang Deokbae looked at Taejun kneeling on the ground, regardless of what he said that everything was a misunderstanding. Honestly, you want to join Taesung's gang? On the contrary, he flashed a sinister smile and ordered his junior to teach Taejun a lifelong lesson. The other guy didn't hesitate, stepped up and kicked Taejun straight in the chest. Made him collapse, but in his mind, Taejun felt extremely excited, because this was unbelievably interesting. Then immediately stood up and panicked with his juniors, running away from this place, for fear that Kang Deokbae would drag his juniors. Yet as soon as I walked out the back door, I was about to get in the car and drive away. As soon as he opened the door, the junior punched him in the face, causing him to lose consciousness. Around. Seeing 4 guys standing, one of them smiled contemptuously and said, "This crippled pig can run that well, right?" Another guy warned, "Chui Keelman, with that ruined body. Then don't try to resist anything, be careful of getting more seriously injured. It's best to just lie still and endure it." He was injured in the neck but still showed confidence. "Insects, what are you doing?" Before the other guy could finish speaking, Keelman punched him out. Even though his expression was calm, he was also a bit shy. At this moment, Tae and Taejun came to rescue Keelman from Kang Deok's juniors. He couldn't believe that bastard Kang Deok couldn't find a way to deal with Seongjin, so he switched target straight to the Hyunchol gang. They're afraid their information will be leaked. Keelman himself said, it was Shim Kang Deok who provided information to Lao Kim, which then led to an overlap in debt between the two gangs, thereby inciting the two sides. He wanted to take down Seongjin from the beginning. Already. Tae was quite surprised, because what the fat guy said was exactly the same as what Taejun said before. Tae turned around and asked, how did Taejun know that in advance? Taejun replied, that day, the attendance of the Hyunchol and Choi Keelman gangs suddenly increased. However, all of those guys disappeared by the time Gang Do appeared. Then the moment he appeared was right. At the end, it was as if he was waiting. So I think Cheon Min might know what happened, since a while ago. Seongjin was silent, then said, that Kang Do guy called me to talk about you. Perhaps he investigated the fact that he single-handedly took down an entire branch office of the organization. But Seongjin tried to take care of everything. This Kang Do guy is suspicious, but he doesn't have any proof yet. However, Taejun said this was no problem at all. Taejun will wipe all the dust off Seongjin's body. His attack on the gang office will no longer have anything to do with Seongjin, he will prove his loyalty himself. So Taejun will show Kang Do that he is a crazy person who can do anything to join the organization, thereby causing that Kang Do to not know which way to go. Scene changes again. Taejun is being kicked in the face repeatedly. The guys standing nearby were also scared. However, Taejun doesn't care much, he is secretly thinking about this. Kang Do had no reason or evidence for him to kill a brat, and he didn't even know his background. However, Seongjin will be in danger if he continues to walk next to him. Taejun himself will cut off ties with Seongjin and continue to act alone. Taejun has his own way of enhancing his strength. Taejun now just wants Seongjin to look and observe. You've had too much trouble fighting alone, and now let this godfather take care of the rest. Taeju was hit in the face, it seems like nothing happened. You pretended to lie still on the ground. Kang Do saw that and immediately asked, Lee Taejun, who do you work for? In Kang Do's head, he was secretly thinking, Seongjin will not be able to stand the sight of his junior being beaten and confess his crime. Taejun's hands were tied, his face was bruised, but he didn't say anything suspicious. Why do you keep making me say this? I just want to join the organization. Kang Do held the weapon in his hand, he doubted himself that he was thinking wrong. This Kang Do guy put a weapon on Taejun's neck and reminded you. You look really unpleasant. Then turned to ask Seongjin, Seongjin, do you think I should deal with this guy? Suddenly there's a voice behind you, I can't believe you can become a leader with this nature. Both Kang Do and Hyun turned around in surprise. The sound of footsteps came closer and closer. The image of the person who spoke appeared. A face that looks normal but makes people afraid. Even Seongjin was surprised by the appearance of this person. Taejun was also stunned when he saw the familiar image. This person is the current president of Taesung Cheon. Kang Do and Hyun bowed respectfully. Kang Do, he looked extremely angry, thinking to himself, this old man knows right away that he can't leave his son alone. Damn it! When did you come from? Kang Do's face filled with sweat when he heard Doho ask, Director Shim. What's going on here? Shim Kang Do stammered in response, yes, Seongjin, but no. This newbie guy working under Seongjin but causing trouble. So we're teaching him again. Doho approached, looked at Taejun silently and said nothing. Doho turned around, clasped his hands behind his back and said, "You guys are making too much noise. Stop it." It was truly surprising when Do-ho taught his juniors. One is that we develop with strength as the foundation. Second, we only oppose the strong, not oppress the weak. Third, and most importantly, we are a family, not an organization. Seeing the opportunity has come, Taejun wants to join the gang. "You will prove your ability here," he told Do-ho. 88 Taejun, with his hands tied behind his back, stood up and asked Do-ho, "Please accept me." Kang Do next to him disagrees with that. He is thinking that Taejun is playing tricks in front of the president. But Do-ho called everyone slowly. The uncle is very curious about this guy in front of him. He was a bit surprised. "I wonder where you heard those words from." Do-ho doesn't understand what Taejun is saying. He continued asking, "So how are you going to show your bravery?" Taejun confidently replied, "I will work my way up from the bottom of society, from the weakest to the strongest. I can fight one-on-one, or you can let me fight the two of them too." Next to Kang Do and Whyun, hearing those words was extremely offensive. Do-ho looked a little surprised when he learned that Taejun worked for his son. His eyes were cold, glanced at Seongjin behind him. Do-ho turned around and said, "It's the same everywhere. The greater your power, the greater your responsibility. Even if subordinates make mistakes, the leader will still have to take responsibility. Duty." Do-ho brought the knife in front of Kang Do. He will not be deeply involved in this matter anymore, the entire decision will be in the hands of Kang Do. Kang Do bowed his head and received the knife from the chairman's hand. As for Taejun, he said loudly, "And you have to pay the price for speaking rudely in front of me." Do-ho turned around and reminded, "So try to get out of here alive, who knows? Then, I'll listen to the rest of that crap." Do-ho walked away. Two juniors opened the door for the president. The guys also bowed to show respect for Do-ho. But he doesn't need such elaborate pickups. He advised, "You need to take better care of the people around you, and clean up the unknown pests." The long line of juniors, when they saw Do-ho coming, bowed and sent the president off. Taejun was untied from behind. Taejun patted Seongjin on the shoulder and said, "If this is the president's instruction, then we cannot defeat Shim Kang-do easily. I will know how to stop before things go beyond their limits." Taejun didn't shy away from this guy and started to approach. Seongjin looked at Taejun's back and thought to himself, "He's young, not only is he skilled, but he's also very confident, to the point that he himself can feel it. From the first time we met." Seongjin feels that Taejun has gone beyond himself. This person in front of him makes Seongjin believe in everything he does, that's why Seongjin can't lose Taejun here. Taejun's side is not worried about the upcoming match, his mind is filled with the image of Do-ho and his words, "Try to leave here alive, maybe I'll listen to the rest of the game." That's nonsense. Do-ho probably still remembers Deokbae's sudden death, from then on the burden fell on his shoulders, that pressure invisibly made him impatient. That's why Do-ho forced Seongjin to join and change the organization structure. But no matter what the cause is, Taejun still believes that Do-ho change is due to his own death. "You couldn't do anything," and stood in front of Kang Do. Taejun will definitely leave here alive and see what Do-ho said. God gave this opportunity, Taejun will come to help Do-ho as a father. Taejun puts on his gloves and prepares to fight. Taejun reminded Kang Do, "Take off your shirt, if you fight wearing it like that, it won't be very comfortable." At that moment, someone rushed in and kicked Taejun straight in the body. Kang Do felt that beating Taejun would only dirty his hands, so he called his younger brothers to beat Taejun to death. Taejun doesn't say much, his actions are always hot. With just one punch, the other guy fell to the ground with a thud, directly defeated. Taejun's eyes moved to where Kang Do was standing. "Thank you for the great warm-up just now." Kang Do is angry. "Call your juniors to rush to the council. This person in front of you." Having just been tied up and beaten continuously, it made Taejun's body heavy. That's right, even though he still defeated these moss shrimp easily. But the movement speed is still a bit slow. So Taejun was punched in the face by a guy. But these stainless steel mosquito-like punches cannot stop Taejun. "You are not allowed to be afraid of us." Taejun kicked him straight in the leg, causing him to fall to the ground. Scary face like a demon appearing. Use that guy's face as a practice punching bag. Taejun doesn't miss a single punch, his combo is no different from Deep Fan. The three guys outside were scared when they saw this scene. He asked who was the next guy up. Kang Deokbae held an iron weight in his hand and angrily cursed his juniors. You guys are outnumbered, but you couldn't kill the rat. What are these idiots standing there doing? Without realizing it, the name Kang Deokbae came from behind Taejun. He held an iron barbell and slammed it directly into Taejun's head. Taejun's mind became dizzy. Even though I tried to throw a punch to kill Kang Deokbae, but Taejun's eyes gradually dimmed. He fainted directly on the floor. Kang Deokbae didn't understand what was going on. Somehow this guy who was moving normally just now almost punched him in the face. Why did you faint? Kang Deokbae saw the value of this guy. He intended to use iron weights to hit Taejun again, causing him to die, to avoid future consequences. Just as he was about to make a move, Seongjin approached and held his hand and told him everything should stop here. Seongjin reasoned that he could not stand by and watch his superior kill someone like that. Besides, if the president knew about it, it wouldn't be very pleasant. Let me help you clean up and deal with this guy Ly Taejun. Kang Deokbae gritted his teeth and couldn't do anything else, but accepted that this would end here. Kang Deokbae turned around. He doesn't let everything be left to Seongjin because the chairman has already given him all the decision-making power. He advised Seongjin to take care of business, and Taejun, he would handle it. There's no other way. Seongjin bowed his head and left this place. Taejun was knocked unconscious and was put in the back compartment of the car. Even though his hands were shaking, he was still not beaten to death. But the back of the trunk is already designed. It's no different from a crematorium. As soon as the car starts, the worm automatically burns to death inside. But those guys couldn't believe that Taejun wouldn't burn to death in the trunk of the car. He was rescued. The other guy answered the phone and reported the situation to his superiors. It's none other than Taeha. He's been missing for a while now, because he was arranged here. At Seongjin's office. Before going to meet Kang Deokbae, Taejun stood in front of his disciples. Even though I don't know their names, I just went through a battle with these people. Taejun thanks them very much. However, perhaps from now on, I can't lead you guys anymore. These guys' faces were covered in sweat when they heard Taejun's words. They stammered, wanting to ask again what Taejun had just said. The reason is that from today, I will leave the group and cut ties with the organization. The current situation is extremely tense. So it will be difficult for Taejun to stand side by side with his brothers on the next path. So, Taejun hopes everyone will continue to work under Seongjin. And he will come back too, but not now. Taejun also asked Seokdae to pay attention to these younger brothers for him. Before leaving here. Taejun was also given some money and a car by Seongjin to help him get around. Seokdae looked a bit shy and said to Taejun before leaving, I also want to apologize to you for everything. Taejun patted Seokdae on the shoulder and said, it's okay, I understand. Just be confident. We will meet again soon. On this side, Taeha was already sitting in the car waiting for Taejun. Then he asked Taejun, Taeha, are you done saying goodbye? Especially the name Seokdae, although he doesn't show it on his face, he must have considered Taejun a brother. Taeha has also arranged the escape vehicle. Fortunately, this ceremony company is under Kang Deokbae, so it's easier to deceive them. Just give them some money and that's it. Seongjin is worried about what Taejun is doing. This matter can let Seongjin come forward to solve everything, without having to go to the extent that Taejun is acting out. But Taejun confidently replied, there's no need to worry. There's safety equipment in the car in case something goes wrong. I'll be fine. Hearing that, Seongjin was silent for a few seconds, then apologized again because this time he owed him a favor. Taejun still calmly replied, what's the point in calculating, we're a family. These two words family made Seongjin smile. Seongjin also advised, from now on, learn to use the phone. If you want to contact my uncle, you have to call Taeha. Seongjin continued, I have my number saved in your phone, keep in touch with me through that number. Here, everyone is doing this too. Suddenly someone said to save my number too. Make all eyes an A, mouth an O, look to the side. Keelman scratched his head in confusion. What are those people surprised about? You have to change yourself if you want to avenge your brothers, right? Back to the present. The black car drove away. Keelman is driving. He asked Taeha, where are they going? Taeha called to Keelman, let's go back to base first, then take him to the hospital. It's too dangerous to hang around here. Taeha has already given first aid to Taejun. So the situation is still fine. Taejun was taken to the hospital, so lucky to still be alive. But it will take a long time to wake up, because the blow to the head is too strong. Keelman goes with Taeha. While walking, he said, just as I predicted, a guy like him can't die easily. I heard you have to recruit more people. Keelman looked around and asked suspiciously, but are you sure you can find it in this area? Taeha was holding her phone while following Google Map and replied, it's true that there's only name and age. It's true that it's a bit difficult to find, but the map leads right to this place. Keelman grumbles like this, when will he find someone, or should he just ask the people here? Taeha's face was still plugged into the phone, then replied, going around here will only make things more complicated. Don't you understand what reconnaissance is? Don't run around talking nonsense and causing trouble. So be quiet and keep it a secret. Don't always think that strength is the best. Keelman seemed angry at Taeha's words, his eyes looked like he wanted to grab Taeha's head and punch him. But looking back, seeing that look, Taeha was completely different. Sweat. Cold and scared, he apologized, you pig, Taeha correct me. Didn't you say we're friends and friends shouldn't fight, right? Or do it like this. I'll do it my way, and you'll do it your way. So, the two split up to work. Taeha then go search and ask the elders, because it might be safer. As for Keelman, go find the bullies in the area to ask quickly. The results are searched from morning to night. When returning to the car, then Taeha saw this Keelman guy sitting and eating bread. Then, he said, at least the truth can help us restore our religion. Although I couldn't find any useful information, I did find a place that sells delicious bread. Very much. Taeha, I'm speechless with this fat guy, but Taeha himself hasn't made any progress. At least, they should be able to identify his face. The name Keelman heard that the name they were looking for was very old. This guy wondered, how domineering is that guy that we have to personally go find him? Taeha leans back, closes her eyes, and rests. You don't know anymore, so eat less and go to bed early. Tomorrow, we have to keep looking. Keelman was surprised to hear that they had to sleep in the car, but there was no other way. Who knows how long it would take them to find him? First, rest. Keelman was shaking with anger, but couldn't do anything about Taeha's words. Stop complaining and go to sleep. My friend, friends shouldn't fight, right, my friend? Keelman could only say, this damn guy. Outside, a stranger passed by, and whoever continued, that person did it his own way. Keelman cursed silently as he walked. Damn! Is he really in this area? If I can't find him today, I'll probably give up. Keelman entered a gangster's office. Before seeing anyone, he saw Keelman's voice echoing inside. Will the damn old man come out here right away? Making two people wonder who it was. Keelman walked inside with an impatient voice. Who asked, where is your boss? Big brother is sitting. I'm extremely curious, this pig suddenly appeared here, who is it? Keelman scratched his ears and didn't care what he said. The big brother seemed to recognize Keelman. Are you the guy who has been messing around with shoes all over the place for the past few days? That's funny, I was wondering what kind of person you are. The big brother sat on the chair, folded his arms, smiled, and ordered his younger brothers sitting to teach this pig a lesson. But Keelman doesn't bother anyone, he breaks his arm right when the engine is hot, wanting to fight a little. I hope you guys can give me the answers I want. Over here, Taeha is still searching for little by little, every suspicious name he has crossed out on the notebook. It's really difficult, if Taejun doesn't wake up then they won't have any clue. Taeha's eyes glanced slightly, someone was watching behind her. He ran quickly into a small alley, the man in black suddenly saw Taeha speed up, he quickly chased him into the alley. But the guy in black doesn't have anyone here. Suddenly Tae appeared behind the other guy. You spoke up, making him a little startled. You think I don't know? Are you following me? Tae continued to ask, tell me, who sent you here? Tae also secretly thought, could it be that Kang Deokbae and the others already knew everything? The other guy said nothing and attacked Tae directly. But Tae is not an anonymous person either. He lowered his head and easily dodged the punch while attacking the man in black and said, I should have asked you this question, you are the dogs looking for the master, right? Punches continued to be thrown, but none of them landed. Tae did not attack back, because he thought there seemed to be some misunderstanding here, but he did mention his master, maybe it was the person he was looking for. But the other guy didn't think this was a misunderstanding, because Tae was the one who went with that fat guy. Still not understanding what was going on, Tae was punched right in the face. Blood flowed from my nose but I didn't dare wipe it away. He continued, at first we just thought GYM was just their hobby, but they are really strong, if anyone attacked them, they would be dead. Perhaps the guy fighting Tae right now is the guy in what those guys said. Before that, Seongjin had a phone conversation with Taejun. Seongjin held a piece of paper in his hand and said, I have found the person you asked for. Now I have his name and the area where he lives. Is that okay? Indeed, Seongjin not knowing the existence of the previous generation is the best way to turn this game around. If I meet you, everything will definitely be okay. The name that Taejun wants to find. And these past few days the two Keelmen. And Tae is looking for, the name is Park Deesun. Tae defeated the man in black. You are still very kind and slowly ask about yourself. Go. You know what? What are you doing that makes you look like a gangster? Tae looking out the alley, saw 4 other masked people coming. This is becoming more and more troublesome for Tae. Reflecting on the past a bit, at the cathedral, witnesses to love they are Dokbae. He attended this wedding ceremony as a father, not as a big brother or boss like in a corporation. Deokbae went out and called, you idiot, where are you? Then the other side asked again. Is the wedding over, Dad? Wiping away the blood from his mouth, he continued, I'm ready. Doho must be very disappointed in you, right? Deokbae doesn't know what his son is doing. Deesun alone defeated a group of gangsters when he heard this news. Deokbae could only hold his head in frustration and ask again, are they from the Taesung gang? Deesun doesn't know, but it's just those guys who did it. Deokbae sighed, you should have paid closer attention then. He apologizes for causing his son more hardship. Sitting in the back seat after dealing with those guys, Deesun did not accept that apology. He felt like he wasn't tired at all. Simply because he likes to protect his family like this. Deokbae reminds Doho that he's married, he can't stay like this forever. Deesun does not consider it a big problem. For you, if you get married and have children, you will have to add more protection. He doesn't want that. To him, this Taesung family is everything in life. After this, Deokbae will retire and rest in old age. Doho will have to take care of his wife and children, his own family. If both of you are really that happy, then Deesun can rest assured to open a GYM room, just like what I have always wished for. Then, that is your happiness. Taejun has woken up. He was confused and didn't know where he was. He held his head in pain from the sneak attack that hit his head so painfully. Taejun realized that if he lay here, it would mean he had lost the battle. His hands clenched tightly and he was extremely angry. He couldn't believe it, an opportunity with Doho's appearance that Taejun himself missed. The nurse outside also realized that Taejun had woken up after being in a coma. The nurse immediately called the doctor to check on the patient's situation. At the same time, Tae alone was able to defeat 4 guys, which is really unexpected. Tae twisted his neck to relieve fatigue and said, stop here, it's all you guys who caused the trouble. The phone vibrated, Tae answered, hello, are you just waking up now? I know, I'll be right there, right here. I don't want to fight, I just want to get this masked guy's number so that we can meet again next time. We will both talk about Park Deesun, but if we want to meet again, we must first know each other's faces. Tae pulled down the mask of the masked man. and gave the phone back to him. Since we borrowed the phone number earlier, Tae said, we're not those people, so let's keep in touch, and can you keep today's secret for me? Yes, Park Daesun is taking over this area, his GM training group has taken care of all the guys here. Tae suddenly puts on a hat and mask. Taejun saw the strange behavior and immediately asked what was going on. He was startled and just said that maybe Taesung could give it to a few guys. It's okay to hang around here, but actually, he's afraid that the GYM group will see his face and call someone to come beat him up. And if Park Daesun was still there, maybe the organization wouldn't be as rotten as it is now. First of all, just listen to what's going on first. The group of 3 of them went to the gym's practice room. Taejun was enthusiastically welcomed and guided to register for GYM. There's no need to talk about Keelman fighting. He had a broken neck but still stepped forward, cracked his knuckles and said, "Is this how you welcome guests? What are you thinking, calling him a delinquent?" Taejun was a bit surprised. Keelman already fought with these guys. Tae on this side is still hiding behind. He thought to himself, they already recognized it anyway, so there was no need to disguise themselves anymore. I need to explain to them the current situation. Taejun stood up to make peace. I think there's a bit of a misunderstanding here. We came here to meet the boss of this place, not to cause any trouble. From afar, a voice said, "Who are you?" In the room stepped a tall young man. He claims to be the owner of this place. What's wrong? He is the GYM manager, his name is Lee Taejun. Taejun was a bit skeptical. He asked again, "Are you the boss here?" "I heard that the boss's name is Park Daesun." Taejun said he was his acquaintance. But Dong Cheol found Taejun's face very strange, he had never seen it before. Taejun decided to take things slowly. If he was too hasty, he would make mistakes again. Taejun knelt down on one knee and said, "I heard the story about the Taesung Gang in the past. I wanted to join the Taesung Gang because I had no family. But the Taesung Gang is so different now. I want to change the Taesung Gang back to how it used to be with my own hands." This meeting was exactly like when father and son first met. Daesun probed, "What did you hear about Taesung's gang?" "No, they're just fucking gangsters, what?" Taejun did not deny that. But the Taesung Gang that you personally know are the ones who dare to stand up against the strong, protect the weak, and the boss is called the Godfather, not the president like now. You're really young and you won't be able to do anything. I know you've tried very hard with that nonsense story. I don't understand what you've been imagining but just believe it. Let's go. Everything you do is useless in front of Taesung. He also didn't know how much Taejun understood about him. But now Daesun no longer has anything to do with that organization. As he spoke, he lifted up one of his legs. The legs were severed, now only one prosthetic leg remains. Taejun is still kneeling there. You don't care what Daesun looks like now. But you won't give up. You'll come back here again. Couldn't find a solution. The 3 went out to drink. Keelman doesn't think that old man is that strong, so let's forget about him and continue working towards our goal. If not, we can temporarily use some of them here. I took care of everything. Tae was still staring at the phone. Tae stood up and left, just saying he had something to do. Meanwhile, Taejun sat absent-mindedly, closing his eyes and thinking. Like Keelman said, Daesun is probably much weaker now. But it was Daesun who was closest to Doho. He is the person who knows the organization's internal affairs best. And most of all, is there anyone in this world who can break Daesun's leg? Don't say Daesun is treason. Seeing Taejun's dazed expression, Keelman thought he was discouraged, so he stood up to get some more wine to leave Taejun alone to think. At the same time, Dong Cheol also came, walked over to pour wine and sat down next to Taejun. He asked curiously, I heard you say you would destroy and change the Taesung decade. Is that right? But he realized that they weren't the gangsters who were hunting their teacher. You said you really want to join Taesung, I believe you know where my master belongs. But if now suddenly someone said they were going to attack the organization right in front of you, would you leave it alone? Dong Cheol pulled out a knife from his pocket, pressed close to Taejun and asked him to follow them. This side is the guy with brown hair. If you want to save your master, you want Tae, please help them. Then after hearing Daesung's words, he was drinking alone. Seeing Dongcheol's actions, Taejun was angry and asked, doing this means Daesung is still in Taesung's gang? Is all of this Daesung's instruction? The knife is always next to me. Taejun looked to the side and saw Keelman was also surrounded by 3 other guys. Tae was standing listening to the brown-haired man say, he wants to save his teacher. The truth is that there are now 2 boxing gyms, one is the gym that Taejun, Tae, and Chan saw earlier in the morning. There, the brown-haired himself is the coach, and Dongcheol is the manager. There, the guys who attacked Tae before were his students. Tae was a little confused as to why those guys were so aggressive and reckless. Obviously he hadn't done anything yet. The other guy replied that they thought he came because of the remaining gym. At this time, Tae and Keelman were also taken to the second practice room. This place is no different from a boxing ring. But Taejun finds it too confusing. Dongcheol turned around with an annoyed face. I'm very uncomfortable with your way of talking without knowing anything. When my teacher is not here. First, I will correct your attitude. But now Taejun can't stand it anymore. I want them to bring Daesung here first, before Taejun blows this place up. When the 3 juniors heard such arrogant words, they immediately rushed forward. Dongcheol clearly expressed his intentions, we have no intention of taking you to see my master anyway. Cheol Min and Taejun's heads began to lean back against each other, preparing to fight. Taejun said you can use all your strength this time. This is also something that Cheol Min is extremely interested in. Face to face with Dongcheol, the other guy took a boxing stance and prepared to fight. He commented that compared to Taejun, this fat guy in front of him seemed more dangerous. Cheol Min laughed and replied, you little dog. You really have eyes for people. In the deep alley, Tae's conversation is still going on. They didn't know where the gangsters heard the rumors, but more and more guys came to this place. In addition, sometimes Daesung also searches for talented people on its own. That's why this neighborhood is so quiet. According to the name brown hair, knowing that at first, Daesung and Dongcheol will go around the neighborhood to find useful names. THWACKN of course, at first, they fought back fiercely. After a long period of selection, the people in the box are the essence of the master. However, those who are truly good and talented, Daesung will intentionally keep by their side. Taejun is alone and easily defeats all 3 of them. Seeing them get beaten but still able to stand up, he felt that the qualifications and potential of these people were very great. It was even stronger than he himself thought. It's true that Daesung's quality juniors are different. He also realized that he didn't seem strong enough to defeat all these trained guys. Even Daesung has to recognize Dongcheol's outstanding skills and strength. On this side, Taejun has also finished dealing with the juniors. Taejun replied, it turns out you don't know how to talk either. Looks like fighting you will be difficult. With lightning speed, Taejun rushed in and threw a punch to end everything here. Obviously, it hit Dongcheol's face. Yet he was okay, he threw his fist back at Taejun. This punch surprised Taejun because of its speed. Taejun had to frown and confirm that. He is stronger than what you think. However, there are still loopholes after lightning attacks. With his combat experience, and was about to land on Dongcheol's face, when a voice came from behind. At this moment, Daesung must also recognize Taejun's potential. The scene changed to Tae. He scratched his head and said, you mean Park Daesung is still part of Taesung's gang and this place is a place to train Taesung's strength? That's how it sounds. Tae realized something, so he was quite panicked, pointing at the brown-haired guy. So aren't you also in Taesung's gang? But why do you tell me things like this? Daesung went down the stairs and approached Taejun. In addition to testing Taejun's skills with the battle just now, he wanted to know the purpose of Taejun's approach. But with this level of skill, he is sure, you can't do anything you want. What really matters is your attitude. If you want to correct Taesung like what you said, just being strong is not enough. Because I will destroy the Taesung you always admired. I will kill all the gangsters related to that place. The secret was gradually revealed. The brown-haired man patted Tae's shoulder and said, Master trained the bosses in reality just to deceive Taesung. Daesung's real purpose is revenge. The brown-haired guy hopes that if Tiha's group of people are not gangsters, please help us. It's hard to believe that brothers who have passed away would say such things. Daesung wants to kill that guy Cheol Duho, and wanted to ask if Taejun would agree to join him. Taejun's expression darkened when he heard those words. Face to face with each other. It must be the others who would probably pee their pants with this scary atmosphere. Taejun doesn't care much. He wanted to ask before, who did that to your leg? But Daesung turned away without answering. Why should I answer you? If you don't want to join this old man, you can leave. Taejun shouted, is it the organization's doing? So that's why you want to take down Taesung, right? Daesung angrily turned back and picked up Taejun's collar. He angrily said directly to Taejun's face, don't joke with me. Do you think I do everything just because of this lame leg? Taejun remained extremely calm and said, are you saying that the organization has absolutely no responsibility in this matter? Daesung's eyes became more terrifying than ever. But so did Taejun. Determination also appeared in his eyes. Seeing that, he released his hand and praised a boy just over 20 years old. You're really brave, kid. I don't know why you're interested in an old man's legs. But if you're truly curious, become someone you can trust. If you can do it, then maybe I will happily tell you everything. A while later, at a house, Cheol Min was touching his chin after Dongcheol's painful blowout. Seeing Taejun laughing, Cheol Min said embarrassedly, don't look at me with those eyes. I was just a little careless. Dog. Do you really want me to return to that old man's command? Taejun replied, that's right, you've witnessed Dongcheol's power, right? The strength of the guys under my command is equally impressive and I need your help too. Chol raised his lips and replied, okay. I will do everything to crush Taesung, but I also want to get revenge on that guy with bowl-shaped eyebrows. I punched my chin and it really hurt. Tiha explained, I heard that you guys went to Park Daesung's boxing gym. That's right, that place is called Box. At the same time, Tiha also brought along his brown-haired friend. His name is Yang Junseok. He will tell us more information about the box. After hearing the whole story, Cheol Min couldn't believe that place was so organized. If so, are the guys in the box all Taesung guys? Brown Hair said, it's not really like that, although most of them are Taesung's people or thugs who want to join the organization, but recently there have been people who have agreed to secretly join Daesung, namely 10 the person Taejun met the other day. They were people who already had a grudge against Taesung, but it was only when they met their master that they were truly motivated to protest. But now we have lost contact and do not know where they are. This is considered a failure. That's why Master Daesung spends more training with the remaining 10 people. Taejun couldn't keep calm because if he did, Daesung would be no different than pushing everyone to death. Junseok panically explained, it couldn't be said that it was because the master was willing to do it by all of them, they all did it voluntarily because they all had a grudge against Taesung. Cheol was also a bit wondering why does Junseok know so much, why doesn't he become a member of So Box? Since you're a coach, you must be pretty good at fighting, right? Junseok's face was slightly lowered, his voice was a bit choked as he said, because I still have a family. They don't accept that in the box. Junseok still has his mother, but my mother became seriously ill while I was still in school, so I couldn't afford to pay for the hospital. That's why I borrowed money. The gangsters, but when you just paid the principal plus a little interest before, then they doubled their profits. Junseok knew but couldn't do anything. Junseok shouldn't have gotten involved with them in the first place. And then everything went further and further out of the control of a child like him. The boss was sitting above him contemptuously and said, do whatever you want, I won't stop you. But the money alone is already $3,000. You know that if she can't pay her hospital bills, she'll go out, right? Junseok was angry at that threat. He stopped kneeling and stood up. He challenged him to try that, I would call the police. I will denounce you for usury and property seizure. Where does Kang Deokbae come from? Hearing those words, what's the point of him challenging a brat like you? Just do it and let me see if anything changes. Kang Deokbae went around today to check, but he found that none of them were working. Kang Deokbae asked who this guy was. And when Kang Do learned about Junseok's achievements, he seemed quite surprised. He began to manipulate the other person's psychology, first giving him money to pay off his debt. Then use sweet words like "you've worked hard for us, but you shouldn't quit your job suddenly like that. Well, let this guy clear your debt and help you make a lot of money. Please. You just need to do one thing. There's a dog that doesn't please me very much. You just need to scare him, just hold the knife, then lightly cut his leg. You won't kill him, right? So feel free to cut it." Because it was a last resort, Junseok accepted that mission. Thinking back, Junseok thought that if he had thought more clearly at that time, he might have found a way out for himself. That's something you should never do. You can't get involved in this case. Junseok holds a knife and rushes straight towards the target. But there was a junior who stopped him. He was captured at the battle and was preparing to be beaten so his father could ask who sent him to assassinate him. Where did Daesun and Dongcheol come from to relieve Junseok? They also came forward to solve everything for Junseok. Daesun personally brought Junseok to meet Kang Do. Daesun personally brought Junseok to meet Kang Do. Daesun gets straight to the point, not asking but announcing, "I will take this kid away. As for the interest, I will cancel all his debts." Kang Do was a bit surprised because he didn't understand why Daesun did that. "Do you know this kid?" Daesun isn't familiar with it, but seeing that Kang Do's way of working is a bit smelly, he feels uncomfortable. This Kang Do guy has no respect for Daesun goat at all. He trams a cigarette, then stood up and approached the surface of the Daesun dike. Blowing a breath of smoke straight at him, he said that with a disabled leg like this, you should know where your limits are. "Do you believe that you will die without the president knowing anything?" Daesun has been fighting in society all his life. He is not the type of person who is easily provoked. He turned to leave and said, "I will consider that you agree with my demands and I will give you Shim director, a little advice." "Ah no, you're the son of a bitch Shim Kang Do. If you only know how to oppress others like this, you'll be at the bottom of society, poor Hong." Kang Do couldn't keep calm and cursed Daesun straight in the face. He advised, "If you want to live the rest of your life, shut your mouth. Damn it. And thanks to Daesun's help, I have the opportunity to rebuild my life from the beginning." Junseok also added that some of the people he trained at the GYM had a grudge against Taesung, but they still had families they needed to protect in order to enter the box. Daesun only accepts people who are completely alone and have no family. Taejun suddenly remembered Daesun's words before, "If you get married and have children, you will have even more things to protect." Taeho wondered, "So why didn't you tell him to stop?" Junseok immediately replied, "Master is currently fighting for Taesung's victims, but with the current situation, Taesung must have realized our intentions. It's not natural that the spies would disappear. Such a strange story. Even if the purpose was discovered like that, the others could still escape, but as the leader of the box, Daesun would have to take full responsibility for that." He crossed his arms and thought, perhaps first he would have to get closer to Daesun, then he would improvise. Taejun feels lucky, because Daesun is still the same as before, and now it's time for him to take action to convince Daesun. The next day, Taejun's men were summoned to the base. Dongcheol stood in front of all members of the box and announced that from now on these people will join the box with us. Surely you guys already knew about their strength yesterday. Please give this monster a big round of applause. Taejun happily introduced himself, very happy to meet and talk side by side with everyone. Taejun continued to say, "As everyone knows, Taesung Group operates with the principle of strength as its foundation. I'm sure Master understands this better than anyone. We must be very strong to be able to defeat the enemy Chung. I believe that to do that, we need to clearly distinguish between top and bottom." Taejun's words made Taeha hold his head and sweat. "Because I don't understand what the hell that guy is talking about." Taejun made a suggestion, as seen yesterday. "Okay, I'm sure everyone knows who the superior is. There's only one person who can't watch the whole match. I don't know if you like it or not, but I just want to know clearly who is stronger. Master here and Dongcheol, what do you think, if we continue what we left unfinished?" Taejun smiled sinisterly before his eyes. He wanted himself and Daesun to get a little closer together. Dongcheol was silent, not knowing what to say. Daesun spoke up exactly as I thought, it's really arrogant to have some ability. If you keep behaving like that, I don't care how strong you are. Master, I want to join the fight. The rest are being incited by him, and if we want to accompany Lee Taejun in the future, I think we need to determine who is the leader. The gloves were already on. Taeha beside him started to whine like always. This crazy guy, every time you say don't worry, it's like you're going to cause trouble. Let's see. Taejun remained calm, while preparing to fight. Isn't this the way you want it? Just relax. The situation isn't as bad as you're thinking. On the contrary, Min was extremely excited about this match. He enthusiastically cheered for Taejun. Go ahead and avenge me, you rude brat. Taejun saw that, smiled and thanked Min for encouraging him. The battle started. The one who attacked first was Dongcheol. Taejun still defended solidly as always. Dongcheol attacks continuously with the thought, I can't let everyone here down, I have to win this ranking battle. Remembering yesterday's situation, Dongcheol realized that Taejun intentionally revealed an opening. But the real purpose is to put him in a close combat position. From then on, the loophole will be revealed and the opponent will be defeated. Dongcheol feels that even though Taejun is young, his combat experience and strength are really great. Dongcheol attacks, while still keeping a safe distance from Taejun. Every time Taejun gets close, another jaw attack is launched. If you don't step back to avoid it, you'll definitely get this attack. That's right, Taejun stepped back to avoid that attack, but his foot kicked straight into Dongcheol's stomach. Dongcheol was surprised and couldn't believe Taejun could do that. Now it was Taejun's turn to counterattack, initially with distracting punches. But if you throw a really strong kick, even if you can block it, it will still be quite painful. Daesung stood outside and watched attentively, not taking his eyes off for a moment. But this battle is really outing. Taejun reminded his opponent, do you think you can read me? You are still immature. If you fight thinking that your opponent only has one strategy, then you are sure to lose. I'm here. Dongcheol got angry, because he was fighting but Taejun still had time to talk like that. A punch was thrown, but Taejun easily dodged it. Again. He called out to Taejun, don't confuse fighting with real boxing. The series of attacks continued. Unfortunately they were all in the air. He no longer dodged the attack, but raised his hands to block his opponent's hook attack. Taeja and Min were also very surprised on the outside. Daesung watched attentively. He acknowledged that Taejun was extremely good, but he was too arrogant. If you had a chance to attack like that, you should have ended the match immediately. What you're doing now is literally a fight. And when you get into a fight, you can use whatever method you want to win. At this time, Taejun no longer dodged, but grabbed his opponent's wrist tightly, causing him to fall face down on the floor. Taejun said, if you keep fighting like this and expect to win, it's a dream. Provocative words are thrown. What kind of training did you do that makes you weaker today than yesterday? Followed by consecutive slaps to Dongcheol's face. When the members outside saw this scene, they were sweating profusely. Taejun was like a teacher who both beat and taught. He was too excited. If you're so hot-tempered like this, you won't be able to express anything properly. You must know how to turn anger into strength. Why are you being so hasty? Taeha and Min were also stunned after Taejun's words. Still the teachings echoed in the room. Don't use your power like that, the most important thing is balance. When Daesung heard that sentence, his face suddenly changed color. He remembered the past. When I was young, practicing with my godfather, they succumbed to that power. Godfather Deokbae once taught, learning is never too much, you must also know how to apply it in practice. Standing on sand will be more difficult than standing on the floor, so when fighting, you must know how to use balance to take advantage of your opponent's strength. Balance is not just when fighting, but you must also learn how to balance in your life in the future too. Godfather Deokbae advised, fortunately both of you have different personalities, so remember to always take care of and help each other, you hear? It's exactly like the way Taejun is knocking Dongcheol down on the stage. There is no way to resist the opponent. Taejun used his head to hit his opponent's face. On this side, the gang meeting just ended. He felt unfair that his portion was not so small. So what will your family get to eat? This sentence made Kang Deokbae stand up angrily, cursing that this guy is doing drugs. He made a little money so now he doesn't know who's up and what's down. That Jo Ilgwang didn't care about what Kang Deokbae said, he leaned back. Later, he raised his middle finger and concluded with a sentence. Green, without money and power, you will only be at the bottom of society. Jae Yunhak, sitting on the side, also acknowledged that Ilgwang's words were correct. In this Taesung group, only the strong are on top and that person's voice has weight. Woo Hyun didn't participate in this debate, so he just sat still and didn't say anything. Yunha continued to say, Director Shim. Don't worry about profits anymore, pay more attention to the company's internal management. Recently, I heard that Seongjin has been causing some noise. Worth it. Speaking of this, Kang Deokbae got angry again and cursed, that son of a bitch Seongjin. One person spoke up to remind Kang Deokbae, after all, he is the son of the previous president, as well as the leaky younger brother of the current president, so don't overstep the limit. Just like always, if you have any problems, just improve your own strength first. Let's end this story here. After hearing that sentence, Kang Deokbae's face changed color, always see clearly. At the parking lot, the junior was waiting for Kang Deokbae first. Inside, the anger still hasn't subsided, there are still angry thoughts filled with bastards who only know how to stand on power. But do you know what enhancing strength is? We're all gangsters together, so why do we have to act so noble? If there was a limit like what those guys just mentioned, then Kang Deokbae would just need to send a few brats to take care of them all at once, like always. Kang Deokbae angrily ordered his juniors to go straight to the box. At the box, daily training, making Chol unable to bear it anymore. Taeha also couldn't keep up with the speed of the people here. Even though Taejun is the winner, he can be the leader to replace Dongcheol, but Taejun still lets him be the manager, because if the manager changes suddenly like that, there will be some chaos here, and Dongcheon is also very strong. Taejun admitted that yesterday's victory itself was just a part of luck. Daesun was thinking to himself, I thought he wanted to mix up the whole box, but I didn't expect him to think so deeply. Daesun asked Taejun, then why did you have to make such a fuss yesterday? Taejun replied, didn't you tell me, become someone you can trust? Now you believe in my strength? Daesun, I can't believe that Taejun is such a stubborn person. If so, then I also have a request for Taejun. Daesun said, if you want to know my story, then I have to know about you first. Taejun did not hesitate to say directly, I heard it from Coach Jun Suk. The intention to destroy Taesung did not come from the master himself but from the desire for revenge of everyone in the box. Daesun confirmed that to be true. That revenge does not come from you personally. Daesun saw that Taejun seemed quite curious about this. He started asking, do you know what kind of person the first president of Taesung was? No, he's Deokbae. He is our father and also owns the leading empire. There is only one organization that can compete with Taesung. All the brothers in the family want me to investigate the death of my godfather, but Daesan doesn't need to investigate to know for sure that bastard Sangshin of the Taesung Gang was involved. If you know the enemy, then take revenge. Everyone in the family is waiting for Doho's final decision. Let children like them be able to avenge their father. Daesun seemed mad and said loudly, I promise to kill that bastard Sangshin myself. Doho knows that, even he himself is angry to the point of going crazy, but I hope you will understand, I don't want us to continue to shed blood like during Dad's era. And I don't want to lose any more family members. Doho said as tears fell from his eyes. Hearing this, Daesun could only smile sadly. The argument between the two cousins grew bigger and bigger. Doho wants to protect his family in a safe way, not wanting anyone to leave, while Daesun insists on avenging his godfather. Doho wants Daesun to wait more, but Daesun cannot wait. If this continues, they will continue to attack our people. To him, this organization was a family, but the two of them were the only children of the godfather. Daesun doesn't want to let a married person like Doho get involved in this matter. So Daesun decided to take revenge alone, despite Doho's advice that if Daesun acted alone, it would push the corporation to the brink of collapse. The War Corps is a detachment under the Taesung group commanded by Daesun. They immediately went to the Songhyon Gang's base to take revenge. But when the whole group kicked the door in, there was no one there. Look back behind. Then Sanction stood behind, without the slightest fear and said, "Your father died so no one taught you how to behave?" He's not afraid, simply because people from the Taesung gang have surrounded this place. Taesung also did not flinch. He shouted loudly, calling for the army to rush forward and kill them all. Although the war corps was small, it had the advantage. They defeated them one by one. Standing aside to observe, Sanction also had to exclaim, "The war corps is truly the legendary reputation that people say. You guys can build a sea, it's true." If you had been at the hotel at that time, Old Kong probably wouldn't have died. With only 7 or 8 people, the war corps would have defeated all the juniors here. Sanction doesn't want to kill talented people, so he wants to recruit Taesung under his command. Of course that spring didn't happen. Taesung's strength is not only there is also a group of juniors who come, they take the cold goods and play for him to fight. But that might not be able to defeat the war god Taesung. However, it is unbelievable that there is a traitor in the war legion. And then Taesung failed and was captured. At this time, Doho's people also arrived. As soon as I walked in, I saw my younger brother Taesung lying on the ground. Doho's face is as green as a banana leaf. Doho calmly spoke up, "It's okay to stop. We'll go to war if you keep this up." He doesn't care. Raising his stick, he leaned in front of Taesung Dike, then swung a chop at Taesung's leg, causing him to scream in pain. Falling into this forced situation to save the life of Taesung's younger brother. There is no other way. Doho must lower his ego, kneel before Sanction, apologize in front of all his juniors and admit all the mistakes are his own. And at that time, the Legion fought, and those who did not die were disabled. The pain is not for this leg, but for everyone in the War Legion. Taesung will never forget that feud. Taejun was about to ask something, but Taesung interrupted him. He continued, "He is definitely a member of the War Corps. Will never be bought by a trash guy like Sanction." At that time he said. Taesung's next words made Taejun stunned. "It wasn't Sanction who chopped off my legs, it was that bastard Cheol Doho, and those trashy Taesungs who did it. And the kids at the box right now are just fronts. When the time is ripe, he will send his troops to directly attack Taesung once headquarters." Murderous intent began to surround Taesung's body. He said, "No matter what price I have to pay, I must kill that hypocrite Kyan Doho and destroy Taesung. Now, I will do everything to avenge my father, as well as the entire army." This is the end of the story, not to mention that familiar tone and demeanor. It's similar to what the Godfather said. "What kind of devil are you?" Taejun was speechless at this moment, not knowing how to answer. Taesung kept asking, "Say, what the hell are you?" Taejun wondered what to say. In his mind there was a conflict. Doho with Taesung gang? How is that possible? Taesung said it was all because of Doho. If that's true, why would Doho do that to its brothers? I don't know where to start anymore. Will Taesung listen to Seongjin's story? But before that, if I said I was Kang Deokbae, would he believe me? But if I don't say anything, the situation will get worse. Taejun prepares to reveal his identity. Then Dongcheol rushed in. "Master, the boxing room just called, I think someone from headquarters is coming here." Keelman gritted his teeth in fear. What the hell is going on? We almost ate shit, don't tell me they know we're here. Taejun, on the other hand, calmly said, "It's okay, we just got here not long ago, let's see how the situation goes." The three of them watched from afar. Shin Kang-do arrogantly walked in with a sarcastic voice. "What's wrong with the facilities here? This place must be costing a lot of money from headquarters. Anyway, you guys hid this place really well. I don't know where to look, but luckily there's this guy who's a representative at that boxing room." At this time, Shin Kang-do's right hand placed firmly on Junseok's shoulder. He smirked. "This guy's attitude is like shit, it's ruining my image." Taesung calmly said, "Do you need more manpower? I haven't heard any announcement from headquarters." Kang-do turned around and Sang Trin solemnly announced, "From now on, the group has given the right to take initiative in human resources to the executives, old man." Before the others came and took away all the useful people, I had to rush here. The only crime is that finding the address of this place is too difficult. Are these guys all you have? Isn't that a bit too little? As he spoke, he punched a few times on the chest of the tall, dark-looking junior standing next to him. Daesung immediately chased away. Today is a day off, the other members will come tomorrow. So please come back later. Kang Deokbae is not easy to believe. He punched his junior hard in the chest. Warning, on a day off, this bastard is still so enthusiastic about training, old man. We will take these guys away. There are 10 guys, it's a bit small, but whatever, it's better to be distorted than nothing. Dong Cheol quickly interrupted, wait. These guys haven't been properly trained yet. Daesung raised his hand to signal Dong Cheol, don't act rashly. He said, tomorrow, please come back. If we send back to headquarters those who do not meet the requirements, the box's position will also be affected. Kang Deokbae still refuses to stop, or should I test the strength of the remaining guys? Today was like shit, that's why I had to come here. As he said, his foot hit the guy's face with his elbow. Juniors. Daesung's face darkened. Kang Deokbae saw his face filled with murderous intent. Then stopped. Then moved closer, telling Daesung another option. That's for him to replace his juniors. Kang Deokbae still doesn't understand why Cheol's president still keeps a disabled old man like Daesung by his side. Furthermore, he is currently still training human resources to contribute to the headquarters. But now, he wants to develop his own strength, so he wants to confront Daesung and arrest him before sending the kids back to headquarters. He must give an hour's notice. Daesung mentioned the president of CHOL. But Kang Deokbae is not afraid at all. He used Junseok's debt as a threat. He also said that if he felt he couldn't work for him, he would take Junseok away. The time limit is 3 days for Daesung to think, and after speaking, Kang Deokbae turned and left. Don't forget to say, I already have a way to get rid of this brat's debt at the boxing room, so think carefully. I'll wait for a call from you. Daesung was so angry that his face turned purple, but he couldn't do anything. The trump card in Kang Deokbae's hand is Junseok. Lee Taejun, and Keelman, sitting in the room. The situation is not good at all. Lee is worried. It's true that we can't contact Junseok and Kang Deokbae must have blocked all outside communication methods. Cheol-min gritted his teeth. Those 10 people were kept so he could take revenge on Taesung. If he took them all away now, wouldn't all his efforts be in vain? Keelman just wanted to punch them in the face, especially Kang Deokbae. Taejun was silent for a while, then spoke up, we will not give up. I have a way, but Lee will have a hard time. Everyone was busy discussing and trying to find a way, even considering taking a risk. Daesung sat alone in the room drinking wine. The gym had to post a sign closed for a week due to the manager's personal reasons. As for Kang Deokbae, 2 days have passed. He had 6 people take turns continuously fighting with Junseok, causing his face to become disfigured. Kang Deokbae stood outside satisfied and proud. At first I didn't know where the box was or how to convince Park Daesung. But thanks to you, everything was much easier. So I gave you this chance. So please try. Go all out. 1,000,001 each time, okay? Sounds delicious, right? I'm not the type of person who gives trash opportunities like this. If no one from the box comes here, just practice determination and pay your debt. If you stay with me for 2 days, you'll earn $1,500, right? There are 6 guys on my side who take turns. So you must be a bit tired, right? But aren't you the coach? Keep going, where are your strongest attacks? There's 1 day left until the appointment is due. If no one comes, then Kang Deokbae will definitely take care of Junseok. He doesn't care who comes, a kid or Park Dae-san coming under him is fine. And if they attack, it means they will choose death. Kang Deokbae knows Cheol Doho only cares about Daesung when he is president. Now that he's retired, he can do whatever he wants. Besides, he can also block the human resource training for the remaining agents, truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. It was Daesung who quietly came to Kang Deokbae alone. He did not want to involve innocent people because of revenge. Lee Taejun guessed correctly, he and Lee stopped Dae-san. Because that's not a good way. At first, Taejun was worried that he would have to confront Taesung if he attacked Kang Deokbae. But if you think carefully, you will understand the problem immediately. Why did he have to threaten Junseok to find the box's location? If headquarters had already made the decision, then why did he have to make everything so complicated? The answer is simple. Kang Deokbae is operating on its own and does not report back to the organization. Even if that inference is wrong, it doesn't matter, because he will have to hide this. If everything reaches the organization's ears, he will definitely say that he was defeated by a stranger in a remote neighborhood. Dae-san still doesn't understand why Taejun wants to spend time with him to solve this problem alone. But Taejun couldn't tell him who he was yet, he was only sure that the two of them were on the same front line. Taejun clenched his fists. If this Taesung had become a corrupt organization, then he wanted to end everything himself. Taejun came here to convince Dae-san, trust me and leave everything to me. If it's true what Taejun thinks, then there shouldn't be too many people at Kang Deokbae's place. If so, then his strength alone is enough to defeat Shim Kang Deokbae. Wait until there is chaos, Taeha can take Junseok away. In order not to reveal their identity, two people wearing masks rushed into Kang Deokbae, claiming to be members of the traditional folk gang. Kang Deokbae of course didn't know who they were. Dad, you crazy guys, come on up, your juniors will attack. Taejun is full of enthusiasm. Luckily, at least what Daesun said about the organization is true. Doho, Taesung's leader and his subordinates dare to do such wretched things? I don't have any of my heritage left. Then I'll deal with them one by one and fix everything. Just wait. Exactly according to plan. Taejun took them down one by one. And Taeha took Junseok and left quietly. Where are you guys planning to go? Fuck it, who are you dogs? Ever since you appeared, I've only seen a foul smell. Shim Kang Deokbae stopped right in front. He swung his fist to punch Taeha. But if we duel at this level, Taeha can still buy time. The two sides struggled without a winner or loser. Kang Deokbae used his foot to stop Taeha. At the same time, Taejun defeated all his juniors. He quickly turned to stop Kang Deokbae so Taeha could take Junseok away. Unfortunately, Shim Kang Deokbae is still prepared. Another group of black shirts stood to block Taeha from taking people away right at the foot of the stairs. Taejun took off the red mask and threw it to the ground. You are the strongest person I have in this place. Wait for me a moment, Taeha. If you keep your strength up, it will take a while. Taejun rushed like an arrow and punched Kang Deokbae in the face. He used his hands to kick with lightning speed. Kang Deokbae also fought back fiercely. While trying to dodge the attack, he used his hand to swing and hit again and again, waiting for the opponent to slow down a beat. Kang Deokbae's right hand caught the hand of the man in black, and he reflexively used his index finger to nudge the opponent hard in the face. Taejun immediately dodged the attack, then used his right hand to give Kang Deokbae a brutal blow. Even Kang Deokbae has to recognize this person's technique and agility. But his strength is still very weak. He grabbed the opponent's neck, but that's all Taejun waited for. Used the chin method just now to counterattack and capture Kang Deokbae's neck. The strong object caused him to be thrown hard to the ground. Kang Deokbae hesitates, but quickly somersaulted around and then stood up to continue fighting. He wants to let his opponents know who he is, truly an arrogant person without strength. But who is Taejun? You swing your legs up and kick. Kang Deokbae seemed to grasp the opponent's loophole. Grabbed Taejun's leg, but he still swung a strong kick and his head fell hard to the ground. Kang Deokbae struggled to stand up. He used Vo Mam to threaten. I'm still here. You bastard, you're not done with me yet. You touched Taesung, you idiot. Kang Deokbae looked at Taejun with a provocative face and disdainful eyes, making him feel uncomfortable. Fuck you. Don't look down on me. Don't look at me like that. I said, don't look at me like that. Taejun got angry and looked back. Kang Deokbae continued to provoke his anger. He screamed, do you think you can end things like this? I will search for that brat Yang Junseok to the ends of the earth. It's the northern bastard Daesun who sent you, right? I'll cut off that old dog's remaining leg. Taejun came closer. At this point anger flared up fiercely. Kang Deokbae tells this country boy who doesn't know how high and thick the sky is to know how to fight. But before he could punch his opponent hard in the head, he was hit with a heavy blow. He saw his eyes darken, his nose bleeding non-stop. Huh? What? This is not Mother? Taejun's eyes were full of iron, like a fierce beast. You've crossed the line. Kang Do now knew he was teasing the wrong person. He lowered his voice. Wait, there's a misunderstanding. You can become my bodyguard. The Taesung Empire is famous everywhere. Ah no. That's right. The most powerful in the country, that's right. Grabbed Kang Do's neck and prepared to execute him. Please wait a moment, please listen to me. Stop, please forgive me. The air became stuffy. Wait, it's okay to stop. Daesun led the juniors in just in time. Kang Do immediately grabbed the lifebuoy and ordered Daesun to arrest that guy. Taejun quickly ran towards the window, then jumped down. Daesun approaches Kang Do. Are you okay? What the hell happened here? What about that weird guy? Kang Do absent-mindedly remembered what had just happened before. Daesun's voice was a bit worried. Are you okay? Didn't you hear us? Kang Do suddenly burst out laughing like crazy to himself. Taejun escaped. During a careless moment, he was injured by Kang Do. Keelman is already waiting to respond as originally planned. Before that, the three people Taeha, Taejun and Keelman discussed countermeasures. Their initial goal is to rescue Junseok and limit confrontation with Shim Kang Do. Wearing a mask will make Shim Kang Do suspect they are related to Park Daesun. That's why Master Park's appearance was also part of the previous plan. As long as he is not caught, Shim Kang Do cannot do anything. Keelman outside took charge of contacting Master Park as soon as Junseok was successfully rescued. Taejun takes care of things like a god. Even though Shim Kang Do knew that Daesun and the others pretended to know nothing, there was nothing they could do. He helplessly stood up and limped away. Good luck, old man. Next time it won't be this easy. Towards Taejun. You think that Daesun came to free you and Junseok. But according to Keelman, it seems that's not the case. They returned to the meeting at Daesun. Taejun is not in a hurry to talk about Seongjin. Daesun seemed very happy that everything went well, but it was still too difficult for everyone to defeat Taesung in such a way. They need another plan. Taejun immediately proposed, what do you think if we borrow the strength of the war corps? That army was once considered Taesung's core strength. They will still be the biggest source of motivation for us. Daesun shook his head, there was no hope. 30 years have passed, most members of the war corps are either dead or have suffered permanent injuries. Taejun's voice was firm, there are still a few people left, including the three strongest. One of them is still active. First is the youngest of the war corps, Cho Junmu. I will try to contact him. Daesun still couldn't believe it, are you sure? It all happened so long ago, maybe it's just the same name. Son of the butcher Kim Chunseok, he has grown up, his two swords dance in the battlefield. Lee Baesu is still living with his mother, who is always saving for his younger brother's wedding Choi Byung-sik. If you're still worried, I can say more. Daesun did not expect, the young man in front of him has the same tone as Deokbae. He was quiet. Taejun wants to act on his own as soon as possible, but he was just injured so he had to leave it to Dongcheol and everyone would go with Keelman. In addition to the war corps, they also need to concentrate more strength. Keelman is on a mission to recall the remnants of Hyunchol. In the case of Cho Junmu, Taeha will be in charge. Taeha's abilities were confirmed after single-handedly rescuing Junseok from 10 gangsters under Shim Kang Do. Even though this matter was hidden by Taeha, he probably didn't have any bad intentions. Taejun completely trusts him. In the following days, Taejun worked hard to recover the body he did not know belonged to. Even though he has been trained every day, that is not enough to defeat tough opponents. Taejun is still in danger when confronting strong people, or with too many troops. Daesun also sees that. Although he was surprised when he watched Taejun's match with the box's people, Taejun fought as if he had experienced countless death matches. Then, with Taejun's skills and experience, Daesan thought he could defeat anyone. The problem is that Taejun still doesn't have enough strength to support the above. Taejun can gradually improve through future battles. Or he has to change his style to compensate for the strength he lacks, which is his fighting method. Daesun, for example, instead of just rushing in unilaterally, Taejun should learn to attack the opponent's weak point. He smacked his left hand against his own leg. Taejun turned to his feet, are you okay? It's been 30 years, it doesn't hurt like when it was first cut, but it's still filled with bitterness. Until I kill that Cheol Doho. We still cannot eat well and sleep peacefully. Maybe it was the desire to avenge my father and the people in the War Legion. Is what we have to do for the rest of our lives. Taejun quietly looked at Daesun. He continued, you said you wanted to borrow the strength of the War Corps, right? At that time, I thought it was funny that there was someone who remembered each member's name like you. That's my godfather. It's true that there are still people from the War Legion still alive. I still remember those people's names, so maybe I can contact them. But if we're here, they won't cooperate. Taejun gasped in surprise, what do you mean by that? Before Daesun could answer, Cheol Doho appeared, carrying a seemingly expensive bottle of wine in his hand. I didn't think you'd be here. You defeated CEO Shim, right? I thought you were just a bunch of flies and mosquitoes that weren't worth paying attention to, but maybe I underestimated you. What's your name? Daesun quickly stood up, what's going on? I didn't think your family was so close-knit that just one member was beaten and had to search everywhere. Doho grinned, family, I just came here to have a drink with my family. Daesun frowned and said in a disdainful voice, damn it. Looking at your disgusting face is enough to make me feel nauseous. Yet you brought in another despicable guy. Because he's the current president. Taejun doesn't understand what the hell, President, Seongjin said Doho had retired, right? So this is the next President Doho. The guy in the background approached and bowed politely. Daesun, how is your health these days? Since taking over the organization, I'm only now able to come here to greet you. Taejun died standing looking at him, President of Taesung, huh? This guy, how is this possible? Taejun suddenly remembered his past life memories. It's that boy. Is Cheol Taejun. What the hell is going on? Daesun's voice was angry as if he had just seen a bunch of flies. You bastards have no place here. Get out. Chol Doho's voice was menacing. The president of Chol has just taken office not long ago, so the group is currently making a lot of efforts to support. If I leave like this, the people outside won't be happy at all. Let's just sit together for a bit, that's not an offer. Daesun had to reluctantly sit back. Say look, what does someone like you need in this place, then get out. Doho slowly took a sip of water and said, I'll get straight to the point. I've been retired for a while now. Taejun managed everything very well after that. But the recent incident with CEO Shim, I really cannot turn a blind eye. I know you still haven't been able to escape that past and are trying to vent your anger on the corporation. Daesun immediately interrupted, in the past, are you venting your anger? You're the one who's angry. Daesun remembers the previous debt, when one of his legs was cut off and Doho was behind the sky, manipulating everything. Daesun quietly investigated, Cheol Doho sold out the organization to OH Sanction in order to gain more power. Doho took a step back to achieve its goal, pretending to join hands with OH Sanction and Kim Dongpul on the government side. To spark a full-scale war between South Korea's largest criminal gangs. Doho in turn destroyed everything of each group of organizations. The first is to destroy the Taesung Gang under Taesung. Then there is the Honghasa tape. Then there's the Jehano tape. The whole Byongdo gang. Each of Taesung's arms was broken. The Taesung Gang degenerated and became the hunting dogs of the government at that time. Doho acted with Song-hun bastards to destroy his own family. Daesun personally met OH Sanction. It's not because of that crazy Doho guy, not out of revenge for his disabled leg, but wanted to know clearly what Cheol Doho had to do with the Gampyeong Hotel case in 1990. The answer was received unexpectedly. Doho is the one inside helping OH Sanction. The year the Taesung security inauguration ceremony took place, 2 years after the late president was murdered. Doho once said, this is the Taesung that I chose. No matter what price I have to pay, I will still follow this path. Tell your kids to calm down. One day you will understand what I say. From now on, just trust and follow me. Otherwise, there will only be storms waiting for you. Until now, Daesun still can't absorb those words. What did he really mean? By the way, Cheol Doho immediately explained, This era is very different from 30 years ago, so obviously the standards have also changed a lot. The path that our father took is now just something of a fool, nothing more than nothing. Least. Daesung, of course, don't let those nonsense words fall into your ears. What right does a bastard who dares to kill his entire family have to speak? Doho knows that, so today he came to give a final warning to Daesung. As he was about to leave, Taejun suddenly spoke up. So Taesung's principles no longer exist. Kang Deokbae, in the place that is always called family, has no one ever been family to you? Cheol Doho was silent for a moment. I told you. Times have changed. That gangster family game ended a long time ago. The young man's hand gripped the dumbbell tightly. My name is Lee Taejun. Please try to remember this name. Just wait, Doho, I will reach Taesung's peak soon. Waiting after Cheol Doho left, Daesung invited Taejun to sit down and drink with him, the man's face full of mood. Previously, Daesung also reluctantly agreed to train human resources for Cheol Doho. He was unable to immediately avenge his godfather and the war army as previously planned. At that time, there were too few people left. They can do nothing but patiently wait for an opportunity. Daesung had to play the role of a coward because he wanted to survive, but became a servant for Cheol Doho, a legless man delivering food in peace. The other brothers considered Daesung a coward and left. That's why, right now, if you want to gather everyone in the war corps, it will be very difficult. Daesung drank dozens of bottles of wine. That man was helpless when thinking about the past 30 years and felt extremely embarrassed. But no matter how boring those feelings are, the way Daesung faces life is important. Taejun has to say, if President Kang was still alive today, he probably wouldn't have any desire for revenge, so don't think too much. He has done very well. From now on, think more about yourself. Taejun replied his heart to Daesung. Some people call this feeling stubbornness, while others call it trust, but when that trust is broken, all of those things are beyond human endurance. Taejun is emotional. Surge up, choked up to the throat. I'm sorry, Daesung, I've made you suffer for the past 30 years. This family that I built is my karma, there's nothing left to fix in that place anymore. I will erase this mistake. Taesung's existence. In a different context. Taeha went to meet Chol Seongjin. Before that, Seongjin received Taeha's help. Taejun wants to ask Chol Seongjin to find an opportunity to test Taeha's true strength. Seongjin took Taeha to meet someone named Jinmu, one of the survivors of the old war legion. He was the youngest person in the war corps at that time. That year's event happened when Jinmoo was only 17 years old. After only a few years of joining the organization, Jinmu had a position in the organization, proving that his strength cannot be underestimated. According to the information Seongjin gave the investigator, this person is still active in black society. Jinmu suddenly got angry. Every time I hear the word Taesung I feel disgusted. And yet you dare come here and say that you are the son of that lying bastard Doho? Where do you think this is? Did you come without knowing who I am? Seongjin calmly said, you are a veteran of the war legion, right? So now someone like you who escaped from Taesung is working in a small organization like this? Jinmu was angry and grabbed Seongjin's collar. Escape in the eyes of that bitch president might actually be escapism. What about you? What do you want from an escapist like me? Seongjin looked into the man's eyes and said frankly, like I said. This is not a war between gangs, nor is it about seeking profit, it's all about destroying the place. It's just called Taesung. Jinmu because he was so excited. He raised his fist to speak, but was stopped by Taeha. Jinmu violently knocked Taeha to the ground, then immediately chased them away, get out of there. He is like a beast. When encountering an enemy, they just want to rush in and bite. Although Taeha was only lightly beaten, Jinmu's strength is truly formidable. But that's also why Seongjin considers him to be a very important card for them. Seongjin left the job of persuading Jinmu to Taeha. After listening, the boy choked on his water. Seongjin said, Jinmu is very confused. If he hits the wrong person, if he appears, there will be a big fight, so I have to leave this matter to Taeha. Tiha broke out in a cold sweat. Seongjin saw that and said, I found out that the boss of Taesung Gang is Choi Dong-sik. He is even younger than Jinmu, but that doesn't mean Jinmu lacks respect. If it was from Choi Dong-sik, maybe Jinmu would accept, so I contacted Choi Dong-sik first, and he agreed to meet. Seongjin immediately went to meet Choi Dong-sik first, waited for the negotiation to complete and then contacted Tiha. Choi Dong-sik is a bit suspicious. Clearly Chol Seongjin is the biological son of President Cheol Do-ho. And current President Cheol Taejun is an adopted child. But he's still a member of Taesung, so hearing Seongjin's intention to overthrow Taesung doesn't seem very reasonable. Maybe Jinmu will know about this later. But whenever it comes to Taesung, he can't judge anything accurately. Everything has its origin in the past. For Jinmu, the war corps is more than a family, and among them Park Deesun is always the most special person. After going through so many incidents, it was even more difficult for him to help them. Tiha Ha continues to find Cho Jinmu. At first he thought to himself, even if I win, this Cho Jinmu will never agree. As soon as Cho Jinmu heard about the War Legion, he wanted to rush into battle. After talking back and forth with Cho Jinmu, Tiha now knew that this was all Seongjin and Taejun's arrangement. By the way, Tiha made a request. If he wins, Cho Jinmu will be on their side. Seeing that this kid with a milky mouth was so confident, Cho Jinmu thought that he was just too arrogant, so he was a little caught off guard. Tiha suddenly swung his legs and kicked, causing Cho Jinmu to bounce back. Talk about talent, or strength, and integrity. Cho Jinmu was the most qualified person to lead Suyong State, but Cho Jinmu refused and Choi Dong-sik was appointed. Choi Dong-sik believes that even when he is old, even good kids cannot make things difficult for this man. Seongjin confidently said, on our side there is also a very special person like Cho Jinmu. That friend is only over 20 but can already overwhelm the other person with his experience. And Tiha is the companion he chose. The result of the match will probably be very difficult to predict. A quick and agile guy, and someone with a lot of fighting experience. Who is win? Tiha, thanks to his extremely fast movements and good techniques, knocked Cho Jinmu down several times. But this time the opponent is really tough. When Tiha wasn't paying attention, Cho Jinmu quickly grabbed his leg, then fell backwards. When he made a direct punch, Tiha thought, it's really done. Unexpectedly, Cho Jinmu punched the ground. Taking that opportunity, the young man used his foot to kick her chest hard. He shot backwards to avoid danger. Cho Jinmu was a bit surprised. I thought you were just a snotty gangster, who expected it to be quite nice, right? Tiha, his tone was also very loud. It turned out he was still lucid. There are no witnesses, so if you lose, watch out I bury you alive. Those words made Cho Jinmu extremely excited. The man swung his fist hard. But no matter how good his physical condition is, the burden of age will still appear. Did Tiha immediately dodge the attack? Then swing your legs and kick at your opponent. Cho Jinmu started to lose the game. Cho Jinmu started to lose the game. The man rushed forward, swung his legs and kicked the wall, then quickly turned around to the right, grabbed Tiha. He was thrown backwards. Cho Jinmu continued to hit Tiha in the face with his elbow. I tried to kick hard with my leg but the opponent swung his leg and kicked me below. Cho Jinmu fell back, but immediately jumped back up. Can you still resist? Tiha grinned. You don't intend to fight to the death, right? Just consider this my respect for the elderly. I'll fight now. Cho Jinmu finds this kid even more interesting. He rushed in and punched. It seems like I don't know what fatigue is. Originally the purpose of coming here was to convince him, but if he keeps fighting like this, then Tiha will have to use all his strength. Cho Jinmu used his right hand to punch the blonde boy in the face. He immediately grabbed his opponent's hand, controlling the attack range. Cho Jinmu used his strength to counterattack, swinging his fist and punching hard in the face. Next, use your hands to grab the opponent's legs, knocking Tiha to the ground. He used his foot to pin Tiha's arm, catching his last move. He also played the last hand face up. During the tense moment, Choi Dong-sik and Cheol Seongjin walked in. Seeing Dongsik, Jinmu immediately released Tiha then bowed to him. Choi Dongsik immediately said, if I order you to assist boss Choi and everyone, of course you will have to do it. But in the end, it's just meaningless, so it might be better if you listen to this person a little bit. Daesung walks in face to face with Jinmu. Daesung looked at him with pleading eyes. I need your strength, Jinmu. Please join me in avenging the War Legion brothers. Jinmu angrily replied, stop talking nonsense. I don't remember anything from 30 years ago. Choi Soyung, one of the pillars of the previous Taesung group. He built what Suyang is today with his son. Choi Dongsik Master Park's disbandment of the War Corps must have made him very disappointed. But after all, he still belongs to the gang that is related to Taesung, worked from the time of Choi Suyang to Choi Dongsik. Even after spending 2 periods at Soyung, you say you've forgotten everything? Taejun's words made Jinmu mad. Who are you to come here and talk nonsense? A bastard like you needs to learn how to speak again. Daesung interjected, that bastard absolutely knows what he's talking about. It was all because of my hasty decision that the War Legion brothers had to die, and then, when Cheol Doho targeted not me but the remaining brothers. At that time, I didn't want to lose you, the one who held the will of the War Legion, so I had no choice but to push you away. He took off his prosthetic leg, then knelt down in front of Jinmu as an apology. Jinmu trembled with a choked voice, why didn't you say this then? Why did you disband us and act so weakly? Can't you rely on us for once? Daesung's voice lowered, sorry, I'm really sorry. Jinmu quickly helped Daesung up, fearing he would get hurt again. All misunderstandings from the past 30 years were immediately resolved. Tiha holding his aching arm, you know everything, why don't you start from the beginning, brat? I thought my arm was broken damn. Taejun could only apologize, the plan changed after they left. Previously, Tiha said he wanted to join Taesung, but Taejun was the one who wanted to destroy that place. That was the time when Taejun was hit in the head. After regaining consciousness, he felt like he was left alone in a completely new world. Everything around Taejun is strange. And without Tiha's appearance, Taejun doesn't think he could face this. After going through many things, Tiha is still a believer. Even though sometimes Taejun still says things he doesn't understand. And he is also always present when Taejun is in imminent danger. That's why Taejun will always trust him more than anyone else. After opening his heart, Taejun asked one question, will you join me in destroying Taesung? Tiha didn't hesitate and replied, no matter what the situation is, I always want to accompany you. Tiha started telling about his background. He grew up with a father who is a police officer. His mother passed away when he was too young. Because he is a dedicated police officer, Tiha had to get used to taking care of his own life. But no matter how busy he was, his father never left his son alone. That's why Tiha aims to become someone like its father. He is the only person who always tries to expose Taesung's crimes. But Taesung is too big a challenge for someone like him. Anyway, for Tiha, your father did a great job. He made Taesung unable to sit still anymore. Then, his father suddenly passed away. The police announced that the cause of his death was a traffic accident, due to drunkenness no less. Even though everyone understood that the Taesung Gang was behind it, all the police department did at that time was pretend to be deaf and dumb. From then on, Tiha had nothing left but the desire to avenge his father. The reason why Tiha accompanied Taejun at that time was because he was already close to Taesung. And now, he can speak openly, saying it's because the two of them have the same goal. Tiha is always looking for ways to take revenge on that damn place. But depending on the situation, he could lie low in Taesung and wait for the opportunity. Of course, if there is a better ally who can help him take revenge, he will leave Taejun. Even though he knows that, Taejun still believes and wants to accompany Tiha. Because he himself knows that no matter what happens in the future, only he is the one who can destroy Taesung. Tiha laughed, ha ha ha. You bastard, thank you for understanding me. My story is done. It's your turn. Before separating from Seongjin's group and coming to this neighborhood, in case Shim Kang-do could find us, I cleaned up the evidence before coming to pick you up. I found this in your stuff. There is a photo in this phone. If you can remember anything, tell me the truth. Ly Taejun, who are you really? Taejun took the phone from Tiha's hand, his eyes widened in surprise. Taejun struggled to see what kind of thing in his hand. Tiha guessed that he didn't remember anything, so he opened it for him. Taejun saw the photo on that phone, and was surprised. Gampyeong Hotel case, the death of President Kang Deokbae in 1990. Cheol Duho brought Taesung as heir, even Cheol Taeji, who is expected to become the next president. There's even Daesung's name here. Taejun also doesn't understand how this body knows so much information. Tiha then said, since Taesung transformed itself into a large corporation, it is not difficult to find information about Cheol Duho and Cheol Taejin, and if you spend some time searching on the internet, you can still find records. Copy of the previous Taesung tape. But the problem here is Park Daesung, normal people cannot have this information. Tiha Ha wonders how Taejun has notes from 30 years ago. Maybe now this information is nothing, but at the time before Taejun lost his memory, these things were really things that had to worry others. Tiha Ha constantly asked questions about this information. Why? Taejun hides and wants to infiltrate Taesung. Could it be that Taejun's original purpose was not revenge, but to hold very old records that not everyone knows? Could it be that Taejun is a police officer? There were no contacts saved on the phone either. In addition, this body is elegant as if it has been trained. Deeply chain everything together. If it is true as Tiha said, if this body is the police, then things will be much more complicated. But drawing conclusions now is very dangerous. Taejun said, I can't remember anything yet, and as soon as I remember something, you'll tell Tiha. Until then, Taejun needs Tiha to keep this secret for him. Seongjin opens the door and goes in. It's been a long chat, hasn't it? Boss Choi Dongsik wants to meet everyone. They gathered together in the living room. Choi Dongsik at this moment spoke up, the reason I invited everyone here is because we need to clearly determine everything before Cho Jinmu leaves. Suyong has always operated sustainably since my father was at the helm. Even though this is only a small organization, internal solidarity still brings a great source of strength. The organization will be much stronger if you come to power, Jinmu. Cho Jinmu was very shocked when Choi Dongsik entrusted such a big task. He also said that taking revenge on Taesung was also his father's wish. Choi Dongsik once again wants to convince Cho Jinmu NM to take over the leadership of the gang, then bowed down to thank Jinmu for his support during the past time to return to his original position, and earnestly asked him to take over Suyang for him. Cho Jinmu turned to see Daesung also nodding in support, so it was not convenient to refuse. He officially accepted the responsibility given to him by Choi Dongsik. However, when it comes to collaborating with the Tiha group, Cho Jinmu wants to clearly define a few things first. Even if he is an ally, there must be a leader, and he has no intention of discriminating against those weaker than him. That is the spirit of the war corps. Cho Jinmu wondered, who is the leader here? Cheol Seongjin. Or that guy wearing sports clothes? Taejun stood up and affirmed, their boss is only Cheol Seongjin. But there's no reason for him to appear in a ranked battle. So, Taejun claims to be the one to fight if Jinmu wants. Even though he was injured, Taejun still did not use his full strength when fighting Dongcheol, or even when defeating Shim Kangdu. This will be the first time Daesung will see Taejun's true power. Cho Jinmu thought Taejun was just an eager pony, he rushed forward. Cho Jinmu's hands continuously launched consecutive attacks, but they were all resisted by Taejun. Cho Jinmu hates to admit age problems, but as he said, the physical burden is really too great. It seemed that Taejun knew all his fighting methods. He counterattacked very quickly. Cho Jinmu had no choice but to target the weak point, which was Taejun's injured leg. Fortunately, Daesung had previously given instructions on how to fight. Taejun used his elbow to strongly knock away Cho Jinmu's recent attack, causing his plan to attack the weak point to fail. Now is not the time for Taejun to be distracted, whether this body is the police or from a hostile organization, it doesn't matter. Fortunately, the target of this body in him right now is Taesung. So maybe when he defeats Taesung, he will know who this body really is. So now you'll do everything you can. Taejun grabbed Cho Jinmu's wrist. Then quickly grabbed his head, using his head to strongly nudge his opponent. Next, he threw Cho Jinmu to the ground. Cho Jinmu lost, heartbroken. And now he understood why Daesung cooperated with that young man. Cho Jinmu respects Taejun as his senior, but for Taejun, that is no longer important. Living in an era of violence, one must use force to determine who is superior and who is inferior, but that method is no longer reasonable. From now on, Taejun will change all the ways he always does things. They don't need to be ranked based on strength anymore, even Chol Seongjin has no opinion. Cho Jinmu still doesn't know who this kid is, like it's no joke. Although he is not a leader, he knows how to lead everything from behind. Cho Jinmu started to find this quite interesting, after successfully convincing Cho Jinmu to join Taejun. They intended to continue implementing the next plan, but they ran into big trouble. A junior ran in with a disfigured face. Daesung stood up in panic. What's wrong? Why are you injured like this? The other person's voice was urgent. We were attacked, they made a move. Mr. Dongcheol and Mr. Kielman were attacked. The rest of the box has also been arrested. Taejun immediately changed course of action. They divided into two groups, he and everyone went to rescue Dongcheol and Kielman. Master Park and Cho Jinmu will go to the war corps members. Daesung still doesn't understand at first. He believes that it is necessary to rescue the children first. But the person who needs to meet this time is not someone who can talk with fists. That person's name is Kim Hyanteek, the person with the second-ranked strength of the War Legion, also the person most trusted by Park Daesung, was also the one who betrayed, causing the War Legion to disband. Taejun's eyes are extremely serious. You too, go see Kim Hyanteek. And I will surely rescue our brothers. Dongcheol and Cheol-min were arrested at a warehouse. The person in charge of handling this case is none other than Shim Kang-do. The cars sped away like flying on the road. The brother began to tell the story. After the battle, the forces of Hyun Cheol's gang were scattered everywhere. However, they were able to reconnect. Everything was still going very smoothly, until everyone reached the rendezvous point with Hyunchol. The problem has appeared. People don't know when they were following the Hyunchol gang, but they came in very quickly. The situation at that time, although somewhat passive, was still handled neatly, all thanks to Dongcheol and Kielman. However, everything has turned around since the guys wearing protective suits entered, especially among them were three guys who looked like leaders. Dongcheol alone cannot dominate in a 2-on-1 battle. Kielman was then defeated as a matter of course. Those three guys, according to the juniors, are really dangerous. Before that, Cheol Seongjin really wanted to go along, but his identity cannot be revealed. In return, the team had an additional member, Choi Dong-sik, who was very excited to have a memorable retirement ceremony. Shim Kang-do stepped out and recognized one of the two masked men below as Ly Taejun. Before coming here, he learned twice through Cheol Taejin that his player was none other than Taejun. Cheol Taejin doesn't want to leave it alone this time either. Order Kang-do to handle it neatly. Shim Kang-do looked at the guy wearing the red mask and smiled complacently. Haha, dog, you will die today. A group of juniors were prepared and waiting to arrest a guy wearing a mask. They don't understand why they had to call so many people over. But just 1 minute later, he was fed onions on the shore and into the fields. Taejun ordered, sweep them out one by one. Kang-do's juniors were frantically asking for help. Then had to run upstairs to call for more reinforcements. Taesung Thuong Tin Kwan's construction crew sarcastically said, "We are the construction handling team, you idiot. You guys are really a bunch of useless people, these guys who only know how to count money, why the fuck should we fight?" Taejun played for a while, then his left leg started to hurt. The Supreme Lords held sticks to surround them. "Where are you running, little mouse?" CEO Kang-do said, "His left leg is injured, isn't it? His leg has a real problem. Put a brick in his leg and you'll know right away." They thought that with just one wave of their hand, this bastard would be finished. Taejun didn't expect to encounter Shim Kang-do's mercenaries. This time it's trouble. A man quickly rushed forward with a stick. Then another masked person appeared to support Taejun. "Tee-ha-ha, Quickly use your body to take down each of them one by one. Some people have their arms broken. One person had his head pushed to the ground as a stepping stone, and the face of a guy who didn't know any different was kicked and broken. Tae gently took a guy's weapon, then used his bare hands to break his arm in just one moment. You quickly defeated the flies and insects in the blink of an eye. This time you don't need to hide your strength in front of Taejun. And Bao Taejun climbed straight to the third floor. Choi Dong-sik and his juniors also came to clear the way for Timely, and told Taejun and Tae to run straight to the third floor. Suddenly a brick almost hit his head, but fortunately Taejun reacted in time to avoid it. Is the Supreme Commander South Do-hyun of Taesung. Tae jumped forward and gave him a kick. Then told Taejun, let's go to the third floor first. Tae guessed this guy must be the guy who took down Keelman. And he must take down the person who did it. Taejun climbed to the third floor. Shin Kang-do and two guys from Taesung construction side, Senior Star Lord Young Seokwin and Senior Star Lord Choi Di-cheol were already waiting there. Shin Kang-do puffed on a cigarette, looked at the guy wearing a red mask, and said in a joking voice, "You got here faster than I thought, what are you doing here? If you died on the first floor, it would be much less painful. You seem to love that mask so much, don't you? You're a dead man. Damn Lee Taejun, right? See, the other person is silent." Shin Kang-do got even angrier, stood up and came closer. He just wanted to smash Taejun's face right away. Fast as a wind, a person wearing a black shirt and red mask just like Taejun appeared, and gave him a heavy kick. This person is none other than Cheol Seongjin. Before that, Taejun knew that with his current condition, he could not face the three guys alone. Seongjin needed to come forward and deal with Shin Kang-do once and for all. Kang-do raised his hands to defend. He didn't understand what was going on. Apparently, he was being played again. Keelman tries to wake Dong-cheol up. Shin Kang-do ordered the two supreme commanders to take action. Shin Kang-do is in charge of one guy, while the two supreme commanders deal with the remaining masked person. The person wearing the mask immediately asked, "Do you guys have to do this?" Choi Di-cheol then replied, "We are Taesung's people. We are only following CEO Jang Woo-hyun's orders. It's not our duty to protect CEO Shim. CEO Jang's orders are only one, deal with the source of the problem. If CEO Shim can handle you guys, that's fine. And if he fails, then we will deal with you first, and then it will be the other guy's turn." The answer made the man in black laugh. "Haha, that's really troublesome." Down on the second floor, Tae is still dueling with Nam Do-hyol. Nam Do-hyol, in his excitement, waved his hand forward. "Tae, use your elbow to block it. Then use both hands to twist the opponent's left arm and knock Do-hyol to the ground." Nam Do-hyol jumped up and counterattacked. Tae ate the punch to the face. The boys suddenly remembered Cho Jinmu's words from before, "Hey kid, are you going to just use martial arts to defend yourself, then just rush in to save them? You use the joint locking jutsu, jujitsu, or hapkido. That's your strength. No matter what it is, if you only use that self-defense item, it's like inviting your opponent to attack you. We go into battle to win, not where you protect yourself first. Think about what you can do in battle. Go, I will only teach you more if you can return victorious. I saw the potential in you." Those words were like a stimulus that made Tae awake. He has no intention of learning anything from a retired old man. Tae immediately attacks the opponent. Shin Kang-do was repeatedly attacked by the man in black with his feet. He vowed to break Daesun's remaining leg, because he thought the person opposite was Lee Taejun, but with the way he strikes with his feet, Shin Kang-do knows this name is definitely not Lee Taejun, making Shin Kang-do unable to move. He was humiliatingly overpowered in front of everyone, and that mask is like a guarantee. Seongjin has nothing to worry about either. Opposite, the problem lies on Taejun's own side. The attack rhythm of the two Thuong Tin Quan was coordinated and rhythmic, both attack and defense making it difficult to find gaps. Even when aiming at the opponent's legs, they don't reveal any openings. During the fight, Taejun commented, "Of the two guys, Choi Di-cheol is probably the one with the greater attack power. He had to spend a little effort to release the Iron Hunter and catch the perch. Shin Kang-do is getting more and more chaotic. He continued to attack without defending. Could it be that he has surrendered? Seongjin thinks it's time to end this. Kang-do suddenly threw a strong punch at the man in black's face, but the blow missed. But it is also an opportunity to see the face of the person fighting with you. The mask fell off. Kang-do picked it up. I want to see who that little mouse is. Then he was hit hard by the opponent. Then use your foot to kick suddenly. That kick wasn't enough to startle Kang-do. He said proudly, "What do you think, brat? Do you think by wearing this I won't know who you are? You should have known better than to stay away from me, right, you fucking Seongjin." Towards Taejun. The pain in his leg made him unable to stand. But Taejun has no intention of giving up. Tae-ha finally defeated Namdohyun, but while being careless, was suddenly attacked by a man with a knife. Young Seokyeol firmly believes that their side will win in the end. He also guessed the opponent's strategy due to the force gap, so he had to keep the organization members on the first floor. During that time, focus on dealing with the representative who has been separated from Wing Kwan. Choi Di-cheol used a knife to threaten Keelman's neck. Young Seokyeol continued to tear off the mask on Taejun's face, and prepared to make him pay the heavy price with his life. Seongjin pulled down the front of his mask. This is not an arbitrary raid. There is no intention to hide here, it's all just to do one thing. I have come to rescue my precious allies. Even if you recognize me, because I don't think I can hide it until I defeat you. Taejun gave Seokyeol a fruit that made him fall to the ground. The wind has turned. The two of them started fighting together. Namdo-hyul continued to attack with a knife. Tae-ha was forced to find something to use as a weapon. He aimed right at a nearby water pipe. Namdo-hyul is getting closer, life and death are just a few inches away. Namdo-hyul thought he could stab his opponent. Who would have thought that Tae-ha would attack at a dangerous place? He screamed in pain. Tae-ha continued to kick him. Fortunately, Tae-ha was able to prepare police protective gear in time, so they were able to escape a fatal encounter. Tae-ha uses a stick to attack. Quickly knocked down Namdo-hyul. He used his tongue to lick the blood from the sharp knife, preparing for the arduous duel ahead. Keelman and his brothers were liberated. While fighting Seongjin, Kang-do kept wondering, why did you become a rebel? Before, you were so good at playing the role of a good son, why do you want to stab your old man in the back now? Shin Kang-do continuously hit Seongjin hard. Fortunately, Keelman was able to respond promptly. But Seongjin told Keelman, take everyone down to the first floor, he wants to fight him to the end. Tae-ha's hands were covered in knife wounds. Red blood gushed out. He used the stick to hit Do-hyul hard in the chest. Then hit his leg. However, Namdo-hyul suddenly raised his hand. Cut off the mask on Tae-ha's face. He doesn't seem to know what pain is. Tae-ha lost a lot of blood, the situation was really dangerous. Tae-ha had to think of a way to get to the third floor with them right away. He didn't use any strength anymore but turned to martial arts. Killing people makes you so proud. Do-hyul didn't understand, Tae-ha continued. I said, what does killing people do that makes you so proud? Tae-ha put all their strength into attacking. The sound of leg bones. Broken ribs crackled. Tae-ha's father once taught, if there is someone weaker than you, never bully or take advantage of them. But right now he just wants to kill all these bastards. Because they don't deserve to live. Tae-ha grabbed Namdo-hyul's hair. Prepare to deliver the fatal blow. Then Keelman stopped. Calm down. Come on, you're going to kill him. He could only grit his teeth and ignore that trash. Keelman wrapped Tae-ha's arms around his neck. Tae-ha turned to ask, did you escape? Have you finished cleaning the third floor? Keelman then replied, this reckless brat seems like I've been surpassed by you, right? No need to worry about upstairs anymore, Boss Chol will take care of that bastard. Furthermore, Boss Chol is very strong. Seongjin still perseveres in fighting Shim Kang-do, to the point of loss and death. Daesun's words earlier made Seongjin even more motivated. Daesun met privately with Seongjin. And sincerely apologize to you. The burden in my heart has been lifted. Seongjin used all his strength to fight until the last moment. Because you can't disappoint everyone. Seongjin was determined. They will bring down that empire called Taesung. This is the war you started. And he defeated Shim Kangdu, but thought the battle was over. But Jang Woohyun appeared again. He brought a group of juniors with him. Taejun duel with Choi Di-chil. 2 people 1 to 9, 1 to 10 compete against each other. Choi Di-chil, after hitting the opponent's face, immediately used his elbow to attack. Taejun used his left foot to block it. Choi Di-chil at first thought that his left leg must not be able to work anymore, but his movements are still really good, even though his left leg is shaking from pain. But Taejun still gritted his teeth and endured it. Choi Di-chil saw him. I am also a talented person, I would like to recruit Taejun to join the construction of Taesung. But that's impossible. Choi Di-chil moves forward. He used his foot to kick Taejun's left side hard. Right now this guy can't use his left leg. Yet he still did not reveal any weaknesses at all. Very good though. But he also felt sorry for a useful talent. Choi Di-chil had no choice left. He is also a person who has the ability to grasp the situation very well. It's just a shame that this kid got injured before confronting him. With a guy like this, Choi Di-chil is forced to destroy him right here. Taejun blocked the direct blow to the face. Then use your foot to kick this stubborn Choi Di-chil guy in the face. What the hell? Choi Di-chil was extremely surprised and had no time to counterattack. Taejun's leg bones are about to break. But the boy has already decided that, no matter what the situation is, he will try his best. Taejun delivered the decisive blow, a punch that made the Choi Di-chil fall to the ground, unable to raise his head anymore. Even though he beat him. But the main character also has to admit that this guy is too strong. Seongjin hurriedly walked over. Hold Taejun. Are you okay? You've worked hard, Taejun. The boy smiled. Boss Chol is not your average type. At the same time, the first floor was in a commotion because Jang Woohyun and Keelman were kicked several times by him. Tae uses a stick to attack. He also grabbed his shoulder and threw him to the ground mercilessly. You're not his opponent. Jang Woohyun raised his leg in front of Tae, mouthing, what the hell are you wearing? Lee Taejun suddenly rushed forward and kicked, causing Jang Woohyun to take a few steps back. Jang Woohyun was surprised. Lee Taejun, you ran down here already? Does that mean you defeated Shim Kangdu? The appearance of this guy makes Taejun start to feel worried, whether this body is strong enough to fight another battle. I have to fight, Seongjin said now. I didn't think you would come all the way here, CEO Jang Woohyun. Surely you still owe me a favor, right? Jang Woohyun found Cheol Seongjin a bit surprised. Cheol Seongjin, why? After all, you can only bring a few kids here like this. A year ago, Shim Kangdu and Jang Woohyun wanted to make sure Seongjin became the heir to the group instead of Cheol Taejun. Maybe because they couldn't accept that someone with the same position as Seongjin like Cheol Taejun would become chairman. Compared to Cheol Taejun, it will be easier for them to control a person like him who has no real power, but with just these two people, how can they restrain Cheol Taejun's power? Because Seongjin's most important goal was to eliminate Taesung, he didn't want to be manipulated by these people. Seongjin said, maybe you guys are talking about this with the wrong people. I am not allowed to make any mistakes now, no matter how small. Today's matter ends here. Seongjin stood up and left. He himself knew best that if these things caused a noise, even he himself would be put in danger. Right now, it's not possible. Can act. Unable to grasp Seongjin's vitals, Shim Kangdu and Jang Woohyun had to remain motionless. Until the shareholders' council meeting to appoint a new chairman. Shareholders all believe that it is reasonable for CHOI's representative to take office. However, Cheol Taejun organized this meeting because he wanted to calm people down. Here, Cheol Taejun told Seongjin, please confirm everything with everyone present. Taejun gets straight to the point, my brother, I heard that some people have come to you. Are any of them sitting here? Seongjin, instead of exposing the accusation, denied it and made sure not to let such things happen. Taejun brought in 2 people who had to die as substitutes to spite them. Then ended everything that day. Jang Woohyun doesn't forget that day, Seongjin protected him for the past year. Jang Woohyun has always been dissatisfied with Cheol Taejun. He turned around and left, I don't owe anything to Cheol Doho anymore. I hope in the future I won't have to deal with you directly. Thanks to Seongjin, in the immediate future, things here have progressed more favorably. However, the current situation is still very dangerous for Taejun's side. They still cannot attack Taesung. More power is needed. Taejun will stand shoulder to shoulder with these brothers. For more power. Daesun and Jinmu must complete the mission. In a different context. Cho Jinmu panicked and said to Daesun, "What should I do? How can a dead person help us?" Tun said, "Kim Hyun-taek must be brought back to the organization. The reason is because Kim Hyun-taek is someone who has an association with Cheol-doho, is also the person who holds information that could be the Taesung team's weakness. Right now, those are the only clues that will help them bring down that corrupt empire." Daesun and Cho Jinmu went to Kim Hyun-taek's house but no one was home. The person they met later was probably his son. Initially, Kim Hyun-taek's son denied. He's so fed up with those gangsters stalking him all this time. The boy didn't listen to them and wanted to call the police. Cho Jinmu grabbed his shoulder and said, "Wait, what are you talking about? What have we done? You don't even listen to what other people are saying and you already want to call the police." He shook Cho Jinmu's hand away. "What do you guys want? Aren't you all gangsters? You don't even know what to do." Cho Jinmu was very angry, but Daesun stopped him. The man calmly said, "I don't know what happened but we didn't come here to cause trouble. We must meet Kim Hyun-taek. Please help us." The boy saw that he was polite and replied, "That person died a long time ago. You guys coming here are just wasting your effort in vain. If you still don't believe it, just go see for yourself." Cho Jinmoo opens a bottle of soju. This traitorous bastard wags his tail around Cheol-doho forever. To die like this? Mr. Rut poured wine to invite the people at the grave. Then turned to Daesun, "And that kid? He looks a lot like his son, right? It sounds like the family is not very harmonious. The grave doesn't even have a headstone anymore, making it difficult for others to find it. This trip will probably have to leave empty-handed." Daesun was a bit skeptical. "Place your hand on the green grass on the grave." Then the two returned to look for the young man from before. Just as he was about to go drinking with his colleagues. The appearance of two strangers scared the other three people. "I still want to report to the police." The brown-haired guy had no choice but to tell his two friends, "Go on your own." And he followed Daesun and Cho Jinmu to a roadside shop. As soon as he sat down, he showed an unpleasant attitude. "What the hell is wrong with you guys coming to my office gate? I've already told you everything, what else?" Cho Jinmu speaks up. "Can you tell us more about Kim Hyun-taek's death, scowling man? Why? What do you guys know for? Or have you become policemen now?" Cho Jinmu was speechless, confused and didn't know what to say. Daesun now spoke up. "You keep talking harshly about him but still take care of the grave regularly, right? Because I don't see any graves around that are so neatly trimmed. Seeing that, perhaps Hyun-taek will feel reassured. Not like what you said. You still care about your father a lot." Daesun said it without hesitation. He stammered and couldn't say anything else. Daesun continued, "I don't know what you remember about that person named Hyuntaek, but family is not something that can be erased so easily." The boy was quiet for a while. After all, Kim Hyun-taek became a traitor because of reluctance. He had to pay the hospital bills to sell his conscience to Cheol-doho, Daesun. After knowing everything, although he was bitter, he did not chase or kill them, but still let him go. Daesun puts a piece of paper on the table. He said having a father living in the underworld is not an easy thing, but young people like you should stop living in hatred for the deceased. Living like that will only make you more miserable. If you change your mind, just contact us. Although we're not sure we can help you. They returned to the box. Dongcheo will take some time to recover, while many people are seriously injured. But fortunately, thanks to Seongjin, the whole team had more time to prepare. During that time, they were forced to improve their own strength. Taejun asked about Kim Hyun-taek's news. Daesun told the story of meeting his son, after Hyun-taek died. His whole family was accused by the police of being gangsters, and it wasn't just the gangsters who came looking for their family to take revenge. But there are also people from the Taesung Gang who constantly harass me countless times. The rumors spread more and more, making it impossible for the Hyentique family to hold their heads up high. Hyentique's son constantly resents his father. Daesung mentioned the name Taesung, and affirmed that he would be the one to wipe out that damn place. It was for Taesung that Hyentique had to die, and also the reason why his family had to suffer all this time. Thanks to that, he was able to get the information that Hyentique's son had. Kim Hyentique was dismissed immediately after founding Bowen Taesung, with the label of a traitor, as well as being targeted by Doho. Then Hyentique really had a hard time surviving in the underground world. Being forced into a corner, Hyentique had no other choice. With possession of Chol Doho's transaction history and corruption records, Hyentique had no choice but to blackmail Chol Doho. As a result, Hyentique had to pay the price with his life, but the original was still hidden from Taesung's hands. It was probably the only source of income at that time, so Hyentique hid the file at his mother's place. Because of that, Taesung always tried to harass Hyentique's family. His son only learned about this through his grandmother after he had grown up. This file may be old, but it is still the first step for them to destroy Taesung. This file is definitely still valuable. But before that, Daesung wanted to clarify one thing. He seriously asked for Taejun and Taeha's names. You guys are just over 20, you probably still have families waiting for you at home. When this war breaks out, many things will have to be exchanged, and in the end, the people who will suffer the most are your families. It's not too late to stop now. If you have a place to return, turn around. Shim Kangdo's defeat at the hands of the trash in the slums caused Taesung's name to be smeared in his face. Jo Ilgwang and Jang Woohyun received orders from Jae Yunhak that the chairman wanted CEO Yang to be the one to handle this. This is like a test of his attitude. Jang Woohyun is not comfortable with evading responsibility. Right after turning off the phone, he and Jo Ilgwang thought about how to deal with Shim Kangdo. He helplessly explained. I said I don't know anything, it took me a while to wake up. Whyun, say something. Yes. Ilgwang squeezed Kangdo's mouth. Then use a knife to threaten him so he can spill out everything he knows. Kang Deokbae trembled, and before he could speak, Jang Woohyun kicked the iron pillar into the sea, causing him to be dragged straight down to the water. Young Woohyun said angrily, "You bastard, don't do things like those buffalo kids. If you want to kill it, do it quickly." Jo Ilgwang burst into laughter. Then, put Jao on Jang Woohyun's neck. Jang Woohyun's haste to kill that scum made Ilgwang dissatisfied. But he also did not dare to defy the chairman's orders. Jo Ilgwang took back the knife and slapped his face. Okay. After all, that guy is your brother, right? CEO Yang must handle everything well. If you don't want to end up like that idiot. Returning to the box, Taeha sat alone, in a corner. He stared at the phone, like a lost soul. Last night Taeha secretly took pictures of Hyentique's documents. While watching, Cho Jinmu came to meet him to fulfill his promise. Taeha immediately said, "I'm not in the mood to joke with you." Cho Jinmu then said, "So how are you feeling?" "Or that mood is feeling like I want to leave this place." Even for someone like Mr. Daesung, the mind gets confused over time. How can we throw away the people who came to us when we needed them the most? Weren't you guys ready to sacrifice right from the start of everything? If you've started it, you definitely have to see the ending. You're not a coward, right? I won't keep you if you say you want to leave because you're afraid the Taesungs will hunt you down. But if you leave for that reason, no matter where you go, you won't get better. Taeha saw that this teacher talked a lot. Even though those words make me feel bad. But it is also so that those who leave can walk on their own feet. Daesung was sitting in the room when Seongjin came to see him. Seongjin knelt down, his voice urgent. "I heard that when I was young, your technique was even better than my father's. We need more power to destroy Taesung. Please teach me more." Daesung quickly caught the boy, "You don't have to try so hard. Seongjin, there's still me and Cho Jinmu. Don't try to carry so much responsibility on your shoulders." Seongjin Rin immediately replied, "How can I stand by and watch? There are many others ready to stand up and fight. They follow you, they trust you as their leader. And Uncle Daesung too. He has always harbored the intention of revenge for the past 30 years. Because of that father, so many people have to suffer. How can I stand and watch? Taesung could only sigh. Young people today are so different, or is it because you are old? You guys are all too stubborn. When Taesung asked Taejun and Taeha about whether to continue going or not, those two kids also said they had forgotten the words family a long time ago and they wouldn't stop until they defeated Taesung. Taejun sat quietly recalling all the recent matches. Fortunately, this body can remember past battles. The frustrating thing is that it can't move like he wants. Taejun wants to recover quickly, by then this won't be a problem anymore. The kids also had to quickly improve their strength. Seongjin and Taeha have already found their teacher, but there is still too little time left. They couldn't know when Taesung would attack this place. Taejun thought he needed more options, when suddenly a voice interrupted his thoughts. You look so leisurely. He took off his hat and mask and it was Shim Kangdu. Taejun was quite surprised when he appeared with good intentions and came to help them right after the recent life and death battle. Shin Kang Deokbae was almost drowned but was secretly saved by Jang Woo-hyun. He followed Woo-hyun's orders to Taejun to keep an eye on them for him. Jae Yunhak, Jo Ilgwang, currently even though Whyun is equal but not satisfied, he is still not strong enough to be able to confront Cheol Taejin. At the present time, Chol Seongjin is the best card they can use. Even though I don't know what Chol Seongjin can do, but Whyun will bet once on him and also on Ly Taejun. Looking at Shim Kangdu's injuries, it seems like he wasn't lying. Taesung gathered everyone to discuss. The fact that Jang Woo-hyun would take care of everything until Box had enough power made him feel confused. Seongjin then spoke up. Taesung's internal team is now divided into two factions. On Chol Taejin's side there are Jo Ilgwang and Yunhak, and Jang Woo-hyun and Shim Kangdu are on the opposing side. Through battle with us, Shim Kangdu has been eliminated from power. The faction has weakened, making Jang Woo-hyun need more forces. To do that, he had to create a whole play. Taejun analyzed. If Shim Kangdu comes here to monitor this place then we can take advantage of that too. We can control Taesung from behind. Jang Woo-hyun and Shim Kangdu. Knowing Jang Woo-hyun's intentions, then we can deal with this, and after the recent war, we still lack a lot of strength. We need more time to consolidate our forces and Jang Woo-hyun's approach has given us that opportunity. Taesung listened and nodded in agreement. However, the acquisition of Kangdu will cause internal controversy. They also don't want to use words to appease public opinion, but let them do what they want first. Keelman heard that Shim Kangdu was at the box and quickly came over. He rushed to fight Kangdu like a beast. It's just a pity that he still punched me in the nose. Then trample it underfoot and laugh. Taejun promptly walked over and knocked Kangdu aside, reminding him to do everything in moderation. Taejun sat down next to Keelman and said, I'm sorry, Keelman. I just want to see if it's reasonable to let you do what you want like this, but it doesn't seem to help. I don't want to admit it but recruiting Shim Kangdu is the best choice right now, but I promise one day I will arrange for you to avenge Ohhyunchol and your Dongcheol brothers. Let's be strong until then, Keelman, forcing a bitter smile. Haha, one day I'll definitely kill that guy. Kangdu was pleased. He did not expect that Taejun would immediately warn him with murderous eyes. It seems like you've made a mistake. Accepting doesn't mean accepting. If you want to live in harmony, you'd better learn to clean up your vulgar mouth. Kangdu felt a chill down his spine. Taejun couldn't let him live with everyone, so he took Kangdu to Chol Seongjin's office, while Taejun calmly sat and ate chicken. Kangdu was as enthusiastic as sitting on a fire. What are you doing? Are you still idly eating chicken like that? What am I doing in Chol Seongjin's office? Taejun saw him making noise, so he stuffed a chicken leg into Kangdu's mouth. If you want to improve your ability, recover your body first, eat it, the chicken is delicious. Your leg is injured like that, eat it. Go well and have the strength to teach the children here. Kangdu saw that the chicken was indeed delicious, he chewed it greedily. Then didn't forget to look up and ask, should we avoid Taesung? It's too dangerous here, let's go back to the box. Taejun has a clog in his stomach. What does he think? That's why Kang Deokbae came here to supervise, instead of sticking it in a box. If you want to improve your own strength, the members of the box need to increase your strength to do that. They discussed dispersing their forces according to Kang Deokbae's words, but Tae only put Taejun and Daesun in their sights. Therefore Tae, Cho Jinmu, and Taesung Gang will stay to protect the box. And to avoid suspicion from Taesung, Dongcheol and the other members of the box will also stay. Taejun brings Shim Kang Deokbae to Cheol's boss's office to avoid internal information being stolen. Daesun will join Seongjin and Choi Dongsik to summon more forces. Tae enthusiastically practiced with Cho Jinmu. Just when he thought he could lock Cho Jinmu's arm, he suddenly lifted his hand and let him land uncomfortably. Cho Jinmu looked at the guy who was grimacing and said, hesitating again. If that attack is negated, then you should definitely take the fatal blow, okay? You have to have killing intent when playing, so let's move on to the next lesson, right? As long as you're determined, your joint locks are very dangerous. Cho Jinmu held out his hand, intending to block the boy. Who knows, Tae got up and left him alone. Just as he wanted to teach Tae, Dong Chol came and Cho Jinmu asked him what he was doing with the kids. Dongcheol said he was taking the place of his master and retraining the box's staff. Cho Jinmu then came up with an idea. He gathered all the juniors in the box and the Taesung Gang and announced, from now on, everyone in the box and the members of the Taesung Gang will no longer be classified as top or bottom. From today on, every night you guys will go into this ring together, use weapons or play dirty, as long as you don't kill anyone. Fight until only one person is left standing. I repeat this every day. Of course there are no exceptions. Tae was frowning when Cho Jinmu glanced at Sang. You will still train personally with me during the day, then fight with everyone at night. He also gave the others a condition for personal training, which was to defeat Tae. Dongsik was checking some surrounding areas when he bumped into Daesun. When he mentioned the name Taesung, and showed them the tiger tattoo on his back, they cowered in fear. One guy said fearfully, "What's the matter with Tae bosses? Please just sit down first." Daesun shook his head. These guys are just useless Seongjin. Those people who cringe when they hear the name Taesung can't do anything. If we ignore them, one day they will disguise themselves as Taesung and bite us back. Long-haired guy felt insulted and rushed forward to punch Daesun in the face. The man only flexed his muscles a little and sent him flying into the wall. When he finished, Mr. Nguai said to Seongjin, "Next time we will meet many gangs all over the country. Like this, if there are no useful people there, we will wipe out that gang. You said you wanted to learn from me, right? Let's learn from the basics first. Your job will be to clean up those trash guys masquerading as gangsters. Our way of education is drawn from many of those battles. You must be very steadfast in the future, because if you want to study with me, it will be very difficult." In a certain dark alley, Kang Deokbae came to clear out Choi Dongsik's group. He weighed 5 people by himself and it wasn't difficult at all. He defeated all 5 guys. Taejun is concentrating and recovering his body. He devoted himself to training day and night to have 8-pack muscles. The training of the juniors was left to Kang Deokbae. When Taejun asked, he complained, "It's been a while and I don't see any improvement in skills. These guys don't have any fighting talent." The juniors all bowed down. Taejun puts on a white shirt to cover his strong body. He saw Kang Deokbae's face as fresh as a flower, so he said, "Training is still good." Bored, Kang Deokbae's face distorted. "Please Dad, God, how long am I stuck here?" Taejun said they will leave today. Kang Deokbae's jaw dropped with joy but was shocked when Taejun told them not to return to the box. Suddenly he received a text message from someone. Taejun opened the phone that Tae gave me last time. A strange number texted in a friendly voice, "You're a grown man, how long are you going to continue like this? Just work moderately. Then come back." The boy had a strange feeling. What is this? I've never experienced this before. Kang Deokbae saw that the kid didn't pay much attention to him. He frowned and asked, "Hey, this guy. So where are you going?" Taejun was startled. "Oh yeah. Have you ever heard of the name War Legion?" Kang Deokbae followed Taejun to meet someone. He clicked his tongue. No matter how strong the war army is, hasn't it been 30 years already? When you're old, why fight anymore? Taejun mentioned Master Park, the one who proved, the older the ginger, the spicier it gets. Kang Do was surprised. What? That amputee is the leader of the war army? Taejun's face darkened, and his eyes glanced like bullets. Kang Do, seeing this, knowing his fate, he didn't dare to say nonsense anymore. Taejun explained as he walked, so far, everyone from the war corps that we've met has all helped in some way. Taejun believes that the man they are about to meet will definitely be useful. There are two thugs making things difficult for a middle-aged man, forcing him to stamp some papers. The man was steadfast. I don't work with thugs, you should go somewhere else. A guy pointed at the sticker on his face and raised his voice. Who called AI a thug? Shall I charge him the treatment fee, or do you want me to sue? Taejun promptly came to the rescue. You sent Kang Do to deal with the two cheap guys who were destroying the village and bullying others. Kang Do was dissatisfied. He reminded Taejun, fuck it, but if you don't, there won't be any information to report to Jang Woohyun. Kang Do, there is no other way. He rushed to annoy the two thugs, then chased them away to relieve his irritation. The two big men were limping, helping each other and rushing out, remembering the feud they had just brought back. The man looked at Taejun with curious eyes. I wonder why you came here. Thank you for helping me educate those hooligans. But in order not to be disturbed, next time, Taejun interrupted him before he finished speaking. I came here to find a former War Legion member, Suyong Chol. The man's eyes widened in surprise. Taejun continued, his eyes firm, we are the ones who will destroy Taesung along with Park Deesan. After a whole session of chatting, Chol. Even though he knew that the eldest brother Daesan disbanded the team for everyone's safety, that person had suffered a lot in the past, but he still frankly rejected the offer to reunite this time. Taejun looked straight at Chol. Are you afraid of Taesung? The man was sad. Are you afraid? This whole life. I'm only afraid of Taesung. 30 years ago, the government launched a major war to prevent crime. This leads to the decline of many gangs. Black social activities are becoming more and more difficult and money is taking over, becoming the new measure of power. But even so, force is still essential. Although the name of a former war corps member still helped me survive in life, using a knife to cause injury pushed me behind bars. I realized that someone like me who only relied on his own strength had been completely eliminated. This world no longer has a place for me, but the scariest thing is that I am completely alone. No one wants to come close. Even so, someone still reached out to help me. That person is the director of this office. Even though I tried to put aside my stupid past and live positively for the future, it still didn't work. There are a lot of offices around here that are harassed like that. Taejun thought for a while and then said, do you dare to give up your normal life to once again become our fist? Chol hesitated, but, those thugs are people from Shindo Construction. Even though they're just class thugs, because they constructed the project well, they still have a place. However, the problem as you can see is that their method of signing contracts is very dirty. They even threatened the director's family. The director is smart, so he can restrain himself. And I chose for myself foolishly. I thought I had given up on this fist and only when things didn't go well did I have to take action against them. For me, a normal life is not a problem, but I don't want the people who opened their arms to me to be responsible for my own ignorance. The man covered his face and trembled. Taejun had to leave. Anyway, you can't force someone. If they don't want to, if they say they will help him, things will become even more complicated. Kang Do urged him back to the box. Just when Chol went out to pick someone up. This makes Taejun curious again. On the Shindo Construction side, the two thugs returned with swollen faces asking for help. Sure enough, soon after, they were led by 5 escorts to return for revenge. At this time, Chol and the director were still chatting outside. Taejun looked at the man talking to Chol and then froze. Is it my son Hyunwo? The company's name is Hyunseong Human Resources. It's just that I can't touch my family. One day in 1960, the story began at a small shop on the corner of the street. Kang Deokbae once saved the boss from gang thieves. Since then, he gradually became more attached to this place and became a regular customer of the boss. Kang Deokbae met Unshim there. A girl more beautiful than a flower. The man was struck by love at first sight and did not hesitate to follow the girl every time she went out. Unshim, although she also has feelings, she doesn't like gangsters. Then he set a condition: Deokbae must give up his job. Of course that's impossible, just because Deokbae is so steadfast. Used his heart to persuade. Unshim though was grateful that the young man had saved his father from trouble. He is also very popular in this area. But no matter what happens to her, hitting people is still not good. Unshim gives a condition: Deokbae cannot hit anyone again in the future. The man happily accepted, screaming loudly like a crazy person. Things calmed down for a while, to please Unshim. Kang Deokbae only dares to appear silently in places she cannot see, until one day, when she and her father were on their way home, they were harassed by thugs. They carried sticks, intending to take revenge for the previous incident. Kang Deokbae promptly appeared, but because of his previous promise, he could only grit his teeth and endure the beating. He shouted loudly to Unshim, father and son, run ahead. Unexpectedly, a man wearing a black hat suddenly appeared, holding a knife, rushed forward and stabbed him in the back. The male lead was seriously injured and fell to his knees in pain. Immediately after committing the crime, the thugs turned and ran away. Unshim hurriedly ran to help his teary eyes, was moved by Deokbae's sincerity and accepted him. And from there, he made another promise to her: never bully the weak. If you have to fight, only against bad people or people stronger than you. The man took those words to heart, and everything seemed to be fine. Kang Deokbae was truly happy to have a family like everyone else. Those were the happiest moments of life, but that was also the time when misfortunes came. While taking my wife and children for a walk, Kang Deokbae was stabbed by a stranger right in front of his wife and son. When Hyunwoo was young, he was scared and separated from his father. The boy didn't say anything for many days, just seeing Deokbae made him tremble again. Unshim therefore did not want to give in, even though she knew her husband did not make a mistake. But a person like you seems to be too greedy when wanting to pursue happiness. Kang Deokbae is forced to choose. Will things get better if I give up? No, I can't turn back anymore, only when I die will these things end. It was so difficult for them to make the decision to leave each other. Deokbae has decided to cut off his family, rise to the top and stay there. No one can make fun of him, no one can touch his family either. During his life, Deokbae always kept his small family in his heart to take care of his big family, only silently standing behind to protect him. Now, he suddenly had the opportunity to meet his son again in a different identity. The person's name is Taejun. Suddenly he wondered when he had forgotten. When you see the sign, you have to guess it. The two went to the Shindo construction headquarters to settle the bill. Shin Kang-do took down the thugs in just 1 minute, but couldn't help but wonder what the kid wanted to do here. The guy from Shindo looked at Taejun with vicious eyes and said, "You guys are part of Hyunseong's human resources, right? Do you think you can get out of here? Do you know who is behind us? Your father will take revenge, starting with the director of human resources, Hyunsong." Taejun grabbed his hair. Clench. He squeezed that obnoxious face and warned, "Is that so? You kids aren't just harassing Hyunsong. From now on if I hear any complaints from the offices in this area, I will return. Find you. At that time, I don't care if you guys do it or not, just take responsibility for this place." The man found this to be the best. So that helps Hyunwoo. The next day Taejun came back to say goodbye to Jo Sucheol, also to see Hyunwoo's face one last time. Right at that moment, Jo Sucheol rushed from nowhere, and as soon as he saw Taejun and Kang-do, the man showed an unhappy expression. "Didn't I tell you guys?" Taejun was happy to see him, but Jo Sucheol quickly grabbed Taejun's collar and angrily screamed loudly, "Guys, what the hell did you do? The guys who built Shindo are making a mess." Kang-do looked at him in confusion. "What can those bastards do? You're the one who's making a mess. We gave them a chance. Lesson learned for life, no need to worry anymore." Jo Sucheol is so worried. It's not just the construction guys asking why. Also, there are Taesung's people too, they broke into the office. Arrested the director, Kang Deokbae suddenly dropped his cigarette. Taejun was shocked when he heard it, feeling a sharp pain in his head. At the headquarters of Taesung Construction. As soon as Jang Woohyun got out of the car, a group of senior juniors greeted him at the door. Even though Ly Taejun and Chol Seongjin's side has begun to act. But a month has passed, it's not easy to surpass Cheol Taejin anymore. He wants to urge Shim Kang-do to speed up the progress even more. Taejun heard the news like lightning in his ears, he panicked and asked again, "Dude, what do you mean by that? Who took who away?" Jasoochol immediately replied, "It's about building Taesung, building Taesung. You bastards ask for this to have Taesung behind you." Sucheol recounted the beginning and end. Shindo girls led Taesung to the office. Then settle accounts with Sucheol for the damage to their office. Sucheol doesn't know anything, tries to explain. But those thugs didn't listen. Initially, they intended to take Sucheol away, using Taesung's power to threaten. But Hyunwo asked them to stop. If not, the police will be called. The leader shook Hyunwo's hand, then threatened, "Do you see our people outside? The more noise, the more disadvantageous it is for you. But you guys know what kind of place Taesung is built." He saw that Sucheol was loyal to the director, so he made an agreement that he would take Hyunwo in return. Sucheol will bring the troublesome mice to exchange. The director always believed that Sucheol would not do that, so he followed Taesung and the others. Before leaving, Hyunwo said, "Just bring those people here, then clarify the truth. When it's done, don't you ever show up and bother us again. Also, this place will never sign anything with Shindo." Sucheol regrets, the director must have sensed something bad and took all the responsibility. "All because of me, if I hadn't come here in the first place, none of this would have happened." Taejun listened without saying a word. Shin Kang-do suddenly pulled out the car keys from his pants pocket, now they have no time to regret. He pulled Sucheol into the car. After that, he sped away and left Kang-do alone there. A few minutes later, the white car stopped at a sprawling construction site. There are 6 guys standing there ready. Seeing Taejun, the guy in black, asked the red-haired guy, "What is this? Is that guy?" He stammered, "Yes, that's right." After confirming, he raised his chin towards Taejun, "Do you dare to come here alone? Where is the other guy?" Taejun interrupted, "Just answer my question first, where is the director?" The man in black laughed, "Crazy guy, are you still worried about the old director? We don't make noise in public, getting involved with the police is tiring. He's still safe in the car, but it's not easy to touch him. That guy is very strong. For injuries like that, taking him to the hospital can be cured." Taejun clenched his fist, handing Hyunwo back to Sucheol. The thug saw this and burst out laughing, thinking he had delusions of strength. Taejun coldly asked, "Hands, feet, eyes, which one do you guys want to keep? I'm not happy at all." As soon as he finished speaking, the young man rushed towards the group of girls. He raised his left hand and punched a guy in the face. Right hand ousts another. Then gave him a painful blow to the stomach. Taejun is like a crazy lion, his strength also multiplies. Another guy came and was immediately knocked down, then trampled mercilessly. Taejun glared at the remaining guys, "All of you go up the river together. Or do you wait for me to go up first?" The black-shirt man saw that the group of thugs hesitated and no one dared to move forward. He angrily shouted, "What is that? Are you guys planning to stand there and play?" Taejun flew like an arrow, aiming straight at him, pinning his neck against the wall. Then kicked him and broke his leg, causing him to fall to his knees. Mouth cried out in pain. You son of a bitch, do you know who your father is? I'm the person who built Taesung, it's Taesung, do you know?" Taejun used his hand to press his hand firmly against the wall. "Looking at you guys makes me so disappointed. Besides the Taesung label, do you guys have anything else? With that label, you guys are a bunch of trash." Krak, the black-shirt man's right arm was broken. The screaming sound makes Taejun uncomfortable. Did you press his head against the wall? Why are you shouting so loudly? I haven't even started yet. Just after the meeting ended, Jang Woohyun went to the 10th floor of the building when a phone call came in. Shin Kang-do, the voice on the other end is so frantic. Why don't you answer my call? It's a big deal, you idiot Lee Taejun. Woohyun. After listening for a while, his face changed color. Okay, let me handle it. You take Taejun back to the office first. Glass Taejun. If you keep acting inappropriately like this, how can we cooperate? Sucheol defeated 2 black-shirt men. Then he quickly opened the car door and saw Hyunwo. He worriedly asked, is the director okay? Sucheol peeled the tape off the director's mouth. Hyunwo immediately asked, Sucheol, what's going on? Did you bring those people here? Sucheol helped the director down and replied, yes, we have to leave here immediately, I have prepared the car. He took care of the rest. Taejun weighed all the thugs alone, he himself was quite surprised by his own body. Previously, Taejun thought this was just a normal body, but after only a short period of practice. Even though I thought it wouldn't improve much, the power of hey, what a breakthrough. That injury was an opportunity for Taejun to grasp the potential strength of this body. And in the future this power may be enhanced even further. Hey crazy guy. What if you can't handle it alone? Kang-do ran over excitedly, I don't see the car outside, where did you put it? Seeing all the thugs fall to the ground, he was quite respectful. Wow! You handled it very neatly, come follow me, crazy guy. Taejun followed Kang-do to Woohyun's office. Mr. Jang, Woohyun started, this is the first time we have a chance to talk like this, right? I know your ability is very strong, but I don't understand why you still attack it, even though Shindo and Taesung are related. Have you run out of places to prove your strength? Taejun replied, it seems I also misunderstood CEO Yang a bit. I didn't think you would use those bastards to harass ordinary people. Woohyun's eyebrows are furrowed, watch your words, isn't it thanks to my support that you guys have come this far? Taejun is not afraid to be frank, if this continues, this will no longer be an alliance, isn't that strange? Don't you remember anything when you came to us? Jang Woohyun suddenly lowered his voice. So, what was the reason for what just happened? Hyunseong manpower. Of course, Taejun denied, he just repeated what he said before, if Shindo touches that district office again, he will not be forgiven. Jang Woohyun cutting off the tip of the cigar in a calculating mind, Cheol Seongjin, Ly Taejun, if you guys become a problem, I'll throw it away immediately. But this is not something that can be resolved emotionally. It will take a lot of time and risk to avoid Chol Taejun's eyes and ears. He took a drag of his cigarette and said, among the businesses that are doing business with us, Shindo Construction is one of the most prominent units. Contracts signed with our office are also part of business. If you want them to quit that segment, you have to help them make money elsewhere. We have an office that is having some minor troubles, and the office size is small. But it also has a lot of power. Besides, we also want to have better relationships with the businesses we are managing. If resolved by force, it will be counterproductive. Jang Whyun also really wants to see what this kid Taejun really wants. After leaving the office, Taejun and Shim Kang-do arrived at a dilapidated old building. There were some guys blocking the way and not letting them in. Taejun told Kang-do, get back. Kang-do of course was content to leisurely stand and light a cigarette. He looked at Taejun recklessly rushing into the third scale and smirked in his heart. Dad, that straw hero, even Whyun is indifferent to these guys. But what is he planning to do alone? If you're crazy and want to die, just rush in and die alone. If it's that easy to fight, that bald pig would have won the UFC a long time ago, let's make sure. Unexpectedly, he just looked up. Those thugs were dealt a good hand by Taejun. Kang-do was horrified, what the hell is that? Suddenly, a big guy walked in, he said loudly, what is that guy doing? You came here alone, what gang are you from? Shin Kang-do spoke up impatiently, it's from Taesung Construction, you came here without knowing who to greet? It was obvious there were two people. The fat man looked at Taesung and continued, whatever, are you really Taesung's person? The young man replied, it's not important, why pay attention to those things? The important thing is whether you have enough ability for me to worry about or not. The fat guy frowned. He met the right person with the right frequency. The two began to fight. After missing Taejun, the fat man, quick as lightning, used both hands to grab his opponent's shirt. Force him into the back cupboard. Taejun counterattacks. Punched him so hard that his face was swollen. Whole body trembling, unable to stand up. The fat guy raised his head and woke up, looking at Taejun in horror. Damn this crazy guy. At this moment, the boy raised his hand to block him, saying, "This is enough. Due to the circumstances, I have to beat you like that. But you still haven't used all your strength, right?" A few days later, the fat guy came to Taesung Construction. Jang Woohyun, as soon as he saw the distinguished guest, he said, "Are you here? No matter how many times my staff came to see you, why did you come all the way here to find me? Don't worry too much about the battle. Haven't we been fighting all day? From now on, you will work under my command at the headquarters. I will treat everyone properly." The fat man refused that offer. Instead, he offered another condition. "We will hand over all books to the headquarters, including the corporate office. In return, we will work under Mr. Taejun, not CEO Yang." Jang Woohyun's face darkened. There was a knock on the door. "Come in." Jang Woohyun told the fat guy to get out. The secretary came in and gave him the file. Jang Woohyun opened it. At this point he had to admit that Taejun was someone worth investing in. The greater the risk, the higher the profit. We definitely cannot miss out on talent like him. He ordered his secretary to go out and prepare his car. He brought the documents directly to the Office of Human Resources, Hyunseong. As soon as he put his butt down, CEO Yang greeted him like a friendly beauty queen. "Nice to meet you, I'm Jang Woohyun, CEO of Taesung Construction, part of the Taesung Group." "No, we're familiar with the Taesung Gang. Are you better?" Hyunwoo stood still for a moment, then regained his composure and said, "The Taesung Gang? Of course I've heard about it. Wasn't that once the strongest empire in South Korea? But what does the Taesung Gang have to do with me?" CEO Yang said calmly, "Not the director. Is this the one who understands the situation best? Everything related to the director's family?" Hyunwoo's eyes were confused. He couldn't keep calm. "What do you mean by my family? No one in my family has anything to do with gangsters." CEO Yang put down the file and said, "All the truth is in this file." He didn't forget to leave his business card inside, saying, after looking carefully, "If there's any problem, just call me." Kang Deokbae drives a powerful car on the road. He remembered the special mission that Jang Woohyun assigned him. "This name Lee Taejun is more special than you think, Kang Deokbae. Join Cheol Seongjin and strengthen that place. Turn that place into a solid rock. And just find out if he can benefit us in the future." Until he understood Taejun's intentions. "If it's an obstacle to our plans, then there is no other way, kill. You always have to be ready." Kang Deokbae intended to inquire about the real relationship between Taejun and the Director of Human Resources Hyunsong. But the answer I received was still the same. "Didn't you hear me? It doesn't have to be Hyunsong, if they touch any office in that area, it won't be enough for me." Kang Deokbae clearly knew that this kid was determined to keep it a secret until the end, but there was no way to pry his mouth open. He was such an idiot. Kang Deokbae drove down into a cellar. "I'm going to stop for a moment." Suddenly, another black car rushed by. Taejun quickly grabbed the steering wheel. Then rotate the car a few times. Took Kang Deokbae by surprise. "I just saw that guy acting crazy. I wonder what the hell he's planning to do." 6 guys in green shirts from the Taesung construction team appeared, including the Supreme Commander Nam Do-hyun, Young Seokyeol, Choi Di-chil. Kang Deokbae opened his mouth and didn't understand what the hell was going on. "Hey guys, are you all crazy?" Jun Seok immediately said. CEO Yang gave instructions to avoid CHOL President's suspicions. There needs to be some sacrifice. Ly Taejun and Kang Deokbae too. Kang Deokbae was shocked at the feeling of being stabbed in the back by his senior. The phone suddenly fell. The phone number was familiar. But he didn't have the heart to pick it up anymore. Taejun used his mouth to pull the glove neatly, seemingly mentally prepared for battle. Young Seokyeol continued walking with his accomplices. He quickly walked towards Taejun. As he walked, he gave an unpleasant greeting. It's been a long time since we've seen each other, and we hope this is the last time we see you. This time it won't be as easy as before. Don't think anything can happen now, we are different from before. Don't even think about running away for anything, we're in charge of this place. Fight hard. Nam Do-hyun's face is pale. He suddenly grabbed a knife and stabbed like crazy, constantly demanding to bring out the guy wearing the bulletproof vest last time. Taejun grabbed the guy, then 7 hands held knives in just 30 seconds. Choi Di-cheol swung his fist in response from the right wing, but the opponent still dodged. Taejun immediately gave him a punch and then took his jaw as a gift. Young Seokyeol rushed in to rescue his accomplices and continued. Taejun leaned forward, he rushed forward. While struggling, Taejun used his hand to grab Young Seokyeol and Choi Di-cheol's faces, pressing them hard backwards. Then let them land on the spot, which is not very pleasant. Nam Do-hyun saw the knife, he tried to stretch his shaking arm to reach it. Taejun immediately used his foot to block it. The young man's sharp eyes looked at the man sitting below. In 30 more years, a guy like you won't be able to win against Taeha. The remaining 3 guys' legs were a bit shaky, but there was no other way. A man with a stick rushed forward to attack Kang Do. At this time, he was behind and kicked him away. The sound of cracking his knuckles made him say angrily, "You guys, will you guys explain everything properly? Well, what do you guys know, you guys? Call Yang Woo-hyun now." The phone bell rang. Jang Woo-hyun picked up the phone, but before he could finish his sentence, the other end of the line suddenly started shouting, "Yang Woo-hyun, you bastard, what the hell do you think you're doing?" Taejun said, "Kang Do, calm down. You picked up the phone and said, is that CEO Yang? These guys seem so simple, are they afraid we'll go somewhere or something, so they let the whole car follow them?" Jang Woo-hyun replied calmly. "I just want to get rid of some troubles, well. In the end, I have to pull out this thorn myself, right?" Taejun texted, "Just tell me the time and location." CEO Yang immediately said, "I'll contact you later. But I tell you one thing. It's best not to think about running away anywhere, because there will be someone you don't expect there." Taejun said seriously, "You don't need to worry, we won't run away. Instead, I also have a few words for you. Living in this world is not always what you want, so expect less, otherwise you will be disappointed." A guy in black reluctantly invited Hyunwoo to the car. Taeha appeared with Choi Dae-chol, he was entrusted by Taejun to protect Hyunwoo from the underworld. The guy in black saw 2 strangers and immediately chased away the uninvited guest. Dong-cheol grabbed the guy's shoulder and glared. "It's not nice to be noisy here. Learn to shut your mouth." Hyunwoo saw that and asked, "What are you guys doing?" Polite Teha, "Hello, you are the director of Hyunseong Human Resources, right? We heard the story from Mr. Jo Suchil, so we came here to help him, to the Taesung construction site. It's very dangerous right now. The director also understands that. Come with us, we will protect you." That man, although grateful, refused their protection. Hyunwoo said, "I still have some things to take care of." Even though Taeha said if something happens who will protect his family? That man remained steadfast, "I will not hide anymore, I will solve everything with my own hands." Before that, Taejun looked at Jang Woo-hyun's attitude and had a bad feeling. He secretly contacted Taeha, then asked him to protect Hyunwoo, a very important person to Taejun. They are forced to hide their identity from a normal person. But this situation was also predictable. Taeha quickly held the director back, "It seems like he still doesn't trust us. We are President Kang Deokbae's people. And of course we won't do anything detrimental to the president's son." Hyunwoo a bit surprised, but immediately regained his composure. "That name, it's been a long time since I heard it again. But that person died a long time ago, and now I have to stand up and protect my family. I don't know what to do." Taeha looking back, he saw a group of thugs coming. Things have become more complicated, and there are too many people going back and forth. Taeha said softly, Song Dongcheol relay the message to Taejun for me. The plan was changed at the last minute. Taeha laughed, ha ha ha. I guess we have a bit of a misunderstanding here. We didn't know they were from Taesung Construction, so we behaved a bit rudely. I heard the director has some kind of agreement with that great Taesung. I'm your subordinate, so letting me come along shouldn't be a problem, right? Taeha looked at Hyunwo urgently, hoping he would cooperate. And so Taeha came to build Taesung. Dongcheol returns. Tell Taejun everything. After listening, he closed his eyes and thought. Anyway, on paper, Taesung is still a construction company, they won't like to get involved with civilians, and Jang Woohyun has no reason to harm the two of them. But Hyunwo cannot be considered safe yet. Hurry up, they started making elaborate plans. Kang Do pointed to the board and said. The time is tonight, the location is an old building. This building has not been used since its construction. Taesung moved to a new headquarters. It is only used when they just have to deal with the dirty work. There are three main forces that everyone needs to pay attention to, an elite crime scene management team with remarkable strength. Among them were three guys that Taejun beat like dogs. Next is their strongest force, the sales department, in name only sales but also full of trash. Finally, there are the leaders, including Wo Jinchul, the boss of the salesmen, and the strongest guy under Jang Woohyun, named Yun Yongbow. Perhaps all of their troops are concentrated on the first floor. Some elite guys will protect Jang Woohyun and monitor the hostages. And Jang Woohyun will be waiting for us on the top floor. Taejun turned to ask Dongcheol about the situation at the box. Currently Cho Jinmu and the people at the box have started to move. But due to the long distance, they will arrive a little late. Master Park and boss Chol are temporarily unable to contact. Although it is difficult for them to defeat their opponents with their current force, they still carry out their plan as originally planned. At the former headquarters of Taesung Construction, Kim Seokdi brought some juniors to attract attention on the first floor to distract the other wing. Shin Kang-do led Taejun and Dongcheol to the private elevator used to go to the top floor. This elevator is special in that even if all the elevators are powered off, it can still be used. They were going to go straight to Jang Woohyun, but immediately met a group of fat rats. Dongcheol took on the task of blocking the attack, but the numbers were too different. Taejun is not at ease and wants to rush together. Kang-do raised his hand to stop, we don't have much time. Rescuing hostages is the top priority. The troops fighting in the lobby won't last long. In real life, throw that power of friendship aside. Dongcheol suddenly spoke up, I heard it from Taeha. Human Resources Director Hyunseong is a precious person to you, so don't worry about us. Go quickly, this is not a game. Do and GCHOL gather Suyong Box and Tape Brothers. Box's team just in time to arrive. Keelman clicked his tongue, ah. Hey, Dongcheol is so forward, isn't he? Cho Jinmu meets the team on the first floor. Still on the top floor right now. There are two guards guarding right in front of the elevator door. Suddenly, the elevator opened, they looked bewildered to see who was in there. But before I could react, I was pulled inside. After neat processing, Kang-do and Taejun ran up the stairs. As he walked away, Kang-do said, normal people will keep hostages with them, but this guy Jang Woohyun is different. Although he looks like a liar from the outside, he's also a person who knows how to use his head. As far as I know, he leaves valuable things downstairs. They reached the upper floor, but saw no one. Kang-do looked forward, looked back, that bastard Jang Woohyun, do you have any eyes or ears here? Where does he keep hostages? What do we do? Taejun saw something and said, right now, Hyunwoo's safety is the most important. But with that special elevator, we don't have time to search all the floors, just wait a little longer, Hyunwo, I'm coming to pick you up. There's no other way. They had to go up. Taejun decided to go straight to Jang Woohyun, then force him to open his mouth. Kang-do felt excited, he was eager to see Taejun personally kill that worthy person. Hate that. On the 5th floor of that ugly building, Taesung's construction crew saw a commotion. Taeha saw the opportunity to start taking action. on the 5th floor of that ugly building, the people of Taesung Construction saw a commotion. Tae-ha saw the opportunity to start taking action, but he didn't know if the director was detained on the same floor as him or not. Before that, 2 people were taken to the 5th floor, but going in 2 different directions. If Tae-ha acts rashly, that director will be in danger. First, you have to observe the situation on the floors first, then take action. Tae-ha gingerly opened the door and went out. Act very carefully. But outside it was completely deserted. He guessed that the other guys had gathered in the lobby and had to check all 5 floors. A group of insects suddenly appeared. Seeing Tae-ha, they were startled because they had foolishly lost a mouse. It's a bit annoying but it's fine. The boy wanted to finish quickly and then go find the director right away. The situation in the lobby was still very bustling. Kim Seokdi is surprising. Even though the force gap was huge, they couldn't take a single step forward. On the contrary, our troops are the ones holding the initiative. How did Seongjin gather these monsters? Seeing that, Jinmu said, speechless. Okay. They have to roll around in the ring for a whole month. Whoever dies early won't even have food to eat, ahaha. They were hungry all the time. If you corner them like that, this team is full of hungry ghosts. And in the end, they also know how to win. As long as you're the last one standing, you'll win. Simple. Of course, there are also very strong people. Just in time, Keelman became the clearest proof. He was attacked by 3 people at the same time. Yet, despite being beaten behind my back, Keelman still lifted a guy, making him suffocate. Then gently knocked him down like a pet. Dongcheol also appeared equally ecstatic. Wherever I go, the white clothes flock to me. How many people in the sales team can't do anything about those 2 guys? Among all the good people, there is still one more elite. None other than Cho Jinmu's student. Tae-ha alone weighed beautifully, including the elite soldiers on the 5th floor. Taejun and Shim Kongdu reached the top floor. They were stopped by a group of people. Kongdu cracked his knuckles, raised his chin and asked, "Do you know who your father is, and dare to stand here blocking the way?" "Look at the goods again, Chief W.O." Wu Jinchul said nothing, raised his index finger and signaled, "Tell the juniors to rush forward and chop Shim Kongdu." Taejun thought he wanted a one-on-one. Who would have thought W.O. Jinchul raised his head. "You go inside. The boss is waiting for you." Seeing Taejun about to enter the room in front of him, Kongdu screamed and wanted to stop him but could do nothing. Taejun opened the door and walked in. Jang Woo-hyun was already waiting there. Hearing the sound of the door opening, he immediately said, "You got here faster than I thought. Taejun doesn't have time to chat." Jang Woo-hyun saw that the guy was too enthusiastic and continued. "You must be misunderstanding something, but everything I do has a reason. When you are a leader, there is nothing you cannot do. In the past, what you achieved was thanks to my protection, not your will." Taejun gradually lost his temper and told him, "Stop talking nonsense, and if you don't want to talk, let's try to straighten each other out." Jang Woo-hyun turned on the projector switch. Hyunwoo is blinded and locked somewhere in the building. There is someone always watching over the hostages. Not only that, just as he said, Woo-hyun could also observe Taejun's actions, and the supervisor could receive his orders at any time. This caused Taejun to be locked, unable to save people. Taejun angrily grabbed Jang Woo-hyun's collar. "Whatever you want, just tell me. Why do you have to touch that person?" Jang Woo-hyun was dissatisfied with Taejun's attitude, then hinted at ordering subordinates to take action. Yun Yongbeow stood up, his face filled with murderous intent. Taejun's hands trembled and he let go. Unconsciously, you knelt down. His eyes pleaded, "No, it was me who was wrong, I didn't think clearly. Please. Jang Woo-hyun, please don't do that. It's late now." There was a sudden change on Yongbeow's side. A guy rushed inside and said, "The situation outside is extremely urgent, the entire team in the lobby has been pushed back." Seeing the strange blonde man, Dion Yunbeom felt suspicious. After that, the young man gave him a heavy kick. Tae-ha looking up, startled to see a large screen so overwhelmed, he immediately understood the problem. Tae puts up a chair. How could a superstar like him let Jang Woo-hyun tie him down? The boy took off the tracking device and didn't forget to leave a message, "Don't worry here anymore, Taejun. Kill that son of a bitch." Crack crack. Taejun stood up and approached Jang. "Has the wind changed direction? So now you want to talk again?" "I'm ready." Jang Woo-hyun's face turned pale. Looking at the guy opposite, Tae grinned. "Wow. Look at that face, don't be lazy like your boss." I thought the opponent was polite, but unexpectedly he acted incredibly rude. Tae initially both attacked and defended to learn about the opponent. Yun Yongbeow fought hard without leaving any gaps. This is truly a formidable opponent. Tae swung a few moves later, pulling out his secret weapon and whipping it hard. Yun Yongbeow raised his hands to shield. "This time you have proven that fighting cowards without any preparation is truly stupid." Kang Deokbae leisurely waited outside. He was still bitter when he had just received an unpleasant blow from his juniors. All of the recent situations have been scripted to prove loyalty. Kang Deokbae pretended to be ousted in order to lead Taejun as planned. Before the battle with Taesung's main building, Kang Deokbae was the one who sent news to CEO Jang before they moved to the old headquarters. Taking Taejun straight to the representative office was also pre-appointed by him. Kang Deokbae told department head WOO to bring the juniors to the main hall, and he would take care of everything else here. However, WOO Jinchul refused. He said he would stay here. His job is to be next to the CEO. Until the end. Kang Deokbae punched WOO Jinchul in the chest and said, "Boy, do you think I'm still acting? Let's trust each other a little, go down to reinforce the lobby, otherwise our army will be completely scattered. Or do you think WHYUN will lose to Lee Taejun? Who do you think WHYUN is?" Woo Jinchul wouldn't dare say that. He hesitated. But Kang Deokbae reluctantly pushed him away, letting the fat guy feel secure. He didn't forget to say, if anything happens, he will call WO Jinchul immediately. Kang Deokbae contemplates the upcoming outcome. Now how to handle this? Jang Woo-hyun, I will now find my own way to live. If Taejun wins, I can transform immediately. Inside is a dramatic battle between the male protagonist and the CEO of the construction company Taesung. Taejun's eyes looked at the guy opposite, sparking fire. "You have crossed a line that you should never have touched. Please pay the price for touching my family." The young man used all his strength to continuously attack Jang Woo-hyun, even though I knew it was very strong. But when he fought with him, he realized that this kid's strength was far beyond what he thought. However, it is still very young. Jang Woo-hyun kicked his leg, causing Taejun to fall down. I thought it was too hasty. But Taejun immediately jumped back up. He put his hand behind him, but he grabbed him and threw him hard to the ground. Jang Woo-hyun was proud, just because you were too hasty. On the other side, Tae is also escorting Yun Yongbeow to the field. He whipped the whip hard, but unfortunately missed. Yun Yongbeow used his hammer to block the attack. He got angry at Tae's unreasonable mouth. "I don't want to go all out with half-baked gangsters like you. But now you will regret that barking snout. This guy uses neither spear nor sword." Tae suddenly remembered the knife-wielding guy he had fought with before. Yun Yongbeow suddenly threw the hammer at Tae's face. Then he jumped up, holding a sharp knife to attack Tae. Suddenly remembering a story during practice, Tae once asked, "If I used all my skills, I could beat Lee Dongcheol. So why can't I ever escape the top 10? Cho Jinmu said at that time, "You still don't understand why. Even though you play very well, your movements are too obvious. Learning properly is nice, but it keeps you stuck in a pattern. How can you beat someone who can see all your movements?" Whether it's an individual or a group, this type of practice without rules is good for you guys. You have to practice fighting, whether you have a knife or a gun, or any other weapon in your hand. This time his words came true. Taejun was knocked down by Jang Woo-hyun. During the crisis, Tae's words rang in his ears. "Wake up, you bastard. LLL, wall. Jang Woohyun continuously stepped on him with his foot. Taejun rolled a few times then stood up. The boy silently thanked Taeha, but thanks to being beaten, he regained consciousness. Taejun changed his fighting style. It looks stable, but Jang Woohyun just sees it wandering around like a child. He grabbed Taejun's collar. Then use your feet to knock the opponent away. Thought they had the upper hand. Suddenly, Taejun kicked his leg back. Strongly threw him face down on the ground. Taeha caught the knife, while face to face, the blade licked his face very sweetly. Yun Yongbeow approaches. Taeha pulled out another stick to knock him off his feet. Seeing Yun Yongbeow lying on the floor, Taeha immediately asked, "What took me so long to keep? Do you think I only have one? Your thinking is still very limited, my friend." In front of the elevator on the first floor, Wo Jinchul looked helplessly at his juniors lying on the floor. "That's really unreasonable. I'm Wo Jinchul. I am the most outstanding department head of Taesung Construction. These street beggars. These guys can't possibly." Before he could explain, Dongcheol punched him and fell face down. Jo Jinmu has also completed his work. Woo Jinchul was forced to kneel. He tried to struggle, shouting loudly, "You guys, where did you come from? According to the information we have, you shouldn't have anyone worth paying attention to, besides Lee Taejun and Cheol Seongjin, right? And I don't care who you are. But we're building Taesung, you brats." Unfortunately, no one paid attention to those words. The whole team discussed and went upstairs to respond. Taeha is still struggling with Yun Yongbeow. The hammer and knife-armed opponent continuously throws blows, making him hesitate. Taeha has both hands and two sticks to both defend and attack. While Yun Yongbeow was vulnerable. The boy swung the stick at his head. Makes him dizzy. Compared to that, Youngbyu's attack range is much shorter. But if he only gets one fatal shot, he still has a chance to win. Youngbyu tried every way to attack Taeha's body, but he didn't reveal any loopholes at all. The secret fighting style makes Youngbyu unable to approach. Taeha smiled and said, "Did you withdraw your neck when you saw that you were losing? Has this old man given up?" Youngbyu had no choice but used the hostage to threaten him. He took a knife and pointed it at Hunwo, saying, "If you know what to do, put down your weapon, otherwise don't blame me for being insensitive." Taeha was quickly captured. Raising his hands high, the young man's face turned pale and his voice lowered. "Don't you think it's a bit too much? Opening your mouth to build Taesung this and that but acting like such cheap people." Youngbyu repeated, "I said drop your weapons. We are no strangers to having to dispose of bodies." Taeha let go of the stick in his hand. "Then use your foot to flick vigorously." Youngbyu's right hand holding the knife. The knife falls. And Youngbyu's purpose was achieved. He didn't expect this kid to trust people so much. It no longer has weapons. The main purpose is to gain a fighting advantage for yourself. Jo Jinmu seemed to have predicted something, other than letting Taeha practice with the three-piece stick. He didn't forget to teach how to deal with tough guys like this. Taeha rushed over and hugged Youngbyu's legs, so they had to lock them tightly first. Next is the time to attack and combine with what you are best at. The training in mixed martial arts, a fighting style that does not follow any rules, was indeed effective. Youngbyu realized the danger. He immediately admitted, "I lost." He was forced to tell himself he would give up and promise to live kindly for the rest of his life. However, Taeha was forced to amputate his remaining arm. After finishing, Taeha ran to rescue the director who was struggling to be tied up. Taejun punched Jang Woohyun repeatedly. Mr. Ta's eyes were still looking for loopholes to turn the situation around. "Do you think you've won?" Suddenly, some crazy guy rushed into Hyunseong's human resources director. "But you still can't concentrate on this battle. The one who is in more of a hurry is you, Lee Taejun. Don't try to avoid it anymore, come in here. Let's fight once and for all." Jang Woohyun tried to escape. He used psychological attacks to confuse his opponent a little more. "Lee Taejun, if you keep acting like that, it will only make things more difficult for the people around you. Especially Human Resources Director Hyunsong. Stop. He said, "What are you talking about?" Jang Woohyun continued. "Do you think I brought that guy here without knowing? The relationship between you two? On the other side, Hyunseong said to Tiha urgently, we don't have much time, we have to get out of here quickly. I'll tell you more details on the way. Taejun guessed that he had approached Hyunwo, maybe he had found out something. But he said, what is a relationship? It's been 30 years. Jang Woohyun raised his chin, I know more than you think. The story you want to hide until the end, Lyun Shim, who is also over 70 years old this year. The old lady was not very healthy but was still devoted to her restaurant and that person's children. Taejun rushed forward like a tiger, he himself didn't know how strong he was. Taejun said angrily, this is my warning. Just try and let me hear that name come out of your mouth again. The young man punched directly, then attacked harder and harder. Jang Woohyun now realized that he hadn't gone all out before. However, if he only took advantage of the centrifuge, its attack would be useless. This brat knows how to control his anger and transform it into strength. Not important. I don't know what cards my opponent is hiding. But Taesung is not a place for dogs to lick your face. The two threw their fists at the other at the same time. Then continued to hit the opponent's face. One person was 8 ounces and half a kilo. Jang Woohyun is a person with a talent for practicing martial arts. When he was young, he had his match fixed by coach Choi. After that, his reputation was mercilessly tarnished. Jang Woohyun was cornered. He took a stick to train Choi and the inhumane old men who did it. But behind him is a very powerful security company, Bowen Taesung. To calm things down, and not want the noise to reach the mayor's ears, Cheol Taejin sent someone to let the kids out and ended everything like adults. Cheol Taejin met privately with Jang Woohyun. He said that the mayor wanted to erase all traces related to his son's match. The coach and referee all knew how to shut their mouths, only Jang Woohyun remained. Cheol Taejin said, I don't want to touch a minor like him. And make an offer to take this guy on. Jang Woohyun's talent makes Taejin pay attention. They need talent more than ever. From then on, Jang Whyun joined Taesung and became Chol Taejin's powerful arm. He has come a long way to reach this position. However, how could a dog like Ly Taejun think he could defeat Taesung? Jang Woohyun was punched and his nose bled. He still did not accept it, but said loudly, with just this much, do you think you can handle everything? A brat like you goes around causing trouble just because he has a little power, he can never utter the name Taesung. Do you think you can take on that responsibility? Taejun was on the verge of punching Jang Woohyun's face, when Tiha and Hyunwo rushed in. Saw that the two of them were still safe. Taejun's heart has just let go of the recent burden. Taejun looked at Hyunwo with a choked heart. You have suffered because of me. I had to leave my family because of things like this. I'm sorry, I certainly won't in this new life. Hyunwo approaching Taejun, he intended, raise your hand and fight. But then it stopped again. The man in pain said, Taejun, everything is because of me, this idiot, what face do you have to look at you anymore? Dad what? Taejun froze on the spot. Back to the previous conversation between Jang Woohyun and Ly Taejun. When CEO Jang came to visit, Hyunwo deliberately showed that he had no relationship with the name Taesung. Jang Woohyun gave a file to Hyunwo, including a picture of Taejun while at the Taesung building. Jang Woohyun lied that his son Taejun was working for Taesung, made Hyunwo restless. It also said that recently, it has interfered in some matters of Taesung's construction. It is not simple for Hyunseong Human Resources to encounter some problems with Taesung, especially the incident with Shindo Construction that caused damage. But because Ly Taejun's strength is not ordinary, that's why I asked him to work for Taesung. Jang Woohyun used that to force Hyunwo to voluntarily come to his office. This is truly something no one could have expected. Hyunwo's voice choked up, Dad, do you still have the face to look at you, you idiot? Does it hurt a lot? Let's go to the hospital quickly. Taejun was so surprised, he didn't know how to handle this situation. The boy glanced at Tiha, the blonde guy whispered, just follow your dad. Let us take care of things here. I'll contact you later. At that time, let's talk in more detail. Kang Do walked in, he saw the father and son's affection but was confused, what the hell is this? It's like watching The Taste of Love. After returning to Hyunsong Human Resources office, Hyunwoo told his son, "Fortunately, there are no serious injuries. It won't take too long to recover. It's too late now. Let's go home early tomorrow. I'll let everyone know you'll be back." Taejun reluctantly said, "Yes, but in my head it's a mess. What the hell is going on? This body. Is Taejun Lee Hyunwoo's son? That means I'm his own grandson." "Me?" Hyunwoo asked, not knowing what he was saying. "What do you still remember? Previously through Tiha's story?" Hyunwoo thought that Taejun suffered a strong impact on the head and lost his memory. That's why Taejun himself doesn't know why he works at Taesung. But he certainly knew he was fighting for something. It's not trying to be a gangster. It just wants to protect precious things. The man continued, "I've heard the story from Tiha kid. But do you still recognize me?" Taejun nodded slightly. Hyunwoo smiled, "Okay, you must be very tired today. Get some rest, then talk about it tomorrow." Taejun used the excuse of fearing that everyone would worry. He wanted to ask Hyunwoo about himself. Taejun has never thought about this, but all the information now is necessary. During that time, this body also did not receive any contact from CA's family. Hyunwoo pondered for a while. He said, "Taejun has been away from home for a while. He himself doesn't really know anymore. But before that, Taejun went to cram school to prepare for the police exam. But after that, the family could no longer contact him. However, Hyunwoo knows that his son is still in contact with Shijun, a name that sounds strange to Taejun. Strangely, Hyunwoo cannot contact this person named Shijun right now." Taejun wondered, "So why are you still in a place full of dishonest people?" But that's not Hyunwoo's concern right now. He said, "Son, please rest early to stay healthy." The next day, he took Taejun home. "Because I'm afraid Taejun will be stressed." He told everyone in advance, "You fell down the stairs," and told Taejun not to worry too much. Taejun's grandmother and mother saw his face plastered all over and couldn't help but worry. Hyunwoo quickly waved his hand and said, "Taejun is okay, he's very hungry. Just let him change and then eat and drink." He pushed Taejun into the room. "Tell him to change clothes quickly and then go out to eat." The boy looked at the strange room endlessly, looking for something. Unexpectedly seeing the photo on her phone, Ly Taejun must have known something and tried to approach Taesung. Moreover, he himself did not know why this body left home. Was it to save Hyunwoo or not? Or is there something else wrong with this body? The boy continued to search for information in the room. "When I was about to open the cabinet door to take a look, then there was a call from outside." Taejun quickly changed his shirt and went to the living room. At this time, the food is already on the table. When I saw these warm dishes, and Yuenshim was by my side. This happy time. Faces that the main character thought he would never see again. That man was extremely happy and once again felt the warmth of his family. They had a fun, enjoyable meal. "Let Ji-moo hear about Taejun's story," he asked Tiha curiously. At first, Tiha also planned to go back to Taejun's house, but then he thought Taejun should not get involved in their affairs anymore. Even though he is not a child for his parents to take home, Taejun has put his family in danger twice, both times because of himself. Dong Dongcheol wondered, why do we have to make things difficult for Hyunseong's human resources to build Taesung? More than anyone else, Tiha knows very well that Taejun wants to hide his relationship with President Kang Deokbae for as long as possible. He just answered in general terms, maybe he was involved in some business deal or he was aware of everything from the beginning. The immediate problem for them right now is not being able to contact Park Daesun and Chol Seongjin. Tiha sighed, "We defeated Taesung, but I still don't feel any better." Taejun must be feeling the same way. He turned to ask Shim Kangdo if he had any more information about the rest of Taesung's construction. Kangdo sadly shook his head, "I can't help it, I haven't been involved with them for a long time." He pointed his head at Jang Woohyun, telling everyone to investigate from that group of people. Tiha came closer and asked Jang Woohyun, "Is Taesung's construction over? At this rate, you won't be able to live more than a day. Don't you also want Cheol Taejin to disappear?" Jang coldly replied, it's true that we always point our blades at each other, that's why I'm suffering like this. I'd rather leave everything in Taesung to Cheol Taejin than you idiots. Tae was a bit surprised to hear his answer. Jang Woo-hyun continued. However, if a war breaks out between us, no matter who wins, it will bring heavy losses to Taesung. I must try to balance power and take down Taesung with minimal damage. Therefore, I only monitor and direct everything from afar. But you guys broke the balance and made it impossible for Cheol Taejin to sit still. It took all of a day to find the cowardly rats that stole Taesung. The sound of someone's footsteps approaching. Someone continued to say, "Where's that idiot Jang Woo-hyun? I came to see your dog face here. Is Jo Il-gwang?" Jang Woo-hyun immediately warned, "You guys are sending yourselves to death. That crazy dog is here." Jo Il-gwang spoke loudly outside. Tae realized the situation was not good. Everyone still hasn't recovered from the battle with the Taesung building. To continue fighting at this time is truly impossible. Tae doesn't know what to do. Then Jang Woo-hyun looked up and said, "You still don't understand the situation. With the security business of Jae Yunhak and Jo Il-gwang and his illegal organization. They are people aiming for absolute power. You can't escape here." Jo Il-gwang held up the knife. "I heard that Taesung's construction is gradually being reduced to nothing. What kind of mice are these? Did you guys really defeat Jang Woo-hyun?" Before he finished speaking, he was about to slash someone at the box. Tae promptly appeared. "There's really no other way but we have to deal with it from top to bottom." Tae holds a 3-piece stick to fight Jo Il-gwang one-on-one. Then 2 other experts appeared and fought unexpectedly. The young man fought with his opponents 1 knife and 1 axe with both hands. I saw him defeating the other 2 without much difficulty. Jo Il-gwang also praised. "You fly and jump like a superhero." But that alone is not enough. Just as he was about to continue fighting, Dongcheol and Kielman appeared. The guy in the hat was about to step up to deal with Tae's group, when Jolgwang stopped him. "Wait a minute. That guy is interesting, let me check it out myself." Tae looking at the thief in front of him, even though he is not a CEO, he is not easy at all. Even if we defeat Jo Il-gwang and then join Shim Kang-do and Mr. Cho Jinmu, the difference in strength is still too great. But I have no choice left, I have to fight. The battle was about to start when a person appeared. "Go away. You idiot." Cheol Seongjin stood in the middle and said, "That's enough." Jo Il-gwang smirked and laughed. "What? We're catching the dogs that stole Taesung. But why did Mr. Cheol Seongjin appear here like this?" Park Deezen interrupted, "Stop, it's too noisy. Or do I have to speak Chinese for you to understand?" Jo Il-gwang saw that both Cheol Seongjin Jin and this old man were present. He began to whisper, "Today he only brought here a bunch of useless idiots. The guy wearing the hat, although he reacted to the attack just now, is Cheol Seongjin this strong?" Jo Il-gwang clicked his tongue, "Let me hear what the previous president's son has to say. And I can't leave empty-handed either, bring out Jang Woo-hyun." Cheol Seongjin thought that was all he needed. Who would have thought that this guy Jo Il-gwang even deliberately put the blade on his neck to draw a line between them. He said, "You can just act like you are now. But from now on, don't think we will consider you the president's younger brother anymore, okay?" Cheol Seongjin. Park Deezen tossed the knife in warning. "The core of the organization, you're so slow at grasping the situation, aren't you? Let me say it once to make you understand. From now on, we are Taesung's enemies." Jo Il-gwang feels things are getting interesting. He thought that the respected chairman would like this very much. After a day at Taejun's house, the main character saw that his nephew seemed to have a very good relationship with his family. Besides, it also prepares you for the police exam. Living like that makes him feel very happy. But what's in his desk drawer? Organizational structure chart from 30 years ago and suspicions about Kang Deokbae's relationship with Hyunwo. That whole photo, Kang Deokbae doesn't know what it is. It's true that this kid approached the organization to save Hyunwo. If everything related to the organization is cut off now, will everyone be safe? If so, will everything be resolved? I was questioning myself when a person who looked similar to Taejun opened the door. are you really going home? What are you planning on doing this time? Mom and Dad are all asleep, don't make any noise, let's go out and talk for a bit. Taejun guessed that he was Lee Taejun and also Taejun's younger brother. Taejun was not very happy when his brother returned. I even lost my temper. Thinks that Taejun is pretending to have amnesia. He gritted his teeth, why are you trying to blink like that? Calm down, what the hell are you doing? Aren't you embarrassed with this little brother? Taejun panicked, calm down, I really don't remember anything. Explain to me first. You have to know to solve the problem. Taejun thought he was pretending to be crazy. He sighed, you have to know if you're acting really well before you say it. Taejun turned around to leave but Taejun stopped him, wait. Just like this, you seem to know something, please explain to me. Taejun shook his brother's hand, saying he only knew how to cause trouble. Or are you determined to study for the civil service exam, then lie and act like a clown, and even play around and let your younger brother catch you stealing money from your parents? He continued pouring cold water, I don't know if you're acting or not, but if you lie, don't cause any more trouble. At least Dad is feeling good about the situation right now. Taejun turned around left, leaving Taejun standing as if her husband didn't understand what was going on. There is someone watching the two of them. Daesun after learning that Taejun is the son of Human Resources Director Hyunseong, then eagerly sought to meet him. Taejun as Hyunwa's son, is that why such things happen? I should have known sooner. The man felt remorseful, tear me, my grandson. How could I let him get so deeply involved in this matter? A voice from behind, someone came even earlier than me. Daesun was startled and looked back, what are you doing here? Jang Woo-hyun knelt down on the cold floor, it seems Shin Kang-do encountered some problem while handling work. As for the recent battle, the Taesung construction side has no opinion. I'm simply weaker than them, so I have to admit defeat. Both failures stem from my mistakes, so I accept all responsibility. Cheol Taejin immediately asked, isn't it enough that you alone are responsible? Jang Woo-hyun gritted his teeth, the opponent's key factor is Lee Taejun, who the president probably already knows. Even though he is young, he possesses potential strength and the ability to judge situations very well. I was subjective and thought he was just a kid. That was my mistake. At the present time, it seems that small regional organizations have gathered under the umbrella of Lee Taejun. Their strength is comparable to our group's elite forces. And the strongest among them are Box's Park Daesun and Chol Sungjun. The late president of Chol heard this and immediately said, don't worry about me. Just keep going. Cheol Taejin asks about the opponent's weaknesses or loopholes. Jang Woo-hyun then spoke about their main force. Then the person we can attack right away is Lee Taejun. Among the businesses under our management, there is an office called Hyunseong Human Resources. Lee Taejun is the son of Lee Hyunwo, the director of that business. We have confirmed information about this relationship. Cheol Do-ho turned around and said. Chairman Chol, give me a moment. The person Park Daesun saw was Cheol Do-ho. As soon as he saw him, the man bled 6 times. Wanting to strangle that old man with his hands, Daesun angrily said, does a person like you with no conscience have the right to say that? Cheol Do-ho grabbed Daesun's hand, saw him angry and said he had come to the right place. Cheol Do-ho continued, instead of getting angry at me, it would be better if you understood the current situation. Information about Lee Taejun has been reported back to the group. You should be worried about your safety. Park Daesun lost all composure. Are you planning to touch Dad's family, who have nothing to do with this? Cheol Do-ho calmly straightened his clothes, it doesn't matter. Since Lee Taejun got involved, everyone is in the same boat. And this is a war that just needs to be won. If you win, it doesn't matter how you win. After meeting you, I don't need to go to Hyunwo anymore. Don't make any more noise and then disappear. Having finished speaking, he climbed into the black car with Jang Woo-hyun waiting. Cheol Do-ho, after confirming that it had accepted the resolution of the problem from the Chol president's side. Instead, it will be a bit difficult for him to retire at such a sensitive time. A day went by. Hyunwo was about to go to the construction site when Lee Taejun offered to go with him. The two of them worked together, and when they got tired, they sat down to rest. Taejun recalled Sejun's words, "If what the kid said last night is true, it seems that Taejun is in quite a lot of trouble." Studying for the civil service exam was probably also a lie from the beginning. Could it be that Hyunwo knew these things and hid them? The main character decided to ask questions clearly. "Taejun. Just as I was about to call my dad, a group of thugs came." The leader shouted in a loud voice, "Call the person in charge here quickly. If you want to do construction in this neighborhood, obviously you have to contact us. Use local human resources. We will also support you with equipment." Hyunwo told Taejun to sit there quietly. He ran to stop the thugs from disrupting the work. The fat leader used his power to bully him and even planned to use violence against Hyunwo. The man grabbed the guy's hand tightly and grimaced, "If you continue this, you'll only get into more trouble when the police arrive." Another guy felt itchy, so he rushed over and waved his hand to hit him. Taejun lost his temper seeing that. Hyunwo still raised his hand to signal Taejun not to act rashly. The fat guy was arrogant again, telling Hyunwo to attack someone first. He ordered his juniors to attack, just in time for the police to arrive. Luckily it was just in time. Those guys claimed that they were a group of thugs, not a human resources office at all. If a business makes mistakes in the process of hiring people, they will continuously harass, hinder construction and extort money. Thanks to Hyunwo, everything was resolved. That's why it increases the prestige of Hyun's human resources. Hyunwo applied ice and turned to Taejun, smiling gently, "Are you surprised? You must be very patient, right? In life, not everything can be solved with fists." Taejun suddenly asked, "Last night, Sejun and I talked for a while. She said I don't study at all. It seems like you've been causing a lot of trouble for your family all this time. Dad must know something and is hiding it from me, please tell me." Hyunwo laughed, "Ha ha, this Sejun guy, every time he sees your face, his mood is affected. I'm not trying to hide anything from you. I really believe that you're studying hard. Dad could only guess a little after everything happened. Taejun, you've known how to cause trouble since you were little. Fists always come before words. That method is truly outrageous. But I have never used violence without a reason. By the time I went to college, there were no major problems, but it wasn't until I was discharged that things started to change. At that time, I thought maybe it was because you wanted to make money quickly, that was why you lacked such willpower. That's why it's a bit difficult for parents. But by nature I am a good child, so my parents still decided to trust me to the end. When I said I would continue studying, Dad was very happy. But after seeing what happened, the way my parents educated me didn't seem to be very good. I thought you wanted to make money, so you got involved in such things. Instead of blindly trusting my children, I think I should proactively guide them on the right path. Yet when you come back, you still help Dad with work. That's why, my faith in my son will never change. Whether you regain your memory or not, as long as you learn to keep up with the life around you, everything will be fine. Let's try our best together." At this point, Taejun's reason for approaching the organization is no longer important. Hyunwo has become a better father and it will help Taejun follow a better path. Just when everything seemed to be going well, Sejun, Hyunseong office, information that Ly Hyunwo is the company director, as well as Taejun's home address, is being confirmed by Cheol Taejin. He believes that Ly Taejun is the center of everything, and will be the one to give him all of Taesung's power.